On our broadcast here tonight from our NBC News election headquarters on Democracy Plaza, Decision Day. That means election night. Soon we get to learn the verdict of a nation. Either another term or another president after a long and bitter campaign and a grueling fight to the finish. Tonight, what we'll be looking for as those first returns start to come in. And after the storm, in the cold, without power, after losing so much, they came to cast their ballots. Tonight, the extraordinary election effort to make sure everyone gets to vote while so much human suffering continues. Nightly News, this election night Decision 2012 begins now.
This is NBC Nightly News with Brian Williams, reporting tonight from our election headquarters on Democracy Plaza.
And good evening from our spectacular location here tonight at Rockefeller Plaza in the center of New York City, transformed for the evening into Democracy Plaza, our NBC News election night headquarters. Across this country today, from the first light of day in Montana, Americans voted. They voted in temporary tents and by flashlight in the Rockaways here in New York, where, after all, an entire region remains crippled, and this will be another cold, dark night for upwards of 1 million people. The first polls have already closed. More are closing in the next 30 minutes. People are still lining up to vote tonight in the state that may, at the end, be the greatest prize of them all, Ohio. The candidates are spent after an exhausting home stretch. President Obama got off the trail in his hometown of Chicago. Governor Romney added on stops until the very end, and now it all comes down to tonight. And just after midnight, in keeping with a grand American tradition, the people of Dixville Notch, New Hampshire cast the first votes in the nation and voted to a 5-5 tie, the first tie vote in that small town's history, and we can only guess what that means for how late we'll be at this tonight. Our team is in place all over the country and here in New York. We want to begin with our White House correspondent, Kristen Welker, covering the president in Chicago. Kristen, good evening.
Brian, good evening to you. The Obama campaign is energized tonight, but also a bit wistful. After 4 years in office, the candidate once known for hope and change is now counting on voters to stay the course.
My name was Barack Obama, the president of the United States.
President Obama campaigning tirelessly in the final hours before the polls close, stopping by a Chicago campaign office to stress the importance of turnout.
We gotta round up some votes.
Since Saturday, the president has kept up a breakneck campaign pace, logging more than 7,000 miles aboard Air Force One, making a dozen stops over 8 states, and today granting about 20 interviews to local stations.
I'm really hoping that we have a big turnout in Iowa.
After a long fight, it came down to a sentimental journey to the packed center of Des Moines, Iowa, where it started for the president politically.
I've come back to Iowa one more time to ask for your vote. This is where our movement for change began.
And it didn't surprise even veteran aides when the president reached a certain portion of his emotional speech with his voice strained.
And that shows you what one voice can do.
And tears flowing down his cheek. It was the last event of his last presidential campaign.
As you know, this is a pretty emotional time for us because this is the final event of my husband's final campaign.
Today, our NBC affiliate in Des Moines asked the president about his tears.
A photographer got a little tear going down your left cheek. Was that the cold out there, or was that emotion?
Probably a mix of both. I have to say that being back in Des Moines, thinking about all the folks in Iowa who had worked so hard on my campaign back in 2008, and then to see them still working hard back in 2012, it made me feel deeply moved and honored to have been able to be on this journey.
Now, this final stretch has taken on the feel of a family reunion, with aides from 2008 rejoining, some growing good luck beards, others wearing good luck charms. The president's tradition, a game of basketball with some of his closest friends and advisors. In fact, we have a shot of him with one of the folks who played today, former Illinois State Treasurer Alexi Janulius, who said the president's team won by 20 points. President Obama will have dinner with his family tonight at his Chicago home before watching election returns with the rest of his team. Brian.
Like sports, politics is a superstitious business. It's going to be a long night in Chicago and elsewhere. Kristen Welker starting us off. Kristen, thanks. Now to the other side, NBC's Peter Alexander traveling with the Romney campaign, and tonight that means headquarters back home in Boston. Peter, good evening.
Brian, good evening to you. Within the last hour, Mitt Romney just landed back here in Boston after wrapping up his final campaign swing. Tonight, he's going to watch those returns alongside his wife, Ann, and all 5 of their sons. But during that last flight, he spoke to reporters and said he was very proud of the campaign, adding, and I quote, "I feel we've put it all on the field." At the end of an exhausting quest for the White House, Mitt Romney today cast his ballot alongside his wife, Ann, in their home state of Massachusetts. But his mind was on the Midwest.
Yeah, I feel great about Ohio.
Hoping to secure a win there, Governor Romney went straight from the polls to his campaign plane for a last-minute stop in Ohio with Paul Ryan, a state they've showered with attention for months.
I'm buoyed by the spirit of the people across the nation, the enthusiasm, the support, the energy. It's just amazing. Thank you.
While Mr. Romney thanked volunteers, later fueling up on fast food,
And then a Frosty.
there was a near traffic jam on the tarmac in Cleveland. Air Force Two, carrying the vice president to a late campaign swing of his own, touched down behind the Romney jet. Advisors say it was the governor himself who pushed for the day's second stop in Pennsylvania, where he appeared almost overwhelmed by the reception in a state he, until now, had largely ignored.
Well, that's when you know you're going to win.
Why the late travel? Given the likelihood of a tight race, Mr. Romney said he didn't want to look back with anything other than satisfaction about his campaign. Last night, the Romneys were greeted by a rock star's welcome in New Hampshire. A 3-minute ovation in the state where the former Massachusetts governor kicked off this campaign more than 500 days ago.
I have a clear and unequivocal message. With the right leadership, America is going to come roaring back.
Late today, after a bitter campaign, Mr. Romney struck a conciliatory tone.
The president has run a strong campaign. I believe he's a good man and wish him well, but it's time for a new direction. It's time for a better tomorrow.
And Brian, from that conversation with reporters tonight, it is clear that Governor Romney deeply believes he is going to win tonight. So confident, apparently, that he says he has only written one speech, a victory speech.
All right, Peter Alexander, Romney headquarters in Boston, where it's also, by all accounts, going to be a long night. Let's fly across the plaza here, a location we're going to be checking in with a lot. Our political director, chief White House correspondent, Chuck Todd, the keeper of the numbers. So, Chuck, give us a viewer's guide, in effect. A lot of folks tuning in now will be with us the rest of the way out. What to look for tonight?
Well, look, good news for you presidential political junkies, because look at this. Before 9 o'clock, look at how many states in the battlegrounds where the polls will be closed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the sort of 10 states we've been eyeing in either direction. The first big one comes up in a few minutes. It's the state of Virginia. And there's sort of certain things to watch in the state of Virginia. For instance, you know, obviously we expect it to be a tight race, but if it's a good night for Romney, is it something we're able to call by, say, 9 or 10 o'clock? If it's a good night for the president, does he get it in his column early? You know, as you know, I've done all these scenarios to 270 electoral votes. There's not many Romney scenarios that don't include the state of Virginia. And then, Brian, 2 others I want to circle here are Pennsylvania and North Carolina. These are states that Democrats believe Pennsylvania is something that's going to be in the president's column. North Carolina is something that's going to be in Romney's column. What if they're too close to call at 9 o'clock? I think in many ways it will tell you something. If Pennsylvania is too close to call, good news for Romney. If North Carolina is, good news for the president, Brian.
A board that's going to be full of green lines by the time we're done tonight. Chuck,
you.
We'll be checking in along the way. Thanks a lot. We're joined now by 3 former NBC News chief White House correspondents, Andrea Mitchell, David Gregory, Savannah Guthrie, who will all be with us the rest of the way, of course. David, same question to Chuck. What are the moments you'll be looking for tonight?
Well, I think the keys to the game here, as it were, Brian, 2 teams, and is Obama's defense better than Romney's offense? Obama's got to protect the Midwest tonight. If he can do that, those states that he won in 2008, Ohio, Iowa, Wisconsin, he gets a second term. Is Romney's offense better? Can he expand that battleground map? Get more of the states that President Bush got back in 2004. If he does that, he has his shot. And what does the vote and the voter look like? How white is it? How non-white is it? What's that gender gap like? And what about men, white men in particular, for one side or the other? We're going to be paying a lot of attention to that.
Savannah, we got to barnstorm around on Air Force One for about 24 hours last week, and what struck me is over and over, and it sounds ridiculous but true, it's not '08, and you and I were talking about this before we went on the air, in so many ways.
When you think about 2008, that was the night, of course, this country elected the first African-American president, and now 4 years later, if you look at the data, if you look at our polls, this is a country more racially divided politically than it has been ever before. The president is winning margins with non-whites of upwards of 66%, losing whites by 21%, and that fact alone may well be what's determinative depending on what the electorate looks like tonight. So I think about how divided this country is, not just along racial lines, along gender lines, but also along political lines. We know this is going to be an extremely close race no matter what happens. And what does that tell us about how we'll govern for the next 4 years?
That's right. Whoever wins that 270 tonight is in for a lot of partisanship. To Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, you're covering the Senate and House races tonight, and there's a lot of closely watched contests.
And speaking of partisanship, we're going to be watching to see whether the Democrats, first of all, can retain the Senate, control of the Senate. They have more to defend, 23 out of the 33 seats, but the Republicans have some self-inflicted wounds that they themselves would acknowledge, with Todd Akin and Richard Murdoch in Missouri and Indiana, the candidates who spoke so controversially about rape. We're going to be watching women. 18 of these candidates in both parties in the Senate are women. That is an all-time high. And we're watching the House, of course. Republicans expected to retain control of the House, but what's going to happen to the Tea Party and to the partisanship in the House?
Andrea Mitchell wrapping up our purely political subtext so far tonight, and it must be said, by this time tomorrow night, this plaza will likely be full of swirling snow from a huge storm that's going to add insult to injury to this region. Already, for millions of voters here in the Northeast, this election day includes such a painful subtext as the suffering from Hurricane Sandy continues for so many people. Ron Allen's been covering that. He's across the river from New York City in hard-hit Hoboken, New Jersey. Ron, good evening.
Good evening to you, Brian. This city hall has been the center for relief operations here, and today they added voting to the long list of things they're trying to accomplish. For voters in New York and New Jersey still battling the aftermath of the storm, there was frustration and confusion and a huge problem caused by email voting. Election day got off to a chaotic start in communities outside New York City that still don't have power, when voters arrived at polling places that were not ready.
It's a disgrace. This whole thing is a disgrace. I've been here 3 times. They finally got machines in. Now the machines are jammed up.
In Manhattan, where the storm's effects still linger, the lines were long. In Queens, tents were set up outside unusable polling places. Shuttle buses carried other voters to alternative sites. Throughout the metro area, some who turned out early even used flashlights, any means possible to have their vote counted.
That's the only frightening part. There's a lot of people that just don't have provisions to come and vote.
To make it easier, registered voters could cast ballots at any polling place. In New Jersey, anyone displaced by the storm could vote by email or fax, an unprecedented move that overwhelmed election offices. Frustrated voters who could not get ballots vented on social media. Voting in New Jersey is a disaster, said one tweet. Late today, the governor made it clear email voting is limited.
If you haven't been displaced from your home because of the storm, get your butt up and go vote at your polling place.
In many storm-battered communities, buildings normally used for voting served many roles. In Hoboken, voters lined up at one side of the high school, while on the other side, storm victims lined up for emergency supplies. And many still plan to vote.
I'm still going to vote. I'm still going to vote. That's not going to change anything.
Late today, because of that huge backlog, the deadline to vote by email was extended to Friday night at 8 p.m. Even before that move, critics were warning of voter fraud, and legal experts say all this will very likely land the state of New Jersey in court. Brian?
All right, Ron Allen across the way in Hoboken tonight. Ron, thanks. And our justice correspondent, Pete Williams, has been watching for all reports of irregularities at the polls today. He reports that so far things have gone fairly well for the most part. He'll be a part of our election night coverage tonight. However, one incident quickly went viral starting this morning. It happened to a voter in Pennsylvania today as he filmed himself pushing the electronic screen, the Obama button. The machine checked off Romney's name instead. He tried it again, same thing, eventually figured out how to touch the screen in such a way that allowed him to choose the candidate of his choice. He reported the problem to poll workers. We're told the machine was recalibrated and returned to service. When our broadcast continues from Democracy Plaza this election night 2012, this other big story we're following, the continuing suffering from Sandy and how that has led to a vital new mission for the U.S. Marines. We're back. This was the scene in the Far Rockaway section of Queens in New York City today. Hundreds of people lined up to get food and water from the National Guard and NYPD. Among the items being handed out, blankets from the New York Marathon that was canceled. In one area particularly hard hit, Staten Island, the problems are piling up. As the old saying goes, when you got a problem, send in the Marines. Well, they did, as NBC's Stephanie Gosk found out there today.
Marines on patrol, but this isn't Helmand Province. It's the storm-ravaged streets of Staten Island.
It was hard to look at, it was hard to watch.
50 Marines in a community that needs the muscle, especially the Merkins.
It's a huge job, huge job. And we said just, no problem, we can do it.
Lily, a kindergarten teacher, can't talk about her home without crying.
Water was high, water was like that.
Russian immigrants, they worked for years to save enough money to buy their house. Demolition is the only way to save what's left.
So of course it's big help. I really appreciate it. We cannot do by ourselves such a work.
This is the kind of work that is needed all along this block, and people are coming by to help out, but they're charging $3,000 to do what these Marines are doing in here for free.
In just an hour, the job was done.
When I walk through these streets, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. These homes were ripped off the foundation. In fires and floods and winds, everything damaged this place so bad.
Based at Camp Lejeune, they were getting ready to deploy again to the Middle East when they got the call to come to Staten Island.
Everybody's really thankful. We're happy to be here.
With the sun going down, the Marines returned to their chopper to fly back to their ship, the USS Wasp. They will be on the ground here again tomorrow.
This debris field behind me is now a 24-hour-a-day operation. The pile, already big, is going to get a lot bigger, Brian.
Stephanie, I'm sitting here thinking you've been shot at while covering the Marines in war zones around the world. Now at least you're in the more hospitable climes of Staten Island, New York, but still with the U.S. Marines. Stephanie Gosk over in Staten Island, thanks. And there's this other storm on the way. As I said, by this time tomorrow night, we could be seeing bands of snow through New York. The problem, of course, is the coastline. There are already mandatory evacuations underway in some Jersey Shore beach communities, the low-lying ones where the dunes, the protection is gone, washed away. Jim Cantori, Weather Channel meteorologist, with us for an update on the movement severity of the storm. Jim, good evening.
Good evening, Brian. Yeah, it's already coming to fruition. You can see it just off the coast here. These high clouds screaming north to where it is going to be yet another cold night tonight in New England in these storm-ravaged areas. This model is going to give us an idea of what the storm is going to do. Possibly by tomorrow morning, no precipitation on the coast yet, but it won't be long after that. But look at what happens during the evening, Brian. We change the rain over to snow, even in New York City, even in the hard-hit Jersey Shore, across Long Island as well. So the wind, the surge, and now the snow to add insult to injury 9 days after Sandy.
Unbelievable. We'll talk to you next, right back here tomorrow night. Jim Cantori, thanks. We'll take a break in a moment. What voters are telling us mattered most to them as they left the polls today. Time for an every 4-year staple. Every election day, NBC News and other news organizations conduct those exit polls, asking voters what they were thinking as they left their polling places, what mattered to them most. Well, all night tonight, Tamron Hall is going to be just off ice across the rink with the voice of the voters. Tamron, good evening.
Hey there, Brian. We measured the nation's mood by asking voters in our NBC News exit poll, do you think things in this country today are generally going in the right direction or seriously off on the wrong track? Early results from the exit poll show voters are a bit more negative than positive, but not by much. Take a look. 46% believe the country is going in the right direction, while 52% believe it's going in the wrong direction. Now let's compare these numbers to previous elections. Well, George W. Bush ran for a second term in 2004. We know that. At that time, about half the country believed things were going in the right direction. Now, by 2008, a record 75% of the voters said the nation was seriously off on the wrong track. That, of course, is when we saw the economic meltdown. The Republicans lost the White House. In 2012, the national mood has improved a lot in 4 years, though. It is still a bit more negative than positive. The question, will it be enough to help President Obama keep his job? We'll have to stay tuned.
That's right. What votes will that fact motivate tonight? Tamron, thanks. We'll be checking in with you all night. And we're just moments away from poll closings in several states. We're back with more of our coverage right after this. Our entire election team with the latest results. This is it, beginning in a few moments, so get comfortable. But for now, that's it for us for NBC Nightly News this election night. I'm Brian Williams. Our special coverage again just moments away now.
From NBC News, Decision 2012, Election Night. Live from Democracy Plaza, here's Brian Williams.
In the shadow of the magnificent Rockefeller Plaza, what's been transformed into Democracy Plaza for tonight and for the event, this now begins our Decision 2012 coverage. Pull up a chair, get comfortable. We have every reason to believe we're going to be at this for a good long while, and we will all be learning these results as they come in together, starting right now. We have the first closings to bring you, beginning with the Commonwealth of Virginia. In the race for president, right now at closing time, we consider it too close to call. In Georgia, it appears voters there have elected in our second closing of the night. In Indiana, rather, Mitt Romney. And note that is a net pickup, a state President Obama won last time. We were going to now go to Kentucky, where Mitt Romney has been declared the projected winner there. Let's see here. South Carolina should be next, and we have this too early to call at this hour. 9 electoral votes on the line. Up in the state of Vermont in New England, we are projecting Barack Obama will repeat there. 3 electoral votes, hangs on to that state. And then 2 Senate races, 2 of the many we're going to be following as we look at the electoral vote map. Sparse, but it's early yet. Remember, 270 is the number the victor needs to get to by the end of the night. Now to those Senate races in Vermont, and this is, sorry about that, this just came in Georgia, the presidential race, too early to call between Obama and Romney. All of this are coming into us as you see them. And now, Vermont Senate, Bernie Sanders, the independent incumbent, will be going back to the U.S. Senate. We're watching closely the Indiana Senate race between Donnelly and Murdoch. And that is too close to call, but the hour is early. So let's take this opportunity, since we have our first results early on, to introduce part of our team with us here in our studio over the plaza. David Gregory, moderator, Meet the Press, and our friend Savannah Guthrie, of course. David, have at it. We have a few results.
Well, we do. We have Virginia, not a result, but that we're already seeing it's too close to call. We're going to be watching this, of course, because this is critical for Governor Romney. I'll repeat the key for me, which is how good is Romney's offense? How good is the president's defense? Romney has got to take back Virginia, which President Obama won 4 years ago, and Virginia is a key to it. So at this point of the night, it's still early. Romney wants to be performing early. He'd like to put that away earlier in the night, rather than have it drag on.
We've been together now for a couple of these, and all of us have covered politics and the White House specifically. Savannah, tonight, the dynamic every time is different. A lot of votes are already in before the first votes were cast in person today. And you and I were saying during NBC Nightly News, this is not 08 this year.
No, it's a different year. You have to think back where we were 4 years ago. We elected the first African-American president. Now we're going to see an electorate that's more sharply divided along racial lines. And in fact, those margins that each candidate runs up with either white voters for Romney or non-white voters for President Obama, that could be the key to the ball game. I think about Virginia. It is a state that really reflects the changing nature of demographics in this country. It's a state that was reliably red for years and years and years. Obama obviously won it in 2008, but he's going to have to work hard to hold on to it tonight. There has been an increase of Latinos in that state. You see the women vote being very important in that state, but it's going to be a very tight one.
Let's go down to Chuck Todd, his perch across the way in our main headquarters building in 30 Rock, in his studio, the keeper of the numbers. So, Chuck, the night is going to be about the road, as you nicely put it there at the top of your graphic, the road to 270.
It is going to be that, and what we're going to watch early on. I want to give people a little bit of a tour of what I have a little bit, but as I was telling you at Nightly, a lot of the major battleground states are going to have polls closed. You know, we already have Virginia's the big one. In less than 30 minutes, North Carolina and Ohio, those polls close. And by the way, North Carolina, more than 50% of people already voted, and they voted before today. Keep that in mind with the early vote. By 8 o'clock, you throw in Florida, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire. So we're going to have a good idea. And one of these things is watch what's called and what isn't about 9 o'clock. If Pennsylvania is still too close to call and we're into 10 o'clock at night, that's a good night for Romney. North Carolina is still too close to call, way into 10 o'clock at night. That's a good night for the president, because both of those states are ones that are assumed to be in the slightly lean Obama for Pennsylvania, slightly lean Romney for North Carolina. And by the way, I want to let folks know, when they heard you say, Brian, too early to call in a state like Georgia or a state like South Carolina, just want to let people know the reason for that is we didn't exit poll in a lot of the contested states. We wanted to spend extra money to get it right in places that are doing all this early vote these days. We had to spend a lot more time, a lot more data, a lot more research to do that in other states that are in the presidential battleground. So we're actually waiting for more results to come in. That's why you may see us take a while to call certain states. And then while I'm here with my toys, Brian, just want to show you a few other things. Watch here. We got Virginia. We're going to start seeing results come in. And as they come in right now, with those polls closed, the thing I'm watching all night tonight is going to be not just the turnout, but it's going to be the turnout and how is Mitt Romney doing in Northern Virginia? Does the president get 57, 58% of the Northern Virginia vote, or does he not? If you look at 2008 in this county map, look at all that blue up there right in the Washington, D.C. suburbs, Prince William County, Loudoun County. Those were counties that Bush carried in 04 and the president carried in 08, and that's the game when it comes to Virginia tonight, Brian.
And Chuck, a question about exit polls. With so much of the advance vote in, look at some of those states in the Pacific Northwest. Look at Colorado. Before anyone went to the polls today in Colorado, we got, what, 70, 80% of the vote already in. How does that change the game of exit polling day of?
Well, it means we don't do it at all in Colorado. It's all a phone survey. It's a phone survey, just like we do our NBC Wall Street Journal poll. It's a really good one, I promise you. We spend a lot of money to get it right, but it's not just Colorado. Washington State, Brian, everybody votes by mail. Oregon, everybody votes by mail. It's a huge, and we know in the western half of the country, most of these folks voted days, if not weeks ago out there. So it makes it more complicated. We spend all weekend, the last 3 days, doing this survey to get it right, but, it does make exit polling, it's not the same anymore. And that's why I think you're going to see we're going to be cautious, a little extra cautious, because, when you put it in, when our guys in the boiler room put all the data in together and the ones and zeros, you got to make sure you have the recipe just right. Sometimes if you miss it, your exit poll might be off.
Well, that's right. And because it's not the same and it's a new era, and because knowing people are going to be both on the web and watching us tonight, I just want to caution people they're going to see a lot of numbers flying around. But if they can come back to us, they should know that our numbers have been through a series of filters before they get on the air.
And that's right. And by the way, this is the most important number of the night. Watching that electoral vote, the road to 270.
All right. Chuck Todd will be visiting many, many times. A quick tour of our surroundings. It's nice to be able to call this home field advantage in what is truly the beating heart of Midtown Manhattan. This great piece of real estate has been transformed tonight. The iconic, world-famous skating rink, open for business for the winter, is closed to visitors tonight so that we can display the electoral map, as we have done in election cycles past, as Prometheus looks down upon it all. And up on the building, the product of John D. Rockefeller Jr.'s dream during the Depression, ended up being a pretty successful construction project. We're going to be projecting the twin bars to get to the lofty number of 270. All of us know folks in those facing offices, and they've all promised to be good tonight while they're on camera. Let's go into our newsroom across the way. Tom Brokaw is going to be, of course, a part of our coverage all night. And, Tom, here's a very basic question. So you get to 270. Think about what awaits the so-called winner tonight.
Well, I'm going to talk, Brian, as well about that, but also about, as Chuck gives us the big picture, I'm going to talk about the up close and personal to give our viewers an idea of what to look for as these votes come in and as we get results from our exit poll. President Obama, going into this day, and his whole campaign was organized around this, was to get out their vote. The voting age population in this country has expanded considerably since 4 years ago, and that means it's a more diverse nation as well. So he's counting on a very heavy turnout of the African-American vote, and especially the Latino vote, which is one of the bigger prizes in American politics these days. And keep your eye on the Asian American vote, which is also creeping up in that American voter profile. As for Governor Romney, well, we've seen in the last couple of days where he hopes to win. He's been going back and back to Ohio and then again to Pennsylvania, looking for the white male vote, for the suburban married woman vote, for the suburban married male vote, and for those independents who might have voted for Obama 4 years ago and are not at all happy with his performance since then, and they want him out of office. So that's what I'm going to be keeping track of here tonight, and those will be the ingredients that will add up to an electoral victory for one man or the other, Brian.
All right, Tom Brokaw, thanks. And across from Tom in the same studio, NBC's Andrea Mitchell is going to be watching the Senate and House for us all night. And Andrea, I know you have races you're particularly zeroing in on.
Well, first of all, Virginia, you talked about how close it is on the presidential, too close to call. That close race is being mirrored in the Senate race, where you've got two former governors, George Allen and Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine, most recently the former Democratic National Chairman, going at each other. George Allen also trying to reclaim the seat that he lost re-election in 2006, and that was 50-49 to Jim Webb, who's now retiring from the Senate. That was so close, it was some 9,000 votes, and it took us all night to get there. So that's a very close race. And also Massachusetts, you've got a consumer celebrity star, a Democratic candidate, Elizabeth Warren, trying to challenge Scott Brown, who was elected, of course, to fill out the remaining term of the late Senator Ted Kennedy. And that is also expected to be a very close race with a lot of money. She has been a fundraising juggernaut.
All right,
Brian?
Andrea Mitchell, who we'll be talking to all night, along with the cursory music that it's great to hear every 4 years. Andrea, thanks. Lester Holt is straddling two worlds for us tonight, both watching the gubernatorial races around the country and any and all reports of voter irregularities. And on the latter, Lester, there was a few incidents on the web today, became kind of sub-memes on the web, but I know you're watching it nationwide to see if anything boils up.
Well, let's talk about that thing on the web first. It was widely seen on YouTube. A voter went into a Pennsylvania polling site using electronic touchscreen voting. This person kept trying to vote for Barack Obama, and watch what happens. Mitt Romney's name punches up, tried it several times. This has gone viral on the web. He reported it to the precinct officials. They looked into it. It was a glitch. The computer, that particular polling computer, was recalibrated, and the person was able to vote for the person they wanted. But keep in mind, 25% of Americans will be voting electronically, so we're going to see this kind of thing, glitches. No suggestion anything nefarious going on. Now, speaking of Pennsylvania, there's been a little confusion there today. This all goes back to that law that went into effect requiring voter ID requirements. That went before a judge. The judge said, I'm not going to rule it unconstitutional, but let's not put it in force for this election. However, at the same time, he said it's okay if poll workers ask for your ID. So you can see the confusion there. There have been some reports of people going to polling places and they've been asked for their ID. That's perfectly legal. We have no confirmation anyone has been denied the right to vote, but it has created some confusion there. And finally, Brian, we're keeping a close watch on the 3 states here, the tri-state area of New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, areas that were battered by Hurricane Sandy. We saw people today, you showed on nightly news earlier, voting in tents, in makeshift voting precincts. Officials in all these states have made provisions to allow people to vote, to make sure people aren't denied their right. New Jersey has taken a special step today, basically saying anyone who's doing email voting, and they allowed that for people displaced by the storm, they're now saying those votes can be submitted as late as next Friday and still be counted. We've never seen anything quite like that. It's extraordinary, but you could argue these are very extraordinary times, Brian.
Yeah, Lester, it's unbelievable that in Brick Township, New Jersey, near where my roots are, which most of it is inland, they're evacuating tonight on election night because of tomorrow's storm, hopefully after casting their votes. Lester, thank you for the role you're going to play tonight in concert, I might add, with a lot of people in our Washington Bureau tracking the same things. We'll take a quick break. We're not going to be gone for long. We ask that you do the same. When we come back, we've got some big closings coming up here at 7:30, including but not limited to North Carolina and Ohio. This is Live Decision 2012 coverage. We're back. Our coverage continues. As you've seen, we have our first early results, and the first ones that are where the polls are closed while we're waiting for the results, including a very big state, and that is Virginia. All night long, when we call a state for either Romney or Obama, unless we noted it was a state they each got respectively, both parties, last time. This was an Obama state last time. It's why they call it a battleground. They have fought long and hard over the Commonwealth, and right now at this hour, too close to call. Back down to Tamron Hall we go with a look at voter attitudes leaving the polls and having cast their votes tonight. Tamron?
Hey there, Brian. So we ask Americans which is the most important issue facing the country right now. And take a look at how the people responded. A big majority, say 60%. It's the economy, followed by trailing significantly health care, the deficit, and foreign policy barely registering. Now, digging a little deeper into these numbers on the economy, we ask voters, what's the biggest economic problem facing people like you? Well, 40% indicated unemployment, and almost as many, interesting, said rising prices, with fewer saying taxes and housing. Now, one of the big arguments during this campaign has been the role of government. So we asked people about that. So far, take a look at this number. 53% say the government is doing too much. 41% indicate they feel the government should be doing more to solve problems. So another little bit of insight to what people are thinking tonight, Brian.
Cameron, thanks. We want people to know we're not being coy. We know no results that we're not passing along, but we can all look at those numbers to try to figure out hints as to the storyline we're going to be covering tonight. Let's check in with the Obama campaign, which right now is a campaign at rest. They're exhausted. They're wrung out. Both sides are. The president went from Des Moines back home to Chicago, where he spent the day. Kristen Welker covering for us. Kristen, just like sports, where like a winning pitcher will wear the same pair of socks for the remainder of the season, it's all about superstition in politics. So I know people on the campaign are growing superstition beards. They're doing the same things they did in 08, hoping for a good result, and it's happening in both campaigns.
Absolutely, Brian. Some of the folks on the campaign are also wearing good luck charms. For President Obama, it meant playing a game of basketball today with some of his closest friends and advisors, including his former body man, Reggie Love. Look, this campaign is feeling energized and also a bit wistful. Energized because they have a lot of confidence in their ground game. It's something that they have been working on for the past 18 months. President Obama making use of every last second today, Brian. He stopped by Chicago campaign headquarters and really underscored the importance of voter turnout. Vice President Biden even made a stop in must-win Ohio today before arriving here in Chicago. Now, I can tell you, Brian, that President Obama will be having dinner with his family this evening, and then he will join the rest of his team to watch election results. They are feeling energized and wistful because this is the president's last campaign. Brian.
All right, Kristen Welker in Chicago. Let's check in with Peter Alexander in Boston, where not too long ago, the Romney-Ryan caravan finally set down after campaigning today. Peter?
Brian, good evening to you. You know, top aides tell us that Governor Romney was the one who said we should go ahead with those flights today. The campaign initially said they wanted to go to Ohio, this last-minute stop, but advisors say it was Governor Romney who said, as long as we're out in the field, where else can we go? That's why they ended up in Pittsburgh just a short time ago. As you noted, he has touched down here. And on that last flight, he spoke to reporters, and it was very clear that he deeply believes that he is going to win tonight. He said he emotionally felt it when he saw that gigantic crowd, a large crowd that hadn't been warned he'd be arriving in Pittsburgh tonight, waiting for him when he got onto the tarmac. Brian.
All right. Peter Alexander in Boston. So both campaigns wait. Again, when we say we're probably in for a long night, we're just looking at all available evidence. Dixville Notch, New Hampshire overnight, their first tie ever, the small town that is always the first votes taken in the United States, drew to a 5-5 draw. Could be a harbinger. When we come back, we've got the big poll closings. Ohio, North Carolina, bottom of the hour. We are just getting started. This is NBC News Live Decision 2012 coverage from Democracy Plaza in the heart of New York City.
And welcome back to NBC's continuing coverage of Decision 2012. I'm Craig Melvin. For those of you just joining us, polls now closed in 6 states. We start in the Commonwealth, Virginia, that critical battleground state with its 13 electoral votes, 1% of the vote, and too close to call at this point, Virginia. Back in 2008, President Obama won the state by the same margin that he won the national election, so we will be watching closely to see if he does that again, 53 to 46% 4 years ago. We also have results right now from Georgia, 16 electoral votes at stake. Too early to call in Georgia, too early to call in the state of Georgia. Also in South Carolina, it's too early to call there as well. And in Kentucky, we can go ahead and call that one. This is Governor Romney's first pickup of the night. Governor Romney at this point projected to win the state of Kentucky, also projected to win Indiana as well and pick up its 11 electoral votes. And in Vermont, President Obama's first pickup tonight. President Obama at this point projected to get that state's 3 electoral votes. And here's our look at the Electoral College map as it stands right now. Governor Romney, 19 electoral votes. President Obama, 3 electoral votes. That means we've got a whole lot of electoral votes out there. Long way to go tonight. Several key Senate races in those states as well that we're keeping a close eye on. A tight race expected in Indiana where Democrat Joe Donnelly and Tea Party candidate Richard Murdoch are going head-to-head there. You can see in Indiana it's too close to call. Back in Virginia, former GOP Senator George Allen trying to reclaim that seat, taking on former Virginia Governor and Democratic National Committee Chairman Tim Kaine. At this point, 1% of the vote in. Too early to call, too close to call, I should say, in Virginia. So in our first batch of poll closings, as expected, Virginia, too close to call at this hour. The Commonwealth, too close to call. Both candidates campaigning hard in Virginia over the last few days. Joining us now from Richmond, Virginia, NBC News correspondent Tom Costello at the state capitol there. Tom, good evening to you, sir.
Hi, Craig. You're right. It's been too close to call for the last couple of days. Going into this last day, yesterday, we had President Obama up by a single point. Interestingly, as I made the calls this afternoon, I talked to the state Republicans and the Democrats and to the election board, all of them reporting very heavy voter turnout today. Lines sometimes anywhere from 2 to 4 hours long. And in the key counties, those counties being Henrico County, also Loudoun County up in northern Virginia, Fairfax County, Prince William County. Those are going to be critical counties to see how this state goes. Now, you recall that in 2008, this state went for President Obama, but it has been reliably Republican for decades. So how has it gone since 2008? Well, it turned to a Republican governor in 2009, and it made some Republican state choices as well in 2010. So the question is, will the Democrats get the vote back out again for them to keep this in Obama's hands, or might it go to Romney? Interestingly, when you talk to the Dems tonight, they said, we're confident we got the votes we needed in our precincts. You talk to the Republicans, they say the exact same thing. And right now, we're looking at a very, very close race indeed. So we're going to be watching those northern Virginia counties because they could be the tale of the tape. Lastly, I want to let you know that we're watching this key Senate race between the former governors Tim Kaine and George Allen. As we went into tonight, we had Tim Kaine up by about 3 points. That was yesterday. It will be interesting to see how that plays out. George Allen has really hitched his wagon to the Romney-Ryan ticket. So as goes Romney-Ryan, it could be the case that so goes George Allen's Senate aspirations. Back to you.
Tom Costello in Richmond, Virginia tonight. We'll be checking in with you throughout the evening. Tom, thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Joining me now, American University professor of government Jennifer Lawless, who has been a student of the campaign. Jen, thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
The perception, turning back to the presidential race here, the perception is that while the Romney camp has the edge on enthusiasm to a certain extent, especially according to what we just heard from Tara Wall, the Obama team has that legendary ground game. Which side wins out there?
It's all going to come down to turnout. So if the Obama campaign is able to turn out the voters, even a large portion of them, not all of them, that they were able to turn out in 2008, then it looks very good for Obama, because the best predictor of whether somebody's going to turn out to vote is whether they're mobilized and they're actually told to go to the polls, not just whether they're enthusiastic.
So much has been made during this campaign of independent voters and undecided voters. At this point, what can you tell me about the role that they're going to have on this election?
They're going to be decisive in all of the key states tonight, and it's kind of difficult this year to predict what's going to happen because we've had relatively few undecided voters relative to years in the past. The one thing to look for as we move forward and wait for the Virginia results to come in is this could also be a referendum tonight on whether the polls have been right, because all of the polls have indicated that Virginia is going for Obama. So if Romney wins Virginia tonight, that's a bad night for pollsters.
That's a yes, a bad night for pollsters indeed. Jennifer Lawless, we will be checking in with you throughout the course of the evening. It's also going to be very interesting, Jennifer, to take a look a little bit later at the gender gap. Much has been made of the chasm between the two candidates with regards to women. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will have more results for you after the break. When we come back from a short break, more results. Stay with us. NBC News, continuing coverage of Decision 2012.
Decision 2012 election night continues. Here's Brian Williams.
Right through the concrete canyons, Midtown Manhattan, 7:30 Eastern Time, and we've had some major poll closings. Let's go through them for you as we reset at the bottom of this hour. In the state of North Carolina, the polls have closed, but as you see there in our determination, this race between Obama and Romney is too close to call at this hour, as it is in the critical, hard-fought over Buckeye State of Ohio. Too close to call those valuable 18 electoral votes. In West Virginia, a hold for the Republicans. Mitt Romney, the projected winner there. And in Virginia, the major state we saw close just as we came on the air, the Commonwealth of Virginia at 7 o'clock. Our determination, it's still too close to call. One of the looks at the national map, we can see the red start to grow out. It is so early yet, even when you add West Virginia there, but that is the national map such as it is. Looking at the U.S. Senate, one of the newer names after a tough campaign last time, Joe Manchin is going back into the U.S. Senate, a veteran of the mining business in West Virginia. And the Senate race in Ohio between Sherrod Brown, Josh Mandel, the returning war veteran who has given Sherrod Brown more of a race than I think the Democrats predicted, is at this hour, as the polls close, too close to call. David Gregory, what do we make of it all so far?
Well, look, let's remember, what's the key for Mitt Romney tonight? It's to go on the offense, to turn a 2008 Obama state into a 2012 Romney state. So that's why when we look at North Carolina and we look at Virginia, he wants these races to be over soon. He wants those states in his column soon. If he's going to have a southern strategy of sweeping the South and then moving north, those he'd like to have them wrapped up early and not late. It'd be a bad sign for him if we're still talking about this after every half hour that it's closed in both North Carolina and Virginia. It gets very difficult on the electoral map. And then we talk about Ohio. Defense for the president. If he holds Ohio tonight, Brian, that's the Midwestern firewall. It's really critical for both sides. All of these too close to call right now, and we're just going to keep watching them.
Savannah, we can't lose track of the fact that there is so much humanity at stake and at work tonight, and there's real wistfulness in both campaigns. I've realized that most of the folks we're going to be talking to tonight, the three of us, Tom, Andrea, Chuck Todd, all of us have been at one time or another White House correspondents. You've covered the White House and campaigns. What is going on? What is tonight like after a national, grueling campaign?
Exhaustion, part relief, part excitement that it's finally here, the election day that everybody's worked so hard to get to. You mentioned the reporters who cover it, but the candidates, too. At the end of the day, they're real people, and I think we saw that in the waning hours of this campaign, both candidates getting wistful or nostalgic, and Romney feeling that way over the weekend. When you were a reporter covering a campaign like this, and I was on Sarah Palin's plane in 2008, you wake up not knowing what state you're in, just like the candidates do. You follow them around, you know that stump speech by heart, and you know any tiny deviation from that stump speech as well. So I think for everyone who is involved in these campaigns, one thing we can all agree on is people pour their hearts into them, from the candidates to the staff that are with them to the reporters who cover them.
Chuck Todd, in the engine room, any of the numbers that we've just released here in this past few minutes, what do you make of this?
Nothing surprises me. I mean, one thing about the Senate races, by the way, and the presidentials in these, it'll be interesting to see how much they deviate. You know, one thing we found in our poll is that there was a lot of polarization, a lot of partisanship. You know, how much will Tim Kaine and Barack Obama's vote in Virginia, Sherrod Brown and Barack Obama's vote in Ohio, how much will it deviate? And it'll tell us a little bit. And of course, I'm fascinated with Ohio. For the polls being closed already, you know, they are now. We ought to remind people, Brian, that it's not one state. It is 5 states, and we ought to do our 5 Ohios for folks very quickly. I'm putting up the 2008 county map here. When real results come in, you'll see this coloring here. But what we expect tonight is we expect this to be a lot more red tonight. This is the Southeast Ohio coal country. We expect this to be gray for a lot of the night here. Hamilton County, Cincinnati, it's swing county. Is it going to go back and forth? And then this will be interesting to see here. How much did Romney make any ground up here? But then to me, the most important number to look at is going to be Cuyahoga County. So I want to show you something here. President Obama won Ohio by about 260,000 votes. Let me show you his margin of victory in Cleveland and Cuyahoga County. 259,000 votes. Pretty much the entire margin of victory here is right here in Cleveland.
All right. Chuck, I'm glad we got to our 5 Ohio point early in the evening. It's something I wanted to talk about.
I know you did.
Well, you and I both love the mechanics of that state.
Do.
Chuck Todd in the engine room. We have a call. State just came in. One of the early poll closures is now secure enough to get projected winner status. Another hold for the Republicans. Romney is awarded South Carolina. There is your electoral map, rewarded a red state in the South East. And we are joined here in the studio by a man who is dressed for the work he has been doing, the mayor of Newark. Cory Booker, you've been in some rough spots these past few days as our home state has taken a heck of a hit.
It really has. I want to express sympathy to the entire state of New Jersey. There's still tens of thousands of people in my city alone, but all over the state still without power tonight.
I've been talking about this for days. This is unseasonable cold weather. It looks like both New York and Newark are going to get a band of snow by this time tomorrow night, making folks just highly uncomfortable. We're getting a nor'easter. How has it affected voting? What percentage of your constituents in Newark do you think were tried but perhaps were unable to cast a vote today because of this?
Well, we took this very seriously, and I appreciate you mentioning it. You know, you're a boxer, and Mother Nature really has a 1-2 punch coming at the New York, New Jersey region, and so we're doing a lot of preparedness to get ready for that. But I was really blown away today. You know, we were able to get just about every polling centers. We have 108 polling sites in Newark. We got 102 of them that were opened as usual. 6 we had to move because of power and other facility damage. But I was blown away by the enthusiasm, by the number of people coming out. I expect there to be a little bit of a dip from 4 years ago, but was really blown away by how many people actually are coming out despite the challenges. I was on a street that was Montrose Street in Newark, trees on houses, cable still blocking the road. You can't drive through. Had a bunch of people out there, asked them how many of them they were going to vote, and of course, they all said that they were going to go and do that. So I'm actually pretty confident that in my section of New Jersey, where people can still get to polling places, you're going to see not that much of a diminution in voting.
I want to talk about how politics has come up just because of this storm. Let's talk about the governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie. You're going to need him. He needs the president. We all need each other in this thing, and yet he was taking heat for saying complimentary things about the leadership the president has shown. You've complimented the leadership the governor has shown. You're all going to get in trouble.
Well, you know, I've been facing that for almost the last 4 years, because when the governor is doing the right thing, I'm not always quick to say he's doing the right thing. And obviously, I can write a dissertation on our disagreements, but we were elected not to play politics. We were elected to focus on problems. And so here you have a moment where you have a regional disaster. And the two of those men did the right thing. They put aside partisanship and both got into the same trench. And you know this because you were a firefighter. When there's a crisis, when the building is burning, you don't ask that firefighter if they're a Democrat or Republican. You don't ask them what kind of God they pray to. You just are in the same trench. You're fighting the same battle. And so that's something that really inspires me about our country. And I have to say, tonight, I'm hoping that the partisanship stops, because we've got a fiscal cliff coming. We've got a debt ceiling, hopefully not a crisis, but a debate coming up. We have an economy that's still in recovery, and we've got a lot of work to do after tonight. And I'm hoping that this kind of coming together, Republican, Democrat, that we've seen in New Jersey, we've seen with our president, I hope that's going to continue going forward out of this crisis.
And I got to say, one of the biggest post-storm stories in New Jersey happened in this building at our telethon the other night. We got a governor in New Jersey with a shoebox. He's got 130 ticket stubs from his Bruce Springsteen concerts. They are on, let's just say, 2 poles politically, but there was a rapprochement, there was a hug, an embrace, a handshake. I thought the sun was going to come out.
Yeah, you know, the governor, one of the toughest son of guns I know. I think I read a quote today that he actually said he went home and cried. The reality is if you get those two guys who are a polar difference, obviously I stand more where Bruce does, but understanding that we all are Americans, this is a crisis, and the storm was strong, but we are stronger if we come together. And it was an important moment for the state of New Jersey to understand that we have to have unity, because the most difficult days were not just during the storm, it's going to be the recovery as well, and we need everybody on board.
As the great man said, we take care of our own. Mayor Cory Booker, Democrat.
Rise up. Come on, rise up.
Thank you very much for being here with us. Our next guest standing by, and he's been very patient waiting to talk to us, Governor Bob McDonnell of the Commonwealth of Virginia. So, Governor, you've had a poll closing. We still have you too close to call. How close do you think it's going to be in your state?
Well, it's been close for a month, Brian, and most of the exit polls that I've seen show it a dead heat right now. We've had such a heavy voter turnout, some places 75, 80%, that there are still people standing in line right now, even though the polls close at 7. Anybody at line at 7 still can vote, Brian, so we're not going to have the results, I would say, in some of the bigger areas for probably an hour plus, but I think it's going to be a very close election.
Governor, a couple of weeks from now, would you be a part of any discussion about a kind of a new GOP? No matter what happens tonight, you were kind of at the epicenter of gender politics and right versus what's left of the middle. Are you concerned over where your party is, where the center is defined?
Well, first of all, Brian, it's way too early to have that discussion, because I'm expecting late tonight we have a President Mitt Romney and that his agenda of job creation, economic development and debt reduction and energy independence is what we see for the next 4 years. So I don't think we have any crisis. What I do think is it's important for Republicans to focus on the things that Americans really care about, and that's the issues that I just laid out. So there'll be plenty of time after this election to talk about what we did right and wrong, but I fully expect Mitt Romney to win in Virginia and nationally in a close race, and then find a way to bridge the gap between the two parties to work together together, just like Cory Booker said.
All right, Governor Bob McDonnell, Commonwealth of Virginia. What's going to be a perhaps a long and dicey night there until we get a result. Governor, thank you very much for making time to talk to us tonight. And as we go to a break, we'll show you the states we are just paying such close attention to. We have them in yellow for good reason. Virginia is there, one of them. As the time zones go to the west, we get more. But Ohio, a big outlier where the polls are closed, where it was so heavily fought over both sides. We're watching them all night. When we get results, you will instantly. Our live coverage, Decision 2012, continues from Democracy Plaza in the heart of Midtown Manhattan. We're back here in New York, 7:45 Eastern Time, and one way of speaking, we're coming into the heart of the order. We've got some big states outstanding, and coming up at 8, we have a slew of poll closings to get to. Unclear, because we don't know in advance how many of them will yield actual results. We're watching all of it. When we get a result, we just fly on the screen and interrupt whatever conversation we have. But along the lines of tonight's election night and how much it reflects recent times. Over to Tom Brokaw. Tom, our friend and pollster Peter Hart has a specific area of study. He loves studying the week of election night and the days prior to elections, because after all the spending and the shouting, sometimes the events on the calendar leading up to these things can give us the result, no matter all the king's horses and all the king's men have tried before.
Well, Brian, playing to your rock and roll sensibilities, if we were to call this political year a rock and roll concert, we'd call it Rolling Thunder. It really began with those Republican primaries in the early part of the season. They were long and rancorous. We had everything from 999 to oops to Michelle Bachmann. And finally, Mitt Romney emerged from all that and got beat up during the summer by the Obama campaign very early on. We moved into the conventions in August. And then look what happened just beginning in September until just now. In September, we got the 8.1 unemployment rate reported actually on the 7th, but they got the numbers on the 6th of September. And then on the 11th of September, on the anniversary of 9/11, we had the attack in Benghazi. 4 Americans were killed, the first American ambassador in more than 40 years at this point. And that's still something to be resolved by the Obama administration. Moving on then into October. October 3rd, the debate in Denver, highly anticipated. And for some reason, still not fully explained, President Obama fulfilled Clint Eastwood's empty chair. He seemed not to be present. And it was a kickstart to the Romney campaign. From that debate, however, we went on very quickly to more unemployment numbers. These were more encouraging for the administration. They went down, as you know, to 7.8%. And there was a lot of suspicion about that, but they held up. Then the debates continued. First, the town hall debate. And then we had the debate in the foreign policy debate, which was moderated by Bob Schieffer. And those debates, according to the people who were watching them, in the last 2 at least, the president kind of reclaimed the high ground. Now let's go into this final month. We had not only the unemployment rate going on, but we had, as you know, the unemployment rate going back up a little bit, but there was job creation. All of this in the midst of Sandy. A hurricane of, well, actually a tropical storm as they define it, but a hurricane in the lives and minds of everybody who was in the path of it. In the judgment of a lot of people, including Republican operatives, it did stall whatever momentum Governor Romney seemed to have at the time. So that's what we've been through just in this year alone, and it's going to be a long and stormy ending to this evening as well.
And Tom, because we're allowed one more Springsteen quote, he got up campaigning for the president yesterday at one of the rallies and announced to the crowd that the president's performance in that first debate freaked him out, along with a lot of other passionate, loyal Democrats. But we will see what result we're headed toward tonight. Tom Brokaw. Across the room from Tom is Andrea Mitchell, covering Senate and House races. Andrea, what do you like?
Well, first of all, let's look at Indiana, because that is still too close to call, even though the polls closed at 7 Eastern. That is a very hard-fought race, and that is Claire McCaskill. First of all, Joe Donnelly, rather, and Richard Murdoch where the issue of rape, it's one of two races, that and also the Claire McCaskill-Todd Akin race, where rape unexpectedly became a really tough issue and tripped up Republicans who were really expected to win. So Richard Murdoch now trying to win this seat. He defeated Richard Lugar and won the primary, but Joe Donnelly putting up quite a fight, too close to call. And then also we've got what I just referred to in Missouri, where Claire McCaskill, the incumbent, is really fighting hard. Todd Akin abandoned by all Republicans, including Mitt Romney, but did get a lot of Republican money back in there because they think that this is one seat that could mean the difference between defeating the Democrats and regaining control of the Senate.
Andrea Mitchell, thanks. Over to Lester Holt, who's watching both governor's races and any voter irregularities that hit our radar screen tonight. Lester?
And Brian, I want to talk about some of the propositions, down ballot items out there. Same-sex marriages on the ballots in several states, but keep an eye on Maine, Maryland, and Washington, where for the first time voters could vote to legalize same-sex marriage. Also, marijuana. Washington, Colorado, and Oregon have ballot items that anyone could become the first to legalize the recreational use of marijuana, allowing those 21 and over to have small amounts of marijuana. That could run afoul, of course, of the federal government because it's against federal law. We're also watching health care. Alabama, Montana, Florida, and Wyoming, they're all considering laws that could reject the mandate that individuals have health care. Of course, it would be largely symbolic because it's federal law, but that's another interesting set of propositions to be watching throughout the evening, Brian.
All right, Lester Holt, thanks. Back here to David Gregory. David, what do you have so far?
Well, one of the things is we were listening to Andrea. We have to remember a week from tomorrow, Congress comes back in session. So balance of control of the Senate is very important, whether the Democrats have narrow control, not just the presidential outcome tonight, but how are they going to deal with this fiscal cliff that's approaching, the expiration of the Bush tax cuts. You've got drastic cuts, half of which are going to be in defense. All of that's coming.
I want to show you the polls coming up at 8 o'clock, the list of the closing polls at 8 o'clock. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee. A slew of them, a slew of battlegrounds among them. We are just getting started. Stay with our live coverage. We'll be back after this.
From NBC News, Decision 2012, Election Night. Live from Democracy Plaza, here's Brian Williams.
We are back, 8 o'clock in the East now. Slew of results, a lot of it. If there's someone in an adjoining room, call them in. This is too much to repeat. Let's go through the polls that have just closed and what we know. President, Florida, too close to call. This is our Uber list at 8 o'clock, so we're still watching that. In New Hampshire, too close to call at this hour. 4 electoral votes on the line. Illinois, the president holds his home state. Barack Obama. Pennsylvania, too early to call, but we are showing an Obama lead at this hour in Pennsylvania. Officially too early to call. In Georgia, Romney, so a hold for the GOP there. In New Jersey, too early to call, and this is storm related. This is the pure mechanics of voting and counting the vote. We're going to see this on a couple of New Jersey results tonight. In Massachusetts, Obama. In Tennessee, Romney as the projected winner. In the state of Maryland, Obama. These are all holds for the respective parties, meaning no change since the last election cycle. Ditto Alabama, Mitt Romney. In Connecticut, Barack Obama, the projected winner. In Oklahoma, Mitt Romney, the projected winner. In Mississippi, Mitt Romney, the projected winner. In Rhode Island, Barack Obama stitching together New England again, as they hope to, in Delaware, and they appear to have been successful. Ditto the District of Columbia tonight, and the great state of Maine, where the president will receive those 4 electoral votes. In Missouri, a big prize, too early to call. 10 electoral votes. Let's look at the national map and see how the blues and reds are stitching together when we add them all in. These regions that we've seen the last couple of cycles remaining largely in place. Both parties counting on their sacred ground and going after the battlegrounds. And we have some Senate races I would love to get through because these are all just now coming in. This widely watched Senate race, McCaskill-Aiken in Missouri, too early to call. In Maryland, Delaware, forgive me, Tom Carper, the incumbent, will be going back to the Senate. In Maryland, as expected, Ben Cardin, the Democratic incumbent, will stay in the Senate. After getting a run from Connie Mack, Bill Nelson will go back to the Senate as a Democrat. In Maine, interesting race, Angus King, this is the Olympia Snow seat, an independent. Democrats are hoping he will caucus with them. But he has a lot to say about control of the U.S. Senate, how it runs. Roger Wicker, the projected Republican winner in Mississippi. In New Jersey, the Menendez-Carrillos race, too early to call. Again, storm-related. It's just taking a long time to put together the results tonight. Sheldon Whitehouse in Rhode Island will be returning to the U.S. Senate. Corker will be returning to the Senate representing the state of Tennessee. Senate composition is next. This is the way it looks across the abyss of the aisle between the parties that has prevented so much of the nation's business, quite frankly, from getting done. And David Gregory, we're stitching together more. You have your own device activated, I see.
I just want, to catch up to my friend Chuck a little bit. I don't have as many toys, but I only have a few.
You're not going to beat Chuck Todd as his own game, no.
No way. Florida is one we're watching so closely. Why? Say it again. This is so essential for Romney if he's got to run it, playing the kind of offense where he can turn the map in his direction and win. I have been playing with this. If the president can win Florida, he doesn't even need his Midwestern firewall. That's how significant Florida is. That almost goes without saying. New Hampshire as well. You think back to 2000. If Al Gore hadn't have lost New Hampshire, those 4 electoral votes, he wouldn't have been in the situation he was in, wouldn't have lost the presidency. So that New Hampshire vote could become very important tonight. Those 4 could put somebody over the top at 270 either way. It's going to be very interesting to watch.
Savannah, what's your favorite drill down on this list we've just been through?
I like to look at Pennsylvania, obviously too early to call, but I think this is something that the Romney campaign made a late 11th hour effort to try to win.
Right. They thought they could pick off some undecided.
They thought they could, and many Republicans have gone down that road, tried to pursue Pennsylvania, only to be disappointed. But what Romney advisors felt was, look, there are places in the suburbs around Philadelphia where people aren't happy with the president. There's Western Pennsylvania, but there's also a strong machine for Democratic politics in Philadelphia. Democrats, the Obama campaign feels positive about it, thinks that they will be able to pull it out. I asked someone, why didn't you go earlier into Pennsylvania if you saw the margin tightening up? And what one Republican advisor said to me is, we didn't want to give them that much time to ramp up that machine and get that organization going in Pennsylvania. Democrats point out they do have organization in Pennsylvania. So it would be, listen, if Pennsylvania suddenly went Republican, that would be a game changer for the night.
Absolutely. Chuck Todd over in the engine room. Chuck, you've got a device over there that can put Gregory's to shame, I'm just saying. And after Mayor Booker and I kind of got all jerseyed up, it strikes me we're talking about Florida. You're from there, so have at it.
I do. I want one piece of housekeeping, though. In Maine, we only called 3 of the 4 electoral votes, and this is something that, remember, this is one of our outside issues to watch for tonight. Maine and Nebraska, the 2 states that award their electoral votes by congressional district, and Maine's 2nd district don't have enough information. Romney might be doing a little bit better there, so I just want to let people know that's why you might be doing the math and you're going, hey, you seem to be 1 short. We have not projected that 4th one. But I also want to talk about Florida here a minute. Look at all, tell you what just reported in. So the polls close at 8 o'clock, and you may be wondering, well, where'd all this vote come from? Well, this tells you this was the early vote / absentee vote. So we know the president won it. We knew polls had won it, but what did he win it by? And it looks like he got about a 50,000 vote margin. Is that enough? Is that going to be enough for him to do and overcome what is expected to be a good Election Day vote itself for Mitt Romney? It's going to be something to watch tonight, but I thought what was great about Florida is we know it. The first stuff they reported out right at 8 o'clock, they dumped their early vote in. That's why we assume it's about 43% of the vote. And this was the raw total margin of that early vote. So that's why there's so much Florida vote in already, Brian.
And Chuck, we also knew that the minute Ohio closed, that same thing was going to happen. And you know we'll be gutting it out on the ground in Ohio tonight, county by county.
We will, but and I realize here you didn't let me geek out a little bit on Florida.
Go
here.
ahead, man.
And I ought to do it a little bit. There's Florida sort of two keys here. There's margin states where the president's got to run up the score. That's South Florida. Of course, everybody who remembers 2000 remembers how blue and how important those counties were to Al Gore. But then there's the run up the score part for Mitt Romney, which is the Panhandle, northern Florida in general. And then there's the old I-4 corridor, which we're watching, and the county to watch is right here. It's blue right now. It's Hillsborough, and blue there, Pinellas. What does that mean right now? Those two counties, very important. They're Bush 04 counties. They were Obama 08 counties. If they stay blue, it's going to tell me maybe the president can win Florida, because that means he's leading. Right now, all this means is the president won the early vote in those counties. So very interesting there. One more margin county to watch. And this goes to the sort of the tapestry that is Florida, that makes Florida different. And that is the Puerto Rican vote in Orange County, which is Orlando. How big is it? Did the president get over 60% of Hispanic vote in Florida? We know he thinks he's going to get 70% nationwide. 60% in Florida would be a huge number. He only got 57 last time. Could be enough for him to overcome what is going to be good Mitt Romney vote there in the Panhandle, and frankly, good Mitt Romney vote down here in southwest part of the Florida, too, when you talk Sarasota, Fort Myers, et cetera.
All right, continue to hone in on it, Chuck. There's only pride in it. Appreciate it, Chuck Todd in the engine room. Let's put up presidential in Wisconsin. Do we have? Wait, okay. Governor Scott Walker is with us from the state of Wisconsin. Governor, are you in the prediction business tonight?
Oh, I think it's going to be close. I mean, you're talking about just a little bit of time left. 8 o'clock tonight, Central Time, is when our polls close. I would imagine the way the polls have been all day today, there very well will be people in line still at 8 o'clock, and they can legally vote as long as they're in line by the time the polls close in just a short bit here. I think it's going to be close. I think Romney's going to win, but it's going to be by an inch. This is a state, remember, that has gone for Clinton and Obama, but went twice for me, both 2 years ago and again 5 months ago. This is a very, very competitive state, and one in which I think in the end it's going to be close, and probably will be much later tonight before we know the ultimate results.
It's been such a wild time. Who would have guessed a few years back Wisconsin would play such a role in the national political conversation? You, of course, played a huge role in that. How do you explain Wisconsin politics to an outsider?
Well, it's hard to tell. It's you know, for years historically, it's been what I call a 40-40-20 state. About 40% leans to the right, 40% leans to the left, and the big battle every year is for that 20% in the middle. They're kind of the swing independent voters. Like a lot of states in the Midwest, we vote the person even more than the party more often than not. And so there have been bold personalities in the past that have won both on the Republican and Democrat side. It's interesting. 2 years ago, everything in our state was Democrat. That all switched in the November 2nd, 2010 elections. We had the recall elections, and we actually won by a bigger margin. It's really hard to nail down. What you typically have in two big urban areas, Milwaukee and Madison, that go overwhelmingly Democrat. You have the rural areas that go Republican. And then the battleground are key places like the Fox Valley, which goes from Fond du Lac County all the way up to Brown County, at the home of the Green Bay Packers. That's a place that Obama won 4 years ago. It's a place I won in 2010 and won big earlier this year. That's going to be one of the key places to watch tonight.
Not to be gross and mathematical about it, but in percentage terms, what do you think the placement of your buddy Paul Ryan on the ticket has done for whatever the end result is going to be when the polls close here in about 50 minutes in Wisconsin?
I think it has an impact, particularly, remember, Paul's congressional district. He's not a statewide candidate, but in the first congressional district, it's almost evenly split. And for him to eat into a little bit of the vote in places like Janesville and Kenosha, which are blue-collar union towns, historically go big. In fact, his district went for Obama 4 years ago. It went for Bill Clinton. Just taking off a few percentage points could be enough to be the difference in the state as close as Wisconsin.
All right, Governor, thank you very much. It's going to be a long 50 minutes and perhaps then some in Wisconsin, which, as we say, suddenly is playing a big, huge role in national politics, following a great tradition, we might add. Governor, thank you. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will reset the table, look at everything that's closed, look at the poll closings we are coming up on, and what we know about the battleground states right after this. We're back. That's one of the more dramatic sights here tonight as really thousands of people flock to this icon in the center of Midtown Manhattan, tracing the electoral results up the side of our building until that mythical figure of 270, which is just proving having been reached 4 years ago by Barack Obama. It's tough. Everyone knew it would be a tougher road if he wanted to reach it 4 years later. So we're keeping an eye on that. All these poll closures we have, of course, one of the big ones we're waiting for, incomplete result at this hour, is the state of Ohio. Across the way here, Tamron Hall's been looking at some of the exit poll information we have from Ohioans who cast their votes. Tamron?
So, Brian, it's no doubt about it at this point. The bailout was popular in the Buckeye State. We've talked so much about it. About 6 in 10 said they approve of the federal government's aid to the auto industry. That is a big number, of course, for the president, especially when we look a little deeper into the numbers. For those who approve, if you will, of the bailout, look at this. 75% of those folks went the way, three-quarters of those went the way of President Obama. Now, you dig a little bit deeper in this. So it looks like the auto bailout may have helped Obama do better among white working-class voters in Ohio than he did in many other parts of the country tonight. Look at Ohio here. When you split up the number, 55% of those folks went the way of Romney, 43% to Obama. That's a 12-point difference. This is significant because when you close in on the overall nationwide picture here, Romney has a 28-point advantage among white working class. Look at Ohio. Look at the total country. You have to wonder if these good feelings on the auto bailout will help tip this state into the president's favor. So interesting numbers there, Brian.
All right, Tamron Hall is actually on the ice like a New York Ranger out there. That's really brave of you. Tamron, thanks. We'll talk to you later. Andrea Mitchell covering the Senate races. Andrea, we want to bore in on one of them we're watching, Connecticut Senate. And if you live anywhere near the New York tri-state area, you know way more about this race than you ever wished to or thought you would. Chris Murphy versus Linda McMahon. We have it too early to call. That is Linda McMahon, as in Vince McMahon of wrestling fame. Chris Murphy's more of a steeped in Connecticut type. He went to Exeter, Williams College, is a law school graduate. Linda McMahon has been spending heavily and notably since the storm, a lot of the really negative advertising she has purchased in the tri-state area for those with power who could see television in the last few days has continued. So people have really kind of had it with this Connecticut Senate race.
And they've kind of had it with this whole wrestling match, if you will. She is the founder, co-founder, and former CEO of World Wrestling. And she spent $50 million, Brian, of her own money 2 years ago trying to get that Senate seat. And to date, $41 million this cycle. So this could be a two-cycle record of personal spending. And she is now trying to align herself with President Obama because of his popularity in Connecticut and put out door hangers saying, if you voted for Obama, vote for Linda McMahon. So this is one we're really watching, and it is Congressman Chris Murphy up against this huge amount of money by the Republican candidate.
All of it, we should point out, for the retired Joe Lieberman, whose party affiliation has been something of a moving target over the past several years. Not even his constituents always knew for sure. Tom Brokaw, the question of the hour, question of the night, really is, we use that expression, change elections. Is that what we're looking at here, or after all of this spending and arguing and fussing and fighting, are we talking about a status quo election?
Well, we could come back to the status quo, but take a look at what the American people want. In 2008, 55% said they wanted major changes. This year, 62% said they wanted major changes. But at the same time, the president's approval rating has been improving. The people who we've been talking to say that they do think the country is beginning to go in the right direction, right track, wrong track. So there are of many minds. My own very strong impression is, as I go around the country, when they say they want major changes, they really want the two parties to work together. You were just talking with Governor Walker of Wisconsin, who not only got elected, but he beat back an attempt to reverse his early moves in the state of Wisconsin, primarily those that were initiated by the labor movement and came from the left. And yet there is the possibility tonight that President Obama will continue the Democratic tradition of carrying that state in the presidential race. So there is a lot of restlessness, but it really comes back down to the people are saying to the two parties, find a way to get together. We're tired of all of this feuding. That's a lot of the major change that we want to see whoever gets elected, Brian.
Tom Brokaw, thanks. David Gregory there. Tom's right. We've talked about it ad nauseum. There is a yearning. We talked about the Chris Christie example. Rush Limbaugh took a shot at him because Christie complimented the president on his leadership during the storm.
You know, when I fly around the country, I'll be sitting next to somebody and they'll say, well, you know, I want to talk politics for just a minute, and say, do they get it? Do they get how angry we are that nothing's getting done? And that's a huge backdrop to this, as Tom says. And, you know, I bring up the fiscal cliff again because this is the immediate task of the next president to solve. And if we don't solve it, you're talking about a real impact. You have business leaders saying you could have another recession if it's not solved. And I don't see where the break comes from. Maybe we get that tonight with this election.
Savannah, if only in terms of self-preservation would they do it.
You'd think, but on the other hand, we see moderate senators going down to defeat, moderate Congress people going down to defeat, so the American people also have to take some responsibility for the people they're bringing into office.
There is that in a Democratic government. Our coverage continues right after this.
NBC News coverage of Decision 2012, brought to you by Windows 8.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage here on NBC of Decision 2012. I'm Craig Melvin. At this hour, just over half of the 50 states have closed their polling places, including 17 states which closed at 8 o'clock Eastern. There you have it. Florida with 50% of the vote in. Still too close to call. Just 9,000, just over 9,000 votes separating the governor and the president. In Pennsylvania, it is too early to call. It's 20 electoral votes up for grabs there in Pennsylvania. In New Hampshire, 4% of the vote in, too close to call there. Just 9,500 votes separating Governor Romney and President Obama. In Illinois, we can call it, though. The president, no surprise, winning his home state and its 20 electoral votes. He is the projected winner there in Massachusetts, where Governor Romney served. President Obama, the projected winner there. He will get that state's electoral votes. And in New Jersey, hit so hard by Hurricane Sandy just a week ago, too early to call in New Jersey. 1% of the vote is in. At this point, Governor Romney leading in New Jersey. So this is where it stands right now with your electoral votes. There you have it. The states that President Obama has won: Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Vermont. The president has 64 electoral votes. Meanwhile, Governor Romney, right now, Governor Romney has 82 electoral votes. There are the states that the governor has won so far. Running the Deep South, running the table in the Deep South, no surprise there. Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, Georgia, so on and so forth. So far, everything stacking up pretty much how we thought it would in the presidential race. With the president in Chicago, NBC News White House correspondent Kristen Welker, who is standing by. Kristen, what did the president do today?
Oh, well, Craig, the president made every minute count during this final day that the polls were open. He stopped by one of his campaign offices here in Chicago, underscored the importance of voter turnout. The Obama campaign believes that this race is really going to be determined by voter turnout. They believe that they have to get some of their core constituents out in big numbers, including African Americans, Latinos, women, and of course young voters. He also did a number of interviews interviews with stations in some of those key battleground states. A big focus on Ohio. That is, of course, the cornerstone of the president's Midwest firewall. In fact, Vice President Biden made a last-minute campaign stop in Ohio a little bit earlier on this evening as well. And then he came here to Chicago, where he will watch election night returns with the president. There's a little bit of tradition wrapped in with this day, Craig. President Obama playing a game of basketball. I'm told he does that every election day. It is tradition. He plays that game with some of his closest friends and advisors, and I'm told he won. His team won tonight by 20 points, so the president has that to celebrate. Yeah, but the president is eating dinner with his family this evening, and then at some point he's going to join up with the rest of his team, and they're going to watch the returns come in. Craig, I can tell you that the Obama campaign advisors are feeling confident. They feel as though their get-out-the-vote effort is strong. They have urged their supporters to be patient, though, while they watch these returns come in. Craig.
Kristen Walker with the president in Chicago. Kristen, thank you so much. Do appreciate you. American University government professor Jennifer Lawless joining me now. Jennifer, there has been a great deal of talk about early voting, especially in places like Florida, especially in places like Kristen just mentioned there, Ohio. What can we glean from early voting so far?
Well, we know overall that the Democrats had somewhat of an advantage nationally in terms of early voting. But at the end of the day, it's the total number of ballots that are cast that count. And if the Republicans are able to compensate for the early voting today, then it doesn't really matter that much. Now, obviously, both campaigns want to have as many votes in the bag as they can going into today. And in most states, the Democrats have an advantage.
Well, the economy may be first on just about everyone's mind as they voted today. You said it may be the next most important issue for voters that decides the election.
It's right, because the economy matters the most almost to everybody. So that second best issue tends to matter a lot when we're talking about a small group of people. And that second most important issue varies based on demographics.
If Governor Romney has not, if he hasn't been able to make the argument, and based on the polling data that we've seen, it's been very difficult for him to make the argument that he's the guy to fix the economy, what then was his campaign's chief argument?
Look, the chief argument was about the economy and that if people don't think they're better off now than they were 4 years ago, that they should vote for Romney. If he fails to deliver that message, Barack Obama will be sent back to the White House.
All right. Jennifer Lawless, American University government professor. Jennifer, thank you so much. When we come back next time, we should have a lot more results to talk to you about, more poll closings in the next half hour. We, of course, continue to watch Florida. We continue to watch Ohio. As you probably know, no Republican has ever won the White House without winning the Buckeye State. We are also watching Virginia. We're watching to see what happens in the Commonwealth. Again, the margin 4 years ago, 53-46. It mirrored the national margin for President Obama. We're looking to see what happens in the Commonwealth as well, along with that big Senate race. We've got a whole lot to get to. Stay with us for our continuing coverage of Decision 2012. We will be back in just a moment.
We are back 8:30 hour here in the East Coast, and we have only one poll closing for the 8:30 half hour. That is the state of Arkansas, and we are ready to call it. Another hold for the Republicans. Mitt Romney, the projected winner. We add that to the map here at 30 Rockefeller Plaza. And we see, if you've been noticing, the kind of predictable pattern these last few election cycles, where the various veins of red and blue are, how the various parties try to stitch together an election. Arkansas is going out on the ice. Our ice team Zebra, the very careful state handlers. This is an elaborate process. They lay the state down. They squeegee it, and then these guys come and spray it down with water, to the thrill of the crowds assembled around the perimeter of the rink. Let's look at the battleground states. Here's the story right now, is that we have these battleground states where the polls have closed, where if you're worried about the trajectory of Mitt Romney on election night, you're starting to worry they're not called, starting with the Commonwealth of Virginia, with 1/4 of the raw vote in, 13 electorals at stake, 15 at stake in North Carolina. Remember, this was blue last time, black and blue from being fought over this time. The big one tonight, Ohio, has been closed for some time. 20% of the vote in. As we've been saying with Chuck Todd, though, this is going to be ground combat, hand-to-hand. Pick your phrase. Florida, the first major closing we had tonight, Romney forces were hoping for an early call in this battleground state. Absolutely crucial. As David Gregory just pointed out, of course, if Obama gets a pickup there, he doesn't need some of the remaining pieces of his firewall. And New Hampshire, those 4 precious electoral votes with just 5% of the vote in, too close to call. Pennsylvania, Savannah's favorite tonight, the one she's watching, too early to call. We have a Senate call, and it appears we just talked about this race in the last segment, that all of Linda McMahon's spending was not enough. Chris Murphy, the Democrat, is your projected winner in the Nutmeg State. Andrea Mitchell, as we just said, what a race this has been.
This is extraordinary because she has spent, as we were saying, so much money, close to $100 million in 2 cycles trying to become a senator. And presumably this will have taught her a lesson about the kind of money that she spent. But Chris Murphy going to the Senate, this is the Joe Lieberman seat. And as you pointed out, hard to tell whether he was an independent or a Democrat, but he did count with them for caucusing. So this is not a direct pickup.
Okay. Andrea, thanks. Let's go to Chuck Todd. Chuck, what do you like right now?
Well, I just wanted to go to our what if map for you because I saw what you were doing and all of these too close to call states, as you just pointed out. Boy, let me just show you. David told you the power of Florida. Based on some things that we think could go the president's way, if everything goes, you see, that would do it. And he wouldn't need any of these other swing states here. Wouldn't need Ohio, wouldn't need Iowa, Wisconsin, New Hampshire, Colorado, Virginia. That's how powerful the state of Florida is as an electoral battleground there. But let's keep that. Let's put that back in our unassigned if that was the case. And we have all those other projections. If you put Virginia there, well, then suddenly it only takes an Ohio to put them over at this point. That if you had those 2 combinations that somehow came in, you would have it pretty quickly, and you would see a change in mood very fast, if you will, in Boston. So that's why, as you pointed out very well, Brian, there is sort of pins and needles in Boston because these states haven't been called. And when you look at Virginia, by the way, the raw vote that's in, I know a lot of people are probably wondering why, Romney's got this big lead. What's in? Well, let me just show you what is in and what isn't in. For instance, a lot of this is coming from the rural areas. I told you earlier about Fairfax County. Fairfax County, a place where Barack Obama got over 100,000 votes on. We've only got basically 2 precincts, if at all, reporting out of Fairfax. So that's why we are a long way away from projecting Virginia, but also why it's very possible you could see the president pick up a lot of ground once Northern Virginia starts reporting in there, Brian.
And Chuck, you touched on this earlier. Northern Virginia has changed so much. People in Fauquier County would never be considered Washington commuters decades ago. Yeah. And now that whole region really is part of the bowl of D.C.
Well, the big joke, this, Brian, when you were a resident down there, the welcome sign to Virginia, the Welcome Center in Virginia, when you go on old I-66, you got to go to Manassas. That's 35 miles of Virginia. The rest of old Virginia, if you will, they didn't bother with Northern Virginia getting the Welcome Center. It's in Manassas, but the dirty little secret about Manassas is that's a county, Prince William County, that's a county that President Obama carried 4 years ago. Yeah, so right. Northern Virginia basically is growing into a mega state that may make it very hard for Democrats to overcome in these for Republicans to overcome this advantage in Northern Virginia. Going forward they're going to have to do something to change the math there if this is what happens to the state of Virginia.
All right, we love geeking out with Chuck Todd. Chuck, thanks. Right. And over to Lester Holt. Lester is looking at both the gubernatorial races and any irregularities at the polls. And Lester, we're counting on you all night. I know you're working with Pete Williams and his team in Washington. You have an item out of Virginia, correct?
The item is what's still going on there, and that is that people are still voting. Polls close at 7 o'clock. That's over an hour and a half ago. There were long lines, we're told, statewide from Northern Virginia to the south to the coast. People in line at 7 o'clock who rightfully are still being allowed to vote. At one point, there was some confusion even as to whether to release the results. The state decided to hold off, but it appears some of the counties were independently releasing votes. So the state is continuing to release that information. An official says it's been an error-free day there. He says the biggest issue has been long lines and, quote, we love lines. That's the word from Virginia. They're still voting, Brian.
All right, Lester, please stay on it for us. Thanks. We're joined by Republican Senator Kelly Ayotte of New Hampshire. And Senator, I guess the first question at this hour, what are you hearing from home base, the Romney campaign?
What I'm hearing is, for example, I've been focusing on New Hampshire. Great turnout in New Hampshire. Many Republican areas, Londonderry, Derry, Merrimack, Bedford. We're seeing a great turnout. Last night, a great rally in New Hampshire. So that's where my focus has been, Brian, and I think it's a really close race here.
And you have the possibility up there of joining, I guess it's Washington State, and having all female elected representatives.
That is a possibility tonight, Brian, and we'll see what happens at the end of the night. I think there'll be some very close races here, but, you know, we've always had a tradition of a lot of women running for office in New Hampshire, and, you know, we're the only delegation on the Senate end that's bipartisan women representing the Senate. It's the first time in the history of our country here in New Hampshire.
Senator, if Mitt Romney is victorious tonight, becomes the 45th president of the United States, what kind of a Republican Party would you like going forward?
I certainly would like a Republican Party that's focused on getting our fiscal house in order, really addressing the debt, and then creating the best climate for job creation in the world here in America. And I think those are the priorities of Governor Romney and Paul Ryan. That's why I got in very early, even in the New Hampshire primary, Brian, for Governor Romney, because I knew that would be his priority, and I think he has the right skill set to make that happen for our country.
Do you think your 4 electoral votes are among the most expensive and fought over in all of the country?
I do. New Hampshire is very important tonight, just as we are in the First in the Nation primary. Voters here take very seriously their civic responsibility, so I know they're looking close. They look closely at both of the candidates. And so, yes, a lot of money has been spent in New Hampshire, and New Hampshire appreciates all the time that the candidates, both candidates, spent here.
Senator Kelly Ayotte, thank you very much for being with us tonight from
Thanks, Brian.
New Hampshire, where, again, a bunch of states are going through a long night. David Gregory, I keep saying we're not being coy. We're not in receipt of any information that we're trying to hint about. All we're saying is, if you're in the Romney organization, you would probably like some of these battlegrounds to have closed by now or very soon.
Right. We're just watching this raw vote come in, and we understand in these states, as Chuck has been explaining, as that comes in, you know, the percentages change. We don't know the outcome. But I look at the white down there on the rink, and I look at Florida, I look at North Carolina, I look at Virginia. If Mitt Romney's going to have a big night, he wants that to get filled in red sooner rather than later. The tighter it is, the more opportunity for the president to eke it out, and it just means that the role for Romney is to play offense. It means he's not playing that enough. So we'll see.
Savannah.
I'm just thinking about the swing states and what different election those voters there had. I mean, when you live in a state that is not a swing state, you really don't have the experience that they had if you live in Ohio, Virginia, Florida. They are under a barrage of ads from each side, also from the independent groups who have flooded the airwaves. I have a figure here that in the swing states, 71% of voters that they had personally been contacted by one of the campaigns. And this actually speaks to one of the things that the president's campaign talks a lot about, their ground game. They have supreme confidence in their ground game. I mean, they say things like it's the best ground game that American politics has ever seen. And so they are counting on the fact that they've been able to turn out those voters in huge numbers, and that will make up with any deficit they may have with independent voters.
The luckiest people this election cycle may be the owners of local television stations in battleground states because of the money being spent. There was a trade journal in our business talking about all the new weather centers and Doppler radar and reporters getting hired because it's been very good for the local television business after all these ads. Let's take a look at the travels of the Romney campaign. We've put this this together. Just the last 72 hours. The other night we said, you look at these, and it looks like the hub and spoke map for a regional airline in your seat back pocket. If you can follow those red arrows, of course, it's all the states we've been talking about. Yesterday's New York Times pointed out how the business of campaigning has changed, how if you lived in North Dakota, you could conceivably see a presidential candidate years ago. Not anymore. Here's the president's travels in the last 72 hours. And look at all the stops they touch. We wanted to let you know, by the way, the staff, the Obama staff watching returns at the Fairmont Hotel. Their victory celebration is going to be at McCormick Place tonight. Malia and Sasha Obama, the first daughters, flew to Chicago with their grandmother tonight. First families having dinner together at their home in Hyde Park. They don't get to see home very often, since home is the residential floor of the White House. First Lady's brother and the president's sister join them for dinner tonight. They'll all join the staff later at the Fairmont Hotel. The Romneys are watching returns from their hotel suite near the Boston Convention Center, and their victory celebration is, they hope, that's what they're calling it, at the Boston Convention Center. All 5 sons, all the grandkids. There are going to be a slew of Romneys there, win or lose. 30 Romneys are promised in that room. We're going to take a break. We have some crucial closings, and we're waiting on some critical battleground states when our coverage continues. Look at this magnificent shot of the Channel Garden and our plaza, the rink transformed into the electoral map. 30 Rockefeller Plaza transformed into Democracy Plaza, ringed with American flags for election night. Please remember, and it's incumbent upon us to not let anyone forget, that across this region of the country tonight, people are sleeping in the cold and in the dark. People are sleeping outdoors. They're using space heaters. They're in shelters. They're staying with neighbors. All the low-lying areas decimated along the New York shore, along the New Jersey shore, where, adding insult to injury, tonight on election night, folks are being evacuated because of tomorrow's approaching storm. So that has given us somewhat of a Sandy factor for this election. The president was thrust into action. FEMA has been certainly activated and is on the ground in this region. The question to Tamron Hall, I know this came up in our exit polling, and are we going to look back at a definitive Sandy factor in this election?
Well, we have some interesting numbers. Obviously, Sandy is something none of us wanted to see happen to those people, as you pointed out, Brian, who are right now still struggling. But we asked voters how they felt about President Obama's response to that storm. And let's take a look at what they told us. In total, more than 4 in 10 voters nationwide told NBC News President Obama's handling of the hurricane was an important factor in their vote today. 15% said it was the most important. Let's take a look at those voters and really what they said as well about President Obama's response. 70% of those who felt that it was the most important, well, they chose to re-elect President Obama tonight. So even though the storm hit just a few states really hard, and we know that, a pretty good number of those people said the president's response to it mattered to them today. And you got to wonder, Brian, was it the president's response coupled with seeing the image of the president with the Republican governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, that affected this number today?
That's right. With this yearning for bipartisan, would someone please get along in our politics? Tamron Hall with assistance from Prometheus behind her just off the rink. Tamron, thanks. Let's go to Virginia, where obviously a battleground state. It closed early on, and the voting is still open. Tom Costello's in Richmond. And Tom, the problem seems to be just volume, people exercising their right to vote.
Yeah, that's right. The State Board of Elections tells us that they have seen really no problems during the day. It's been rather error-free, but they have had big turnout. Now, here's what's interesting. I talked to the Democrats here, and they said, we are seeing great turnout in the counties and the precincts that matter to us. I talked to the Republicans. We're seeing great turnout in the counties and precincts that matter to us. And now the state says we've seen huge turnout across the state, from Northern Virginia to the South as well. But what's critical here is how Northern Virginia votes. Those counties right outside of D.C., Prince William County, Loudoun County, Fairfax County, Arlington County, and then you come in towards Richmond and also out on the coast, and you've got Virginia Beach and Norfolk. Those counties generally went for President Obama 4 years ago. So will they continue to go for President Obama this year? If he sees some erosion in support, is it going to be too much that this traditionally red state goes back to the Republicans and Governor Romney? It is going to be a close call here, but funny enough, both the Democrats and the Republicans were feeling pretty good about it because of the turnout.
All right, Tom Costello in Richmond. Let's go to Chuck Todd. Chuck, let's try to walk up to the line of deciphering some of this. What does big turnout in Virginia mean? What does it mean that Florida's hanging out there undecided? What does it mean that we've got North Carolina in the wings?
Well, I'll tell you this. In North Carolina, one of the counties I'm watching there, Wake County, it was a big swing county, Bush 04, Obama 08. Romney is leading in that county. That could be a leading indicator there that North Carolina, but the fact is it's tight, and it shows you that it's there. But one thing I want to jump out at me that jumps out at me in Florida, I've been looking at these county returns very closely, and I'm obsessed here a little bit watching Orange County. Orange County, Brian, in 2000 was a quintessential swing county in the I-4 corridor. I want to show you what the margin of victory here was for Gore in Orange County. It was 6,000 votes in Orange County. 6,000 votes, total vote here, 200, it looks like 274,000. Now I want to show you Orange County right now as it's been coming in for Obama and Romney. And the president has a nearly 60,000 vote margin. And as you can see, this is only about probably 2/3 of the vote is in Orange County. He could get that margin up to 100,000. This is that Puerto Rican vote I've been telling you about that is something that has just taken the Republicans by storm. Orange County was Mel Martinez was a Republican, got elected countywide there. I don't know if a Republican can get elected in Orange County anymore.
All right, Chuck Todd, drilling down into the numbers in Florida, one of the states that hanging out there that we are waiting for. Let me preview 9 o'clock poll closings, please. At 9 o'clock, we learn Arizona. Notably, at 9 o'clock, we get a closing in Colorado, where prior to today's voting day, 70–80% of the vote, advance vote, has been in. Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North and South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Sooner or later, before you know it, we're going to get some real results here. Our coverage continues after this.
Welcome back to our continuing NBC News coverage of Decision 2012. I'm Craig Melvin. We have had one more poll closing in the last half hour. In Arkansas, we can go ahead and project, NBC News projecting Mitt Romney as the winner of Arkansas. He will get that state's 6 electoral votes. Updating you now on other states around the country. Virginia, still too close to call. 36% of the vote in the Commonwealth, about 129,000 votes separating the two. North Carolina also too close to call, with 60% of the votes in, still too close to call. From North Carolina, we go to another state, another key state in this race, perhaps the biggest of the battlegrounds, Ohio, too close to call. About a quarter of the vote in. President Obama enjoying about a 197,000 vote lead there. Florida also too close to call, the Sunshine State, and it's 29 electoral votes at this point, with 63% of the vote in. We can't call it yet in Florida. Also can't call it in Pennsylvania. Too early to call in the Keystone State. 52%, 47% not right now. President Obama leading, but still too early to call. In New Hampshire, it is too close to call. President Obama and Mitt Romney there, too close to call. in New Hampshire, and in New Jersey. Storm-ravaged New Jersey. It is still too early to call, although President Obama is enjoying a substantial lead there, but just 1% of the vote there in the Garden State. So here's where we stand right now with our electoral votes at this hour. Governor Romney, 88 electoral votes. President Obama, 64 electoral votes. Of course, the magic number, 270, the road to 270. A very long one still. Just shy of 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. We just mentioned New Jersey, even as the residents of New Jersey are still trying to recover from the devastation left behind after Hurricane Sandy. They also headed to the polls today. New Jersey is also where we find NBC News correspondent Ron Allen tonight. Got to be a tough time, I would imagine, Ron, for lots of these folks trying to even get to their polling places, much less find the time or energy.
Yeah, even think about voting, Craig. It's cold here. There are still hundreds of thousands of people in the New York, New Jersey area who don't have power. They have a lot of things that they're trying to do. But we met so many people today who said they were still determined to get out there and exercise their vote and make their voice heard in this process. Now, here in New Jersey, they're going to have quite an ordeal trying to count the votes because they really changed the process this time around. In the weekend leading up to the election, they let people vote in county clerk's offices around the state. They tried to make it easier so people could vote. They also had email voting, fax voting here, which created a lot of complications. But the bottom line is that there was a determination to make voting easy, to make the system accessible to people. Now they have paper ballots to count, they have provisional ballots to count. People are allowed to vote in whatever district they wanted if they were registered. So there's a lot of moving parts here. And while New Jersey may not play a role in deciding who the next president of the United States is, there are big questions down the ballot. There's a Senate race here. There are congressional races here. There are statewide elections, of course, and there are local elections. And if things turn out to be very close in any of those contests, there could be some challenges because of the unusual procedures that they've been using here in the face of just this unspeakable, unthinkable tragedy that hit this state. Craig?
Ron Allen from New Jersey for us tonight. Ron, thanks. Joining us now, Trevor Potter, election law expert, former chairman of the Federal Elections Commission as well. Mr. Potter, the residents of New Jersey going to get some extra time to vote this week, as we just heard from Ron. This seems unprecedented, is it not?
It is unprecedented. There's been a federal law in place now for about 150 years that requires that voting occur on the same day in the United States. And so, as far as we know, this will be the first time that people have been voting after Election Day. It only applies to those people who were displaced in New Jersey from their houses and have already applied by 5 o'clock today for ballots which they can fill in and send back by email or fax.
Does this in any way jeopardize having New Jersey's electoral votes counted in time?
That's a good question. I think the answer is no, and the reason for that is that the votes that come in after Election Day will be separated out. There'll be provisional ballots, and the state will be able to separate those out from everything else. And presumably they will count all the regular ballots and the absentees and so forth. Then they'll count these others separately. And if there's any question, what they'll say is we'll go with the first count and just exclude these later provisionals, maybe use them only for state and local elections, but not for the presidential, which would affect the electoral votes.
Former chairman of the Federal Elections Commission, Trevor Potter. Trevor, before I let you go, in one word, characterize what you're seeing out there tonight with regards to voter irregularities. Just one word.
It's confusing. We're seeing some irregularities, but I think there's no sign that it is so far affecting the outcome of the election.
We will have to leave it there. Trevor Potter, thank you so much for joining us. In the next hour, folks, in the next hour, 14 states will close their polls worth more than 150 electoral votes. Stay with us for NBC News.
Decision 2012 Election Night continues. Here's Brian Williams.
Now, on a cold night in New York City, where the polls have just closed, by the way, here the crowd is truly pushing into 30 Rockefeller Plaza as we get closer to the business end of this evening. We've just had, as I said, a number of poll closings. We have a fresh list. We'll walk you through it right now. These were just handed to us. Colorado, critical state out west, too close to call. Minnesota, too early to call. Note the distinction. Wisconsin, too early to call. Obama leads. Obama leads Wisconsin, though officially too early to call. A hold here for the Republicans. Big state of Texas, a lot of electoral votes. Mitt Romney, as expected. In New York, President Obama, as expected. In the state of Michigan, President Obama. In Louisiana, Romney, stitching together the red Republican South. Through the Midwest, in Kansas, Romney. New Mexico, President Obama. In Nebraska, Mitt Romney. North and South Dakota, paint them red for Mitt Romney. Wyoming, Mitt Romney. Arizona, where the polls just closed, too early to call. 11 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the new. As of 9 o'clock in the east, 6 on the west coast. The new electoral map. The red for the Republican Party now runs border to border, north to south. And you see the familiar blue of the Democrats, what familiar from the last election cycle. Let's look at some of these Senate races and how the balance stands right now, because we've had some results in the closely watched Stabenow, for example, in Michigan, the projected winner, the incumbent, going back. In Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar is going back to the Senate, as is Kristen Gillibrand here in New York. Hardly had to break a sweat in her re-election campaign. Interesting guy, Ted Cruz in Texas, running with Tea Party support. Princeton undergrad, Harvard Law. Barrasso going back to the Senate, Republican incumbent from Wyoming. And in Nebraska, a very interesting Senate race there. We have it as too early to call. Bob Kerrey, the former senator, Medal of Honor recipient, former head of the New School, running against Deb Fischer. To Chuck Todd we go. Chuck, whole slew of numbers there, and we have a lot of battlegrounds hanging out there with no result.
We do, but, you know, the Michigan call, the fact that was a poll close call, that tells you a little bit something. You know, had that been, again, what Mitt Romney's campaign had been pushing, is that their national momentum would naturally make states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, perhaps Minnesota closer, and at least we wouldn't be able to call them right away. So the Michigan call, a little bit of a clue here. But look, we're talking about, this is so far not exactly the way, the night that I think that Romney would hope for. None of these have been called yet, but there is good news for him in the state of North Carolina, a state that the president carried, but we're not close to calling it yet. He's got a very narrow lead. But if you dig into the numbers and you look at the most important county, which is Wake County there, right there, the largest county that was Bush 04, Obama 08, as you can see here, Mitt Romney with a narrow lead, and it's a huge improvement from 4 years ago for the Republican there. This was a county that the president carried by big margins, and it's a swing county. So that gives you a sense that in North Carolina why things, of all the states, was all the battleground states, the assumption was there. But I keep coming back to Florida. We knew Virginia, Brian, was going to be a right with where the national vote is. And our national exit poll, our pollsters, Bill McIntyre and Peter Hart, are looking at it, and it looks a lot like our last NBC Wall Street Journal poll. Looks like it could be a 1-point popular vote lead there in either direction. So having Virginia that close isn't a surprise. But the fact that Florida is this close, I can tell you there's a lot of Republicans. Look how much of the vote is in there, 72% of the vote. The president's lead is holding on. He's getting those big numbers. I told you earlier about how well he's doing in the I-4 corridor, in particular Orlando. He's doing very well. But see here, blue, this was the other part of Florida. I was telling you about Hillsborough and Pinellas. These are very important swing counties. Bush 04, Obama 08. If they're staying blue, we're at 72%. We're not saying all the votes counted in there, but that's a good sign for the president. A lot of blue in that I-4 corridor. Not a good sign for Mitt Romney right now.
Hey, Chuck, as I show people the outside of our building, can you call up Ohio and pick one or two counties you like looking at and tell us?
You got it. I'd love to. The problem in Ohio is we still got a lot of vote that hasn't come in Ohio there, and I can tell you that that's been a concern. I looked at the county map. We don't have a lot of county returns. I can tell you that John Yang did some, went into Hamilton. He's in Hamilton County, and I've been telling you, Hamilton County, that Bush 04 county, Obama 08. In the early vote, the president led 52 in the early vote. That was John Yang. He went directly and got those results from the county there, just among the early vote. We're still piecing it together here in our boiler room, but that's potentially a good sign for the president. They hit numbers that some Republicans didn't expect the Democrats to hit again in Hamilton County there, Brian.
All right. Chuck Todd, thanks. We're going to check in real quick with Kristen Welker and Peter Alexander. They are in the respective crowds in what both campaigns are calling their victory celebrations tonight, because campaigns are nothing but wishful thinkers. Kristen, you first. What's the mood there? Then we'll go over to Peter in Boston.
Well, a lot of shouting going on here at McCormick Place. I'm on the floor right now, Brian. I'm just going to give you a little scene setter and let you look at the crowd. They started to gather here about an hour ago. They have been cheering and shouting. As many as 10,000 people could arrive here before the night's over. Brian, take a look at the stage. This is where President Obama will speak a little bit later on this evening, win or lose. His advisors tell me that the president will be prepared and will have an appropriate response. He's been deeply engaged with the writing of his speeches. But the crowd here energized, watching the returns. Every time President Obama carries a state, they cheer. They are anxious to learn the results, though, Brian.
Kristen, forgive the interruption. The Garden State is on the board despite a struggle to vote for folks along the coastline. We have two results just in from New Jersey for President Barack Obama. That's a Democratic hold. And in the Senate race that pitted the incumbent Menendez against the challenger, Joe Kyrillos, a son of Middletown, New Jersey, the son of a Greek physician, a proud local Greek family. Kyrillos has been turned away. Menendez will be returning to the U.S. Senate, though Kyrillos, a close friend of Governor Christie, will return to play a role, no doubt, in statewide politics. There is the electoral vote. David Gregory, you've been sitting here. You've been taking it all in. You've been talking to some folks. What do you got?
Well, a couple of things I think it's worth underlining. The Midwestern firewall for the president. It's Ohio, it's Iowa, Wisconsin. We've been tracking Ohio. Chuck talked about it. He's leading in Wisconsin. If he plays good defense in the Midwest, he gets a second term. There's also the Latino vote. 16% in Florida. That could be a big story here. Colorado as well, such a large percentage. And tonight, Mike Huckabee, a former governor, of course, saying on another network, quote, "I think Republicans have done a pathetic job of reaching out to people of color." Romney's made similar comments along the way. The president has said recently, if he gets a second term, in his words, it will be because he thinks the Republican Party did a dismal job with Latinos, the fastest growing voting bloc in the country.
And Savannah, whoever wins this, the problems for the losing party are laid out in pretty great detail and great relief.
No question about it. And picking up on the point that David's making, the Latino vote is potentially decisive in a lot of states. You look at a state like Nevada, where the president is leading. I think on our Battleground map, we have it as a lean Obama state. Nevada is basically a basket case of the country in terms of the economy, one of the highest unemployment rates, one of the highest foreclosure rates in the country. How do you explain that the president is holding on? A couple of reasons. One, Harry Reid has quite the machine in Nevada, but also because of this issue of the Latino vote. And I think whatever happens, whatever the outcome is tonight, the Republican Party already has and probably will be a portion of the electorate.
It was telling that 2 weeks ago the president added a campaign event 2 o'clock in the morning morning Eastern Time in the employee cafeteria of the Bellagio, not to meet the folks on the casino floor, but to thank the Food and Beverage Restaurant Workers Union for their support. Hugely important politically out there in Nevada. Tom Brokaw has been listening to this and wants in. Tom?
Well, I've been following this whole Latino voter development for a long, long time. A lot of very senior Republicans have been grinding their teeth and slapping their heads saying, how can we miss this? Just this past week, Governor Haley Barbour of Mississippi said, you know, we think we're going to do well with Latino voters. They're Catholic, they're family-oriented, they're hardworking. But in fact, it's the whole debate over immigration that makes it so hard for the Republicans to get back into the Latino vote again. And a lot of the Latino voters, obviously, are at the lower end of the socioeconomic class. And so in states like Colorado and Arizona, and now increasingly across the country, Brian, as we're all aware in New York and Connecticut and even in Iowa and the food processing plants, there's an expanding Latino population. It's the fastest growing voter base in America. And the Republican Party, at its peril, if they don't begin to connect to them, will be on a losing end for some time. And there are a lot of people who are aware of that.
That message may be driven home later this evening. Tom, we have a call, Pennsylvania Senate. One of the ones we have been waiting on, Bob Casey, has been seeking a second term. Here is your current Senate balance. And right now, real quick, Andrea Mitchell tracking Senate and House. Andrea, what's the House snapshot like right now?
Well, the House snapshot, very likely both sides concede that it is going to remain Republican, but you've been talking about a House that is 290 to 140. It's been a strong Republican majority and very, very conservative, and just judging by the number of Tea Party supported Republicans who have won their primaries and are not challenged very seriously, this is going to be a more partisan House.
All right. That's kind of hard to believe. Let's go back to Peter Alexander, who is at Romney headquarters in Boston. This is when spinners start to infiltrate the crowd. They know where the press bullpen is, Peter. They know who you are. You've been covering this campaign. Longer night than they expected, some of these battlegrounds. What are they telling you?
Well, they're telling me they expect this night's going to go on for quite a while now, Brian. Let's give you a tour if we can, if you'll indulge me. Walk with me through some of the crowd here that's listening to some of the returns as they come in. We'll give you a sense of where the governor is hoping he'll be giving his victory speech tonight. Aides say that he is at peace right now, that he feels very confident. As you look at this, a much more modest setup than the governor mocked from the DNC convention in 2008 with those Greek columns. That's been a typical part of Governor Romney's stump speech throughout the course of this campaign, having traveled with him since last December. And if we pan the camera this direction, you can see all the lights in the background from the press from around the world right now. They are cheering as they hear returns coming in, early returns from states like Colorado, Florida, and of course Virginia, places this group knows it has to do well. The governor's spending this evening with his family. You know, Brian, he has 18 grandchildren. We're told 16 of them are there, as well as 5 of his sons and their five wives between them, as well as his wife Ann, enjoying a little food together today. And for a candidate that's not much of a sports fan, a lot of talk about football, saying he's going to leave nothing on the field.
Brian. As we said, win or lose, we're going to have a slew of Romneys on that stage, as we did at the convention. Peter Alexander, thanks. We have a board to show you. Look at this raw vote. This updates live as we watch. This is Florida, which we appropriately have labeled too close to call. We got almost 80% in now. 9:13, 9:14 p.m. Eastern Time. 193 votes, David Gregory?
Well, it's close, and that's why I think some of Chuck's analysis here on these bellwether counties will be so important as this vote continues to roll in. What does it tell us about how some of that vote will break later on? Again, we have to underscore the point here at 9:14 in the East that Mitt Romney at this point wanted Florida to be in the bag. He wanted it red on the ice back there, and so he could move on to new battlegrounds.
That's right. We're going to take a break and continue our coverage after this as we still await some critical battleground states. We're back and we have another call. If you don't think this was a big state, ask the Romney campaign why they added an event in the final hours of the campaign in Pittsburgh. Pennsylvania has been held by President Obama and the Democrats with its 20 electoral votes, really the first of the big powerhouse states. We have been able to call your projected winner. There you have the raw vote. Let's go into Chuck Todd with how this changes the math.
Well, I'll tell you, it changes the math big because, you know, as we told you, now there is no backup plan for Mitt Romney if he can't carry the state of Ohio. That's the problem here. If he doesn't carry Ohio, he suddenly would potentially run out. I can just do our quick slider here for you a minute. If somehow the president who is leading in Ohio right now gets Ohio, the path for Mitt Romney gets very shaky because look what you already did. You said Wisconsin here. I mean, it would put a lot of pressure on him to be able to carry Wisconsin. Florida, frankly, too close to call, but he has to sweep all of these. Pennsylvania was the Ohio backup plan. So as you can see, if all of this went Mitt Romney's way, and again, New Hampshire's too close to call, Virginia's too close to call, Florida's too close to call. The raw vote obviously has the president leading in Ohio. We've characterized Wisconsin as the president leading there. That would be enough all by itself. So no backup plan, if you will, for the president, for Mitt Romney there. And that goes, look at this map, Brian. We talk about the blue and the red. I think the most important thing is the gray. And it's these southern gray states.
Yep. Florida.
It hasn't been called. That's right. Florida, Virginia,
North Carolina. Virginia. Okay, Chuck, thank you. We have a major surrogate for the president, and that's Mayor Villagrosa of Los Angeles, who is in Chicago. Mayor, they tell me you were not on camera at the moment, but they told me you had a big reaction to the word of Pennsylvania. Tell me the view from there.
Well, I did have a big reaction because, as Chuck said, it was the Romney backup plan, and that plan is beginning to evaporate as we speak. The fact that we're doing this well in North Carolina and Virginia, states that they've been talking about for weeks as Romney states, that we're, 193 votes apart in Florida, I think is an indication that people want 4 more years. They want a path forward that focuses on the deficit, but they'll also invest in people, that make sure that we're investing in education, R&D, and things like that.
Mr. Mayor, when you hear this talk about Republicans looking in the rearview mirror, the Haley Barbour and the like saying, this was out there for us, we could have done a better job doing Hispanic voter outreach, what does that make you say?
Well, they have been looking in the rearview mirror, and some people say they've been looking all the way to another century. I mean, they want to repeal the New Deal. They want to repeal the Voting Rights Act. They want to repeal virtually Social Security and virtually everything that we've created over the last, 80 years or so. And so I think most people find them to be captivated by the far right, and that's a big reason why I expect they'll lose tonight.
All right, well, that's going to be a part of our conversation during our coverage as we go on through the evening. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for being with us. Mayor of Los Angeles, Antonio Villagrosa. As we go to a break, let's look at this Florida race real quick here. This is raw. Difference when we last checked in, these are real-time numbers. They self-correct as we watch. Difference was 193. We are back because precincts come up online, chunks of voters come up online, and we are back to a difference of 12,009 with approaching 80% of the vote in. So this could go back and forth again. Essential for the Romney campaign. They've put a lot of hopes and dreams in that state. Then again, so has the president, so has Vice President Joe Biden, who made many visits this campaign season. We're following a lot. We'll be back with our coverage as the states are put in place on the ice right after this.
NBC News coverage of Decision 2012. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Welcome back to NBC News, continuing coverage of Decision 2012. I'm Craig Melvin. 14 more polls around the country have closed since the top of the hour, including Some more key states in the presidential race. Here we go. First, Colorado. At this point, it is still too close to call in Colorado with 32% of the vote in, about 55,000 votes separating the two. We can call it in Michigan, though. President Obama, the projected winner, according to NBC News, in Michigan. He will get that state 16 electoral votes. We can also go ahead and let you know that Wisconsin is still too early to call. It is still too early to call in Wisconsin with just 1% of the vote in. We can call it in New Jersey, though. The Garden State will go to the president. NBC News projecting the winner there will be President Obama. Also, Pennsylvania, arguably the biggest call so far. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. NBC News projecting President Barack Obama will win Pennsylvania. Right now, here's a list of the states. This is where we stand at this hour. These are the states that the president has won, bringing his electoral vote total to 148. And here's a list. Here's a list of the states that Governor Mitt Romney has won. Governor Romney right now, president at 148. Governor Romney right now at 153, has a 5 electoral vote advantage over the president so far. Governor Romney has won Oklahoma, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina. He's run the table in the deep South. No surprise there. Also winning Indiana, which President Obama won 4 years ago, surprising lots of folks. We can also call it in Connecticut. Chris Murphy, the projected winner in Connecticut. Chris Murphy defeating Linda McMahon of the World Wrestling empire there. She was the CEO of WWE. And this one, the other big race, it's one of the big Senate races we're watching in Virginia, still too close to call. 46% of the votes in. George Allen enjoying a slight lead so far in Virginia. Meanwhile, in Indiana, another race that's too close to call. 64% of the votes in. Richard Murdoch still hanging on there. About 47,000 votes separating Joe Donnelly from Richard Murdoch. It is still too close to call in Indiana. NBC News correspondent Peter Alexander has been covering the Romney campaign from the start. Joins us from Romney headquarters tonight in Boston. Pete, we've called Michigan, we've called Pennsylvania. What's the mood like right now at headquarters in Boston?
Covering them for the last 11 months. Not that anybody's keeping track, Craig. Right now, these folks are confident. These folks are confident that this is certainly going to be a late night at Romney headquarters. We were just marching on the floor behind us here. They're expecting close to 4,000 people tonight. And they claim they're doing quite well in the areas they need to do well. Coal country, Southwest Virginia, like Roanoke and Richmond, the southern portions of Ohio State, just across the border from Kentucky, in and around Cincinnati, as well as the I-4 corridor in Florida. But those are areas where they really need to swell their totals in order to knock off the president tonight. Mitt Romney is spending this evening with his entire family. About 28 of the 30 Romneys, 2 of the youngest Romney grandkids, are not with him this evening. They're wisely napping, and you can't blame them for doing that. But a top advisor told me that Governor Romney is really at peace right now. He spoke to reporters earlier today on his plane, making 2 last-minute stops, one in Ohio, another in Pennsylvania. Advisors say that second stop, the first stop was the campaign's idea. The second stop was Governor Romney's. He said, as long as we're already out, Craig, why don't we go somewhere else? That's why they made that stop in Pennsylvania today. But as you've seen, obviously, that was a failed effort, as it turns out, that the governor lost that state.
All right, Pete, Peter Alexander there in Boston with Mitt Romney, has been covering him for the last 11 months. We're going to come back to you a little bit later, Peter. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, thank you.
Join me now once again, American University government professor Jennifer Lawless. Jen, let's talk battlegrounds here. Pennsylvania, we've called Michigan. We just heard from Peter there that Governor Romney made last-minute pushes in Cleveland. We know he was in Pittsburgh today. What was behind those last-minute pushes?
Well, I think both Pennsylvania and Michigan were a backup plan. And because Barack Obama has won both of those states, it makes Mitt Romney's path to 270 a lot less flexible. So I think his attempts in the last few days to try and expand the map were just in case something like this would happen, but they don't seem to have worked.
He was attempting to shake some trees there for votes in Pennsylvania. That's what it sounds like you're saying. You just heard from Congressman Clyburn a few moments ago. He said he was confident. One of the reasons he was confident for the president was because North Carolina hasn't been called. Virginia hasn't been called. Can we read anything into the fact that those states haven't been called just yet?
I think it's a little too early still to read into the fact that they haven't been called. If in another hour they haven't been called, I would say that that's good news for Barack Obama.
And turnout at this point, we've heard from some folks on the ground in Virginia that turnout is exceptionally high. What does that mean for both of the candidates?
Likely good news again for Barack Obama, especially if the exceptionally high turnout is in Northern Virginia and the D.C.
Jennifer, thank you so much. We're going to have to leave it right there. We're going to go ahead and we can let you know right now that we're prepared to go ahead and call another race. This is one of the key races we've been following tonight. We can go ahead and call Wisconsin for President Obama. President Obama will pick up the state of Wisconsin. He is the projected winner there, expected to get that state's 10 electoral votes. Of course, this is another one of those states where the GOP spent some time and spent some money over the past few weeks attempting to put Wisconsin in play. Well, of course, continue to keep you updated on the presidential race as well as those key Senate matchups. Back in a moment with more from NBC News continuing coverage of Decision 2012.
Notice what state they're preparing on the ice. As somebody just put it, Paul Ryan's home state has fallen to the Democrats. President Obama, net keeper for the Democrats. Wisconsin and its 10 electoral votes. David Gregory, talk to me.
Well, again, Paul Ryan's home state. This is very important. A lot of Republicans talked about his congressional district being one with a lot of Democrats in it, and that augured well for his impact in Wisconsin, a state that Republicans have been trying to make a move in, a state that had been very well organized by Republicans because of the fact that Scott Walker, a Republican, was re-elected through the recall. Johnson, the senator, re-elected. So a very strong ground machine. Not enough. The Midwestern firewall is holding for President Obama those 10 electoral votes. If he wins Ohio and he needs Wisconsin, he's just about there. It's very, very important.
Wisconsin's such a great state and so rich and interesting politically. We've been following Florida. I want to go back to the drama. Let's look at the live vote total board. What separates these two men? Obama, 81% of the vote in now, 636 votes between the two of them. Savannah Guthrie in the state of Florida.
Well, remember the difference in 2000, 537 votes. If we see that number on the screen, I think there's going to be post-traumatic stress disorder for a couple of Bush Gore veterans of the campaign. And in fact, some Democrat just emailed me right now and said 2,000 beepers are going off for all the lawyers who are already in Florida because everybody knew this would be a tight
Do they
race.
still use beepers down there?
One other note on Florida, a veteran strategist watching the Florida vote says this could be 20, 30,000 votes favoring the victor. If that's the case, even if Romney wins it, it tells you something about how tough it's going to be for him to play the kind of offense he wants to play.
Hey, veteran Florida-based NBC News correspondent Mark Potter, what's it like down there in Florida?
Well, you guys were talking about drama, and we have more of it. In this state, where most of the polls closed at 7 p.m., people are still standing in line to vote. The Secretary of State says there are 4 counties in Florida: Lee County in the southwest, Miami-Dade in the southeast, Broward in the southeast, and Orange in the middle of the state, where people are still standing in line. Most importantly, in Miami-Dade County, there are people that may still be in line for another hour or two, according to the Secretary of State. In fact, he said that that would be considered an underestimation of the time. And in a neck-and-neck race that is so important, that has everybody biting their nails, he says that the voters will all get a chance to vote. They'll all be counted tonight, but we're going to have some delay. And again, in Florida, typically so, more drama. Brian?
All right, Mark Potter in Florida. To Twitter users, there's a rogue retweet going around that we somehow called the Massachusetts Senate race. We did nothing of the sort. No one has. No one's going near it. It's too early yet, so please. Let's put that down as we look at the battleground states before we go to Chuck Todd. We have called Pennsylvania for Barack Obama. That was one of the early big names. Hello, Chuck Todd. Let's look at the battleground states,
go
Chuck.
For it. You know, if you want to pop them up really fast, you did Florida. And what's interesting about Florida, there's a lot of vote left to be counted down in South Florida. Miami-Dade County, we already know there are voters in line, but there's still a lot of vote there. There's a lot more potential Democratic vote here. Florida is going to be razor tight all night. But I got to take us back to the battleground map and the importance of this Wisconsin call, because it really starts, we showed you, it really starts messing up the Romney path. It is narrowed big time. And right now, if Ohio slips away from him, where that ends up at this point, he would be at Ohio now would put the president at 270 without anything else that we have going. And that is an issue. We don't have Ohio called. We don't have Virginia called here. Let me fix this up a little bit because these races aren't called. But if I go back to our battleground map and show you, that Wisconsin call is such a big deal because it is now just Ohio away for the president. And granted, all the West Coast states, we know those polls haven't closed, but assuming they go the way they go in the Pacific Ocean and the blue parts of the country that's on that end, that's Ohio is a call now at this point when people are watching that. If that happens in the president's way, Boston's mood's going to change in a big, big hurry, Brian.
Chuck, what do you got for raw vote Ohio?
Let me give it to you here, putting it up. Give me a second here.
That's all right. Just be real nice to it.
I know. You got to be gentle. Not even half the vote in, by the way. That's important to note. Almost all of this is still, as you can see here, the president with about 160,000 votes in. But look, we don't have a lot of Cuyahoga County, and I told you earlier, 260,000 was the raw vote total for the president out of Cuyahoga County. Let me just show you how little of Cuyahoga is in here. So we still got about half the vote out in Cuyahoga. So we still got a little ways to go in Ohio before anything can be fully characterized. But the president continues to lead in the raw vote.
Let's go to Tom Brokaw in the newsroom. Tom.
Well, watching that, Brian, I'm just struck once again by the schizophrenia in the American political landscape these days. You know, there was great joy in the Republican Party when they captured the state houses in Ohio and in Florida and in Wisconsin. And yet tonight, 2 years later, the President of the United States has won Wisconsin, fully competitive in Florida, just a narrow margin, as you have been, and fully competitive in Florida, just a narrow margin, as you have been, and he's got a real shot at winning Ohio. And what does that say about what happens tomorrow, whoever wins the presidency, about getting the country stitched back together again? Because as you look at this map, you know, we are a very fractured landscape, and no one can count on anything lasting more than 20 minutes at a time. John Kasich got elected in Ohio. The governor, a very imaginative guy, took on tough budget issues and then very quickly found himself in some difficulties, made some recovery from that. Governor of Wisconsin, Governor Walker, obviously, a big hero to the Republicans. And yet tonight, he's lost the state of Wisconsin to President Obama, who is seen as the archenemy to many and who share his political philosophy. So we have a really fractured American political culture at the moment. And the big issue is, how do you heal it once this is all over?
Tom Brokaw, thanks. And as we think about whoever is, quote, lucky enough to get to 270, just think of what that job brings, the rank partisanship, the economic challenges. U.S. Senate hasn't passed a defense authorization for the first time in over half of a century. 3 Supreme Court justices in their mid to late 70s, which, of course, motivated a lot of the votes on either side cast across this country tonight. Let's look at the battleground, starting with the only of the big brand names that we have been able to call so far, and that's Pennsylvania within the last hour. Wisconsin, of course, part of the list. But here's Virginia, closed early. There we are, not yet 60% in. Here's North Carolina. What an interesting fight for this during the last cycle. Interesting all over again tonight. Look at that raw vote separated by 92,000. In Ohio, New Hampshire, 4 electoral votes, 14,000 difference. Right now, the raw favoring President Obama. Colorado, man, did they spend a lot of jet fuel campaigning this year in the fight over Colorado. Always that westward swing. Minnesota, too early to call. Very tiny percentage of raw reporting in so far, but of that 2%, the president leads. And as you saw, Wisconsin, which gives us the following map again for the political pros, for the folks who live and breathe this. These patterns are now familiar. The red path, border to border, south to north, and the urban areas east, and what we expect to be a kind of blue ribbon West Coast, David.
Yeah, and you know, you think about a state like Pennsylvania, which we've called for the president, the luxury that the Obama campaign had down the stretch. Did they feel a little competition in Pennsylvania? Yeah, because they thought it's going to be a tighter race than how they did before. Who do they send in? former President Bill Clinton.
That's right.
And the fact that he was the Mariano Rivera, the closer for the Obama campaign, again, a huge luxury. Somebody compared it, in effect, to President Reagan, would be out there stumping for the first President Bush. So he had a big effect. He went into Pennsylvania, and that's how they moved that map. You talk about the political pros. It bears repeating. It's the areas in gray, too, that are battlegrounds that are too close to call, that have to have the folks in Boston worried at the moment.
Savannah, something tells me you don't want to discuss the injury to Mariano Rivera, but stay on politics.
I got to tell you, I tuned out. When you start talking baseball, it was baseball, right?
Mariano, that was
we got both Mo and Jeter down. If you're a Yankee fan, it's a tough
Let's
time.
go back to the battleground now.
Okay.
You know what you realize is that the spot that the Romney campaign is in right now, they have 3 predicate steps: Florida, North Carolina, Virginia. Right now, we don't know the answer in any of those. And if they can establish those states, if they can get them into the win column, then you have this showdown in Ohio. But they still have a lot of work to do so far. They are saying they're still confident. They want to get the votes counted in the panhandle of Florida, for example. But what Chuck was just saying is there's still a lot of vote to be counted down in Miami-Dade. These are traditionally Democratic strongholds. I think we're going to have a tight one here.
We also know that each battleground has a story, as you know, Brian. And Florida, it's Medicare. Wisconsin, as Tom was talking about, is also the role of government. Scott Walker taking on the unions, trying to deal with debt, public debt like the pension programs, and the reaction to it by the voters is something I think we'll talk a lot about tonight.
And Tamron Hall, as we go to you, as you look at the mountain of numbers you've been handed tonight, you know, for people who love their country, there's no joy in the sets of numbers that show a gulf. That show racial gulfs, that show income and education. And I think your current category has to do with income?
Yeah, it absolutely does, Brian. It's interesting you bring that point up. Presidential historian Michael Beschloss has said that the founding fathers perhaps would be so disappointed by this gap that we're seeing in a number of areas, including the one we're talking about now, where voters feel, or what they feel about issues regarding class and inequality in America. Our NBC News exit poll finds voters do think economic unfairness is a big deal. In fact, look at this number. 54% say the American economic system favors the rich, while 40% believe it is fair to most Americans. So we also ask about policies of each of the candidates and how people view those in this race. With Mitt Romney, folks say 52% of them anyway believe his policies would favor the rich. 35% believe they would support the middle class. And just 2% think Governor Romney's policies would favor the poor. In comparison, let's look at President Obama's numbers. 31% believe his policies would favor the poor, while 43% believe they would favor the middle class. Only 10% think Obama's policies favor wealthy Americans. So we'll keep an eye on this as we wait for some of these battleground results to come in. And you got to wonder if fairness and inequality will play a role in some of the outcome as we go on with the night, Brian.
All right, Tamron, thank you. We have a big call, and this was rumored to have been a call we made earlier. We did not, because we did not know until this moment. Elizabeth Warren is being projected as the winner of the Senate race in the Bay State, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This is the Ted Kennedy seat. This is Scott Brown, who won with his pickup truck riding around. The man who called Elizabeth Warren Professor Warren at every chance he got. What a campaign, David. It involved her assertion at one point that she was Native American, and this had something for everybody.
It really did. I moderated one of the debates up there. 5,000 people in the audience. So much intensity in that race. And don't forget what Scott Brown represented. He was the vote against health care. He was the backlash that really represented and carried Republicans to the House and led the charge in the midterm election. He was also somebody who tried, as a Massachusetts moderate, to work with the president. Even had campaign ads that showed that the president had worked with him, and yet it wasn't enough. The feeling was that the Obama vote here would help propel Elizabeth Warren, and looks to be the case. She obviously is a strong consumer advocate on the financial crisis. She's going to be leading that charge in the Senate.
Those of you keeping score, and what else are election nights but keeping score? So a Massachusetts Senate pickup for the Dems. We have another Senate call right now. Prominent seat. This is Donnelly in Indiana, and that is the seat of the pillar of foreign policy from the great Midwest, Richard Lugar, who was turned away during the primary process. Andrea Mitchell, I know you know a lot about the lineage and DNA of this Senate seat, also what went into this victory tonight.
What went into this victory tonight was a statement, a controversial statement about rape by Richard Murdoch. This was a seat that Republicans were counting on winning, holding Richard Lugar's seat. But the winner of the primary was this very conservative Tea Party-supported Richard Murdoch, and Joe Donnelly has pulled this off. This is a pickup for the Democrats, and a very, very important one. And we should also point out that you were talking about Massachusetts just now. Scott Brown would have had to win 20% of the Democratic vote to win against Elizabeth Warren. It was a very expensive, very hard-fought race. And also, since that was Teddy Kennedy's seat, Joe Kennedy III is going to Congress. It was the first time in 64 years since Patrick Kennedy's retirement from Congress in 2010, and of course Ted Kennedy's death in 2009, that there had not been a Kennedy, but now there is. A young lawyer, a former Peace Corps volunteer, Joe Kennedy III, 32 years old, going to Congress.
People couldn't imagine the thought of Congress without a Kennedy.
Indeed.
So they can rest easy tonight. Andrea, thank you very much. Where to now, David Gregory?
Well,
Hi.
I think we want to underline on the Murdoch loss there what a huge deal this is for the Republicans. They need a net 4 to take it back, to have Republican control in the Senate. And this is a huge loss. This is a race that they should have won. The rape comment, it goes to the conversations we've been having about the gender gap. And it was also a real negative for Governor Romney that he had to campaign in this environment and somehow own some of these comments.
Yeah, exactly. It makes a huge difference in terms of control of the Senate. Couple of races where, because of these impolitic comments from the Republican Senate candidates, Dick Lugar losing in the primary, and you get a Tea Party-backed person who came in there, and suddenly a seat that should have probably gone Republican goes Democrat. So this is another one of those issues that will have legs, will have resonance tomorrow as Republicans look at the returns in the Senate.
Big names and big results coming in now. We'll take a break. Our coverage continues after this. New calls while you were gone, still watching the outliers and watching trends, ballot initiatives. In plain English, there's a whole lot of weed on the ballot in a whole lot of places tonight. Colorado, Massachusetts, straight out legalization, or in this case, in the Bay State, medical marijuana. Lester Holt just happens to be watching ballot initiatives. This is part of your bailiwick tonight, Lester.
Yeah, a whole lot of weed in the ballot. I like that, Brian. There are 17 states that have previously authorized the sale of medical marijuana, and now Massachusetts, as you point out, joins those states. It's also on the ballot in Arkansas. No results there. But interestingly, 3 other states the voters are being asked to approve the recreational use of marijuana, including Colorado, Oregon, and Washington State. In those cases, they're essentially wanting to legalize marijuana, put it under regulation, tax the distribution of it, much like alcohol. We're talking small amounts for people 21 years and older. Again, no results on those. This all sets up potential confrontation with the federal government. Federal law supersedes local law on the issue of marijuana. The Justice Department has been largely silent about this, so we'll have to see how they weigh in if, in fact, these other states vote yes. But Massachusetts has okayed tonight the use of medical marijuana, Brian.
All right, Lester, thanks. As the flags wave behind you, we have a call that we're going to post here on the plaza, and that is in the state of New Hampshire. Senator Ayotte, who we talked to earlier, did not allow this as a possibility for tonight, but it has happened. A retention for the Democrats and President Obama for electoral votes in New Hampshire. The president felt so strongly about New Hampshire, he brought the former president with him, his last visit to the Granite State. There you go, and that fills in the last gray mark in New England there. Again, David, these classic electoral patterns.
Well, this is a hold for the president. It's 4 electoral votes. I go back to 2000. Al Gore didn't have that. So here, it's another path that gets shut off for Romney. Romney could win Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, and Ohio and still be 4 short. The other point about this, in New Hampshire is where Governor Romney began his campaign. He announced there. He ended his campaign. also has a summer home there. So a state he wanted to do well in.
House on Lake Winnipesaukee was neighboring governor, thought maybe that was one of his strong.
And New Hampshire, known for its independence streak, the Romney campaign had been saying recently they were winning independents, not in New Hampshire.
All right, let's take a look at the closings coming up when we see you next, if I can find it in this mass of papers. 10 o'clock, here we are, Iowa, Montana, Nevada, Utah. Those polls close. Remember, the outlier battlegrounds we're still waiting on. We're getting into the heart of the order after this.
Welcome back to NBC News, continuing coverage of Decision 2012. I'm Craig Melvin. We want to go ahead and update you right now on the presidential race. First, in Colorado, at this point, it is still too close to call there. 49% of the votes are in. There's about 40,000 votes separating the two men. Meanwhile, in Virginia, it is still too close to call with 61% of the vote in. There's about 94,500 votes separating the governor and the president. In North Carolina, too close to call. Too close to call in the Tar Heel state. 81% of the vote is in. President Obama won the Tar Heel state just 4 years ago by just north of 14,000 votes. In Ohio, the Buckeye state, also too close to call. Just shy of 50% of the vote in Ohio. That one's still too close. And in Florida, also too close to call. The Sunshine State, 84% of the vote is in at this point. But as you can see there, just 15,657 votes separating the two. We can go ahead and call it in New Hampshire a big pickup for the president. President Obama, the projected winner in the Granite State. He is projected to get that state's 4 electoral votes. And there's a look at it right now, the electoral map for the first time tonight, the first time that we've shown you tonight. President Obama has an edge. President Obama at 162 electoral votes. Governor Romney at 153 electoral votes. Of course, 270, the magic number. And this is a net gain for the Democrats in the U.S. Senate. We can go ahead and call it for Elizabeth Warren. She is the projected winner in Massachusetts. The Harvard law professor was in one of, if not the most hotly contested Senate race in the country. Also, we can call it in Indiana. The projected winner there, Joe Donnelly, another pickup for Democrats in Indiana. Joe Donnelly, the projected winner there over Murdoch. And, of course, Murdoch, famous over the past few weeks for making those now infamous comments with regards to rape. John Yang joining us now from Battleground, Ohio. He is in Cincinnati. He is in Hamilton County. John, I understand it could very well be a long night there.
It actually could be a long night. It could end up being a long month. The key is provisional ballots. That's the nightmare scenario here. If you go to the polls and they can't verify your address, or your address is different from what's on the voting records, they give you a provisional ballot. That means they examine it and they count it. Now, on the calendar, today's election day, but all those provisional ballots, and we don't know how many there are. Last time around, there were about more than 200,000, which was about the margin of victory for Obama here. They don't start counting them until the 17th. So if it is razor thin here tonight and the provisional ballots could make a difference, it may be until the end of the month before we know who the winner here is, Craig, and that makes Florida look like a pleasant memory in 2000.
We have holograms, we have touchscreen maps, and my man John Yang decides to whip out the calendar. I love it. John Yang in Hamilton County. Thank you, sir. We'll come back to you a little bit later. American University Government Professor Jennifer Lawless joining me again now. So Jennifer, it's been a while since we chatted with you last. Since we talked, we've called Michigan, we've called Wisconsin a few moments ago, we called New Hampshire, we've called Pennsylvania as well. All of them going to President Obama. At this point, if you had to characterize the mood at Romney headquarters, what would you characterize it as, if you had to guess?
Look, a Romney win is still possible, but I'm sure they're a little bit less than thrilled at this point because his path to 270 is far less flexible than the president's.
We just mentioned Elizabeth Warren as well. What does she do for the status of women running for office in these big races?
Well, it's definitely important. Currently, we only have 17 women in the U.S. Senate, and 2 of them are retiring. So Elizabeth Warren helps make sure that we don't wind up with a net loss there. But at the end of the day, the problem is not voters. Voters are willing to vote for women. They fare just as well in terms of vote totals and campaign receipts. The problem is that overall, we still have very few women running for office.
Why is that, you think?
A couple of different reasons. Women who have the exact same qualifications as men tend not to self-assess as qualified. They're also less likely than men to be tapped to run for office, whether it be by party leaders, elected officials, and political activists, or even their family members, colleagues, and friends.
You are at American University. You are no doubt familiar with Virginia politics. How surprised are you at this point that we haven't been able to call the Commonwealth for either candidate?
I don't find it that surprising. I live in Washington, D.C., and I've been exposed to the Virginia media market, and this has been a neck-and-neck race, and it's probably going to take a few more hours to sort through. They have been catering virtually to every single potential voter, and it seems like both campaigns have been pretty successful.
At this point, this late in the race, which matters more, ads like the ones you just mentioned or an organized ground game?
Today, it's all about the ground game. The ads over the course of the last few weeks, I think, have made people very excited that it's finally Election Day and they can get real commercials back. It was all about who the campaigns could get to the polls today. And when the rest of those Northern Virginia precincts come in, I think we'll know a lot more.
Who'd have thought viewers would be wishing for real commercials to return to television? Jennifer Lawless, American University. Jennifer, thanks. A few minutes. Stay right there.
From NBC News, Decision 2012, Election Night. Live from Democracy Plaza, here's Brian Williams.
As crowds now truly surge into this chunk of Midtown Manhattan, jamming the Channel Garden, every available space to watch our election returns as projected on a giant screen and now see themselves on television. You at home should have food and beverages to go the rest of the way with us at this point of the evening. We've had some poll closings. It's 10 o'clock here in the Eastern Time Zone, 7 p.m. our friends on the West Coast, and in Iowa, where the polls have just closed. Too early to call with the president in the lead in Iowa. Nevada, too early to call again with the president in the lead in Nevada. Perhaps the most unsurprising result of the night. Strong keeper for the Republicans, Mitt Romney in Utah, Mitt Romney in Montana. Let's take a look at where this leaves us now on the national map. You see the path of red through the middle and the blue flanking it on either side. Let's go back through the battlegrounds. Let's do this in order of time of day poll closings as they were handed to us tonight. Virginia, the Commonwealth still lying out there, too close to call. 89,000 vote difference with 60% in the can. Too close to call in North Carolina. 124,000 is the Obama deficit to Romney. Ohio, we're watching this awfully closely. The president leading in the raw, but it's only half in. A lot of that was early vote, as you know if you've been following the coverage. Florida, this raw vote has been bouncing back and forth, currently standing with Obama in the lead by 40,000, but we're getting there 85% of the way through. New Hampshire, if you've been watching our coverage, you saw us call that within the last hour. Ditto the state of Pennsylvania, the first of the big names. Colorado is too close to call at this hour. Minnesota, too close to call at this hour. Wisconsin was already placed in the president's category. The senior advisor to the president's campaign, Mr. Axelrod, is standing by to talk to us. David, let's talk about this bet you made over your facial hair and dispense with this. Was the bet, what 3 states, and was it all of them or any individually?
If I'd lost any one, the mustache of 40 years would have to go. It was Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Minnesota, because the Romney folks were making noises that they had some kind of chance in those states, and I knew that we were going to win those states, so I was willing to make the wager. I will add that the other part of the wager with your own Chuck, with your own Joe Scarborough was that if we were to win either North Carolina or Florida, that he would grow a mustache. So I'm looking forward to that.
We around here are just counting our blessings. Mika didn't get in on that bet. David, I'd love to hear your predictions, starting with Florida. It's razor thin. Do you have anything? Does the Obama campaign have anything in their back pocket that gives them more confidence than the Romney campaign?
Well, obviously, you know, I'm not going to get out in front in terms of making any calls here, but when you have a race that is very close, what you look at is the vote that is still out. And when you look at the vote that is still out, most of the vote that is still out is in Miami-Dade and Broward counties, which are strong counties for the president. So we look at that, and that gives us a great hope for the state of Florida. And if I were the Romney team and looking at your skating rink there, I would say they're on a little bit of thin ice there.
Oh, you had that one ready. You've been working on that for days.
Well, you left me sitting in this chair for 10 minutes.
Yeah, sorry, we had business to attend to. Let's talk about Florida. What are the counties that you prefer to watch? And I know the ground game can go late into the night.
I'm sorry, you said in Florida?
I'm sorry, in Ohio.
Well, look, I think Ohio's going to be very close. Here's what and obviously there are counties that are very important to us, Cuyahoga County and some of the urban counties. And what we've seen in Ohio is that relative to the last race, we're running a little bit behind percentage-wise in some of the rural counties. We're running a little bit ahead percentage-wise in some of the urban counties, but the turnout in those rural counties wasn't such that Governor Romney is producing more votes than Senator McCain did. And, you know, that gives us encouragement. We feel good about Ohio, but again, it's too early to make any claims.
David, what has surprised you tonight?
You know, I don't want to seem arrogant at all, but very little has surprised us because we've been thinking about this and working on this for a year and a half. We've got very good people in the field, very smart people here who've been crunching numbers and looking at data. And all through the last several weeks when we've heard some grandiose claims from the other side, I kept saying, look, our claims are based in cold, hard data. Theirs are based on some sort of mystical faith of an invisible wave that was going to come. And, you know, tonight as this night marches on, you can see that wave is not coming.
David, was it you or Mr. Plouffe who gave the president his last briefing on the data you had? And does the result on the map so far match the last set of numbers you gave the president?
Gave the president before the election?
Yeah, today, last night.
Oh, well, you know, we have been, David and I have been on tour with the president the last 4 days as he's made his final rounds. And so we've had a lot of opportunity to talk about those numbers. And so he knew in very great detail what we expected from each state. And I think he was ready to hold us accountable for it, too.
David, the screaming behind you is because Claire McCaskill was just projected the victor of the Missouri Senate race. Your reaction?
Well, incredible victory. Claire was really given up for dead by so many in the political community a year ago. Untold tens of millions of dollars were spent against her by these super PACs. Claire is very tough. She's a great public official. I'm really pleased that she survived that onslaught.
The other side of the coin is that she can thank her victory to some very poorly chosen words by Congressman Aiken.
But it does raise questions, Brian, for the Republican Party, whether they want to be defined by the Aikens and the Murdochs and the people who lost tonight, because their views are so far out of the mainstream on these women's issues. And one of the problems that Governor Romney's had is that he's been too willing to embrace those views, or at least much of those views, and it's made many Americans, and particularly women, but not just women, uncomfortable.
All right, David Axelrod at headquarters, in case our viewers missed the fact that he's at headquarters. David, thank you very much for standing by and spending time with us.
All right, Brian, good to be with you.
Let's go to our engine room. Chuck Todd. Chuck, how amazing that David Axelrod is using talking points this late into the evening.
It is interesting, but there was another reason for that cheering, by the way, because of McCaskill, that call. Brian, if all now Democrats have to do, and the polls are still open in California and Washington State and Hawaii, but if Democrats carry those states in the Senate, they're guaranteed the Senate majority for another 2 years. So that took on extra cheer. I want to go into Florida a little bit here, Brian, because of what's left, and we told you there's a lot of vote left in Miami-Dade County. He is right when he said that, and I want to show you. Now, the margin here, what's interesting is, again, this is about margins. In this election, I think this election is going to go down to, this is the demographic election. This is what explains where the president seems to be stronger in Florida than even Virginia tonight. But right now he's got about 150,000 vote margin, which was his margin in 2008, if you look over here. But there's a lot more vote to come in. And so if he increases those margins, you start wondering, there's not a lot of other vote left here, and the president could end up with a narrow victory in Florida. And, of course, Florida, that ends it. There is no path anymore because Wisconsin is in the president's column. Pennsylvania's in the president's column. You end up running out of ways to go.
All right. Chuck, we just learned Jesse Jackson Jr. Has been projected to have won his seat again in Congress. Notable because he just hasn't been seen in public for months. Hospitalized for what was described as depression. Here's the projected House of Representatives at Dems 196, Republicans 239. Those people following the House, the balance of power. Presumably you're looking at John Boehner as Speaker again. That man is now at age 78, the longest serving Republican in the U.S. Senate. Orrin Hatch of Utah is going back. Sherrod Brown in the state of Ohio has turned away a challenge from a two-tour Iraq combat veteran and a Marine reservist, Josh Mandel, and Sherrod Brown is going back to the U.S. Senate, as is his Democratic colleague from Pennsylvania up the road, Bob Casey. If you were watching, you saw the reaction to the word that Elizabeth Warren is a net gain for the Democrats, defeating the Republican incumbent, the old Ted Kennedy seat, Scott Brown in Massachusetts. And this is the Dick Lugar seat from Indiana. Joe Donnelly, the Democrat, will represent the state of Indiana in the U.S. Senate. This was a big one on the East Coast. Linda McMahon of World Wrestling fame turned away her second attempt, a ton of personal money, a ton of negative ads. The Democrat Chris Murphy will go to the U.S. Senate in the Lieberman seat. And there is the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, which brings us to Andrea Mitchell, who's been watching all these races all night. Andrea?
Well, there are a couple of other interesting things interesting to note. Tammy Duckworth, who is in the Veterans Affairs Administration, who had been soundly defeated before, has been elected. She has defeated a Tea Party favorite, Joe Walsh, in Illinois, so that is a big victory against someone who was very controversial. She is a double amputee from the Iraq War and an extraordinary candidate and an extraordinary member of this administration, someone very close to the president. But what you're seeing is that the House is firmly in Republican hands, as you point out, and it will be a vote of that caucus to decide whether John Boehner is the Speaker. Presumably, although he's been challenged in the past by Eric Cantor internally, presumably he will be the Speaker of the House again. But the Senate now, as Chuck Todd was pointing out, if the West Coast holds, it would be firmly in Democratic hands. And that is a big victory. That's one of the other reasons why you heard that cheer. But there was a real cheer for Claire McCaskill, because we should point out that Mitt Romney was among the Republican leaders calling for Todd Akin to get out of that seat. But other Republicans and other super PACs went pouring money in and support for him, and they really did want to hold on to that seat. So they did make a real effort for Todd Akin, and that is a big victory for those who strongly opposed what he said about rape.
And Andrea, to your point, I would bet even optimistic members of the Senate Democratic Caucus are surprised at these pickups and some of these results tonight.
They were surprised, and Sherrod Brown, I mean, Ohio is, as you know, still being hotly fought on the presidential level, but Sherrod Brown clearly, those votes came in for him. That was one case where he might have been pulled down if Mitt Romney ends up winning Ohio, but he outran the presidential race, and Sherrod Brown is a big victory against Josh Mandel, who was, as you point out, a Marine combat veteran.
Tom Brokaw, over to you.
It's consequential what's going on in these Senate races for the Republican Party, because now, in the last two elections, the Tea Party candidates, they've lost 4 Senate seats that they expected to have. In 2010, it was in Delaware and Nevada. This time it's in Missouri and Indiana. Scott Brown, you remember, was widely seen as the Tea Party candidate when he first went to Washington. He loses tonight. We just heard about Tammy Duckworth and a Tea Party opposition there. I've heard from a couple of my Republican friends that online there's already a big discussion about where they go from here. Lindsey Graham from South Carolina, the senator who is much more in the middle in the Republican Party, said yesterday, responding to the possibility of Romney losing, if I hear anybody say it was because Romney wasn't conservative enough, I'm going to go nuts. We're not losing 95% of the African Americans and 2/3 of the Hispanics and voters under 30 because we're not being hard-ass enough. That's a quote from Lindsey Graham, the senator from South Carolina. And just a personal moment here. A moment ago I said that the political landscape and the voters are at a schizophrenic mode, and a number of people have commented on it. That's probably an inappropriate phrase, because that's a serious condition. What they're doing tonight, it seems to me, Brian, is that they're making very individual judgments. They're not getting tagged with some kind of hard ideology that they can't move out of. Wisconsin is the perfect example of that. They elected a governor and they stood by him when the recall movement came along, and then tonight they awarded the state to the President of the United States for re-election. So I think we're going to see more of that across the landscape in the future.
All right, Tom Brokaw, thanks. We're going to check in on Ohio. So many questions about Ohio, so much interest in that state on the other side of this break when our live coverage of Decision 2012 continues. We're back, 10:17 p.m. East Coast time. John Yang is in Ohio. There's so much attention on Ohio tonight. There's the raw. We're now over half of the vote in, 97,000 votes separating the two men. The president's in the lead, 18 electoral votes. John, what do you have?
Well, I tell you, Brian, you know, Chuck has told us so often that Ohio is a story of margins. How big a margin the Democrats can run up north in Cuyahoga County, how big a margin the Republicans can run up down south. We're still waiting to see the margins in Cuyahoga. They're still counting. In the south, in some of the rural counties, we're beginning to see that margin. Ross County and Pike County, two of the regions that are sort of in the heart of the Appalachia section of Ohio. Governor Romney's margins are thinner, are smaller than they were for John McCain 4 years ago. Perhaps an indication that it's going to be a little bit of an easier road for President Obama and those margins up to build up margins up north to win the state. The other story here are provisional ballots. The other nightmares, you know, you're talking about the nightmares potentially in Florida. Provisional ballots. If you go to the people who went to the polls today, there was a trouble with their registration. They couldn't prove their address. They had moved. They had changed their names. They were given a provisional ballot. The ballot place I was in, the polling place I was in Cincinnati, a lot of provisional ballots because of redistricting. People weren't sure where they were supposed to vote. In Cuyahoga, we're getting reports of a lot of provisionals. You know, the calendar says that today was Election Day, the 6th. But all those provisionals aren't even going to begin to be counted until the 17th. Last time, there were 200,000 provisionals. That was essentially Obama's margin. If it's razor thin, it could be tough this year.
Yeah, a lot of people hoping it doesn't come down to the provisionals. That's a long wait. John Yang in Ohio. Tamron Hall, what new numbers do you have?
We've got some good information on demographics, Brian, and we're learning a lot from our exit poll tonight that Romney is carrying, take a look at this, 80% of white evangelicals. If that holds up, Brian, it will be more than John McCain got 4 years ago. Overall, 59% of the white vote going the way of Romney, 57% of married voters. That number is interesting. And 56% of people over the age of 65, seniors. And that is particularly stunning in wake of some of the Medicare fighting that we have seen. Now let's take a look at the groups that Obama is doing well with. Let's take a look at what we see here. And just like we saw 4 years ago, quite honestly, African Americans overwhelmingly siding with the president, very loyal to him, 93% there. 69% of Latinos are going the way of President Obama. 7 in 10, that is better than what we saw 4 years ago. 67% of unmarried women, that's about the same percentage as the last time around. And, Brian, another number we'll be talking about, 59% of young people. That is below what the president got last time around when we saw all of those young people so passionate about this campaign. So it may have an impact. We'll see how this all shakes out through the night.
All right, Tamron Hall, who I've been assured is on a piece of non-skid carpeting on the ice tonight. So, well, that's, I mean, for your safety.
Okay, true enough.
There's been concern expressed on Twitter. We're waiting for the battlegrounds. We are waiting for the big, important early poll closing states. Special attention, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, obviously Ohio. We have a lot of outliers, a lot of data still to come. Not much rides on it except who's going to be the next president of the United States. Our coverage will continue from the rink and elsewhere in New York City. Right after this, this is NBC News Decision 2012 coverage.
NBC News coverage of Decision 2012, brought to you by Nissan, innovation that excites.
Welcome back to NBC News, continuing coverage of Decision 2012. I'm Craig Melvin. 4 more polls have closed this hour. Let's start with 2 swing states. In Iowa, the Hawkeye state, too early to call with 17% of the vote in. Too early to call in Iowa. In Nevada also too early to call in Nevada. It's 6 electoral votes been sought after very aggressively by both candidates. In Colorado, too close to call. 58% of the vote is in. It is still too close to call there. In Virginia, the Commonwealth, we've been watching it for 3.5 hours now. It's still too close to call. 68% of the vote is in. North Carolina, also too close to call. 86% of the vote is in. There's about a 117,000 vote difference there. Governor Romney enjoying an edge in the Tar Heel State. In Ohio, also too close to call in the Buckeye State. From that swing state to this swing state, we go to Florida in the Sunshine State. Still too close to call there. 87% of the vote is in. It's the biggest of the swing states. Still too early, too close to call there in the Sunshine State. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map. This is the Electoral College map as it stands right now at this hour. Governor Romney, 163 electoral votes. President Obama, 162 electoral votes. One big Senate race to tell you about at this hour as well. We can call it in Missouri. Clara McCaskill, the Democrat, the incumbent in Missouri, is the projected winner. She is expected to hold on to that Senate race, defeating Republican Todd Akin there. Those controversial comments about rape haunted Akin the entire campaign. Clara McCaskill holding on there in Missouri. Joining me now from the campus of Iowa State University in Ames, Iowa, NBC News correspondent Luke Russert with quite the crowd behind him as well.
Yeah, a crowd that's quite fired up and ready to go. And Craig, you called it the Hawkeye State. I think it's the Cyclone State. So, you know, these folks aren't too big fans of Iowa over there.
Talk to me a little bit about the huge numbers of early voters in Iowa this year.
Well, Iowa is a very interesting state, Craig, because it really is ground zero for the Obama campaign's ground game. And what you saw here was over 670,000 early votes. That's a new state record. That's about 44% of the electorate in 2008. Of that early vote margin, about 66,000 Democrats, they had a plus 66,000 number, so they felt very confident heading into election night this evening. We are still getting returns. Obviously, the polls just closed here about a half hour ago. From talking to Republicans on the ground, they said that Mitt Romney was outperforming John McCain in a lot of important Republican precincts, but Democrats are also optimistic because of their early vote total and because they've held the numbers in the suburban areas where they have to compete. Bottom line, this is a very important state for President Obama and Mitt Romney. It's part of President Obama's Midwestern firewall, but as you saw, he was able to hold Wisconsin tonight. If he's able to hold here in Iowa and hold Ohio, he becomes president. But most fascinating, if anything, Craig, is that for 6 electoral votes, the amount of money that was spent here per vote is more than anywhere else in the country. So both candidates really trying to put it all in here on Iowa. And as of right now, it's still too close to call. But Democrats are very confident because of their early ground game advantage.
Luke Russert from the Cyclone State.
And how about this crowd, Craig? Huh? You don't got that?
How about it? How about it? Luke Russer, having a good time there in Iowa. Thank you, sir. We'll check in with you a little bit later. Let's bring Jennifer Lawless back in. Jennifer Lawless from over at American University. Jennifer, let's talk about that Claire McCaskill race. We saw that Joe Donnelly, he's projected to win that Senate seat. Claire McCaskill, again, projected to win the Senate seat. It appears that those comments made by opponents regarding women, regarding rape, it looks like they had an effect.
That's exactly right, Craig. These were two seats that the Republicans had a very, very good chance of picking up until their candidates, Todd Akin and Richard Murdoch, said things that were offensive to a large majority of the population. We're talking about comments regarding forcible rape, legitimate rape, and those are comments that just fly in the face of what most Americans believe.
Jennifer, at this point, it appears as if Democrats are projected to pick up at least one seat in the Senate. Talk to me about what that could mean for the makeup of the upper chamber.
Well, there's every indication at this point that the Democrats will hold the Senate, which is important, especially if Mitt Romney winds up being president. It provides another check. If Barack Obama is reelected, it's the two chambers in Congress and the White House will look a lot like they look right now. A couple of seats helps, but unless you've got a filibuster-proof margin, you're really not going to see a lot more in terms of governance.
So it appears as if we are going to see a similar makeup in the upper chamber, filibuster-proof, not filibuster-proof, I should say, lower chamber. The margin probably won't be as significant for the GOP. If President Obama, if he is victorious, how is he going to govern with the divided Congress, the same divided Congress he's had over the past 2 years?
That's a very good question, and it's one that I'm not sure anybody can answer right now. I do think that a lot will depend on what these margins wind up looking like.
All right, Jennifer Lawless, American University. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you in just a few moments. In the next few minutes here, polls will be closing in 5 more states. They'll be closing in 5 more states. Stay with NBC News and our continuing coverage of Decision 2012. We will be back in just a moment.
Decision 2012 Election Night continues. Here's Brian Williams.
Let me show you a key part of our home field advantage in this rink we keep in the backyard, and that is we're tracing the chase to 270 up the side of the building in both real and virtual terms. And you see 162, 163 of the 60-odd million votes cast thus far, and we will keep tracking it. But as to that search for 270, that goes right through the battleground states. And if you've been watching tonight, 10:30 East Coast time, 7:30 on the West Coast, you know here they are, and we're waiting for them. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, the race is too close to call, as it is in nearby North Carolina. 94% of the vote in, 67,000 between the two men. Ohio, more on this in a moment. We're going to drill down into these numbers. Obama with a slight lead over Romney. Too close to call in Florida as well. 46K separating the two men. Again, Obama with a slight lead, but that's right now. Colorado, 50,000 difference. Again, the differential goes to Obama, but it's been back and forth. Minnesota, too early to call. And Iowa, too early to call as well. Nevada, too early to call out west. The following 3 states have been called previously tonight for the president: New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So if you ask the Obama folks, they're having a good night. The Romney folks are having a longer and more nervous night than they expected. There's the electoral map, and to Chuck Todd we go. Chuck, I have all of us have a personal interest in how Ohio is shaking out and what the county map looks like to you, what the overall map looks like to you.
Well, let me give you a Florida, Virginia, Ohio update. I know that that's basically what everybody wants to know, those 3 states, what's going on, how long is it going to take to call. Let me tell you what the boiler room folks tell me, Shelley Geweiser and his team, a 0.5%, 0.5% variance in our models between the two men in Virginia and Florida. And so what does that tell you? It's one of those, we may wait till all the votes actually come in before you feel comfortable there. As for Ohio, there is still some questions about the absentee vote, and there's still some discomfort, if you will, with some of the how the absentee vote, where is it all in? Do we have it modeled correctly, and so forth? So there's a few issues there, and that it may be why, even though you see the president with the lead here. But let's look at some places. I mean, I think it's fair to say let's look at the counties that we were watching. Hamilton County, the big swing county here. As you can see, the president winning at 56-43. He's got about a 20,000 vote lead there. Here's what it was in 2008. We still got a lot of vote to count in Hamilton County. That's my point here. You see 400,000 votes. We still have about 300,000 votes to come in Hamilton County alone. Let me show you Cleveland and Cuyahoga County. We still have over 400,000 votes potentially that might be out of here, that's coming here. The president's going to win it big. The question is he going to get 250, 260,000 vote margin there, but we still got a lot of vote to come in there. And then if you look at a couple of our other watch areas, if you will, one of the things, and I know John Yang's been pointing this out, Romney is making this area a little more red. However, the margins may not be as big as some would have thought. The other thing I want to point out, little auto belt here is a little more solid blue, I believe, than it was in 2008. I always love doing this. I can go to our 2008 map, and you can see it, different colors and all this stuff. And we see that blue is sticking there. That's good news for the president.
All right, Chuck, I have to interrupt briefly. I want to come back to you. We have a call, not a surprise, Arizona, for Mitt Romney, 11 electoral votes. Here's how it affects the map, the national map. And, Chuck, as we watch this graphic play out, back to the East Coast, Florida, Virginia, North Carolina, have you seen anything in looking at the raw, in looking at the analysis that indicates any of those are tilting decidedly?
I tell you that North Carolina, things seem to be breaking Romney's way. Look, most of the vote is counted. He still kept his lead there, total there. And I told you Wake County is a big indicator county there. Look, it's a narrow margin there, but Wake County, the largest swing county that went Bush and went Romney, it's one we're following. It's close. President has a lead there, so we'll see. But every indication seems to be that Romney should hold his lead. But Brian, the issue, of course, is the margins. Right, and the fact that these haven't been called yet. North Carolina is still sitting out here. Let me tell you what remains, by the way, in Florida and Virginia. Most of the Florida vote that remains is in blue areas. It's in Miami-Dade, it's in Broward County, a big chunk of votes. Basically, there's only one giant chunk of vote left. It's actually one of Joe Scarborough's old home counties there, Santa Rosa County. We don't have any vote out of there, if you will. But there's a lot of vote to be counted that could be coming from blue counties. And to move to Virginia here for a minute, to tell you what's left there, there is still a lot of vote in the Norfolk area, and that could be someplace that Mitt Romney might do well. We'll see. That was something that John McCain actually underperformed 4 years ago. But here in Norfolk, there's still a lot of vote there that the Romney folks think there's. But we still think there is possibly more than 500,000 votes left in Northern Virginia that need to come in. That's why it's going to be a long time in Virginia.
Remember, he unveiled his running mate there for very, very good political reasons. All right, Chuck Todd, thanks. Kelly O'Donnell is in Ohio. And, Kelly, what can you contribute about the count there?
Well, Brian, I'm right outside the State House, and I've had the opportunity to talk to the Attorney General tonight, Mike DeWine. He's a Republican. He says be prepared for a very late night, in part because if the results are close, there is this provisional ballot issue in Ohio, where people who came to the polls today maybe didn't have the right identification, couldn't prove their address. They get some time to come back in and provide that. Those votes are not counted for another 10 days. And that could mean, if it is a close vote, we're going to be waiting a while. Now, talking to GOP operatives who are looking county by county, they're telling me that they see Romney outperforming what John McCain did in certain counties, even what President Bush did in 2004 in places like coal country in the southeast part of the state. They see that as being favorable. Those provisional ballots I mentioned, the Attorney General here says those typically skew toward Democrats. So if the margin is such that the president is up, then that could work very well for him. Clearly, the Obama campaign has felt all along it has got a good ground game here. It seems that almost everybody who wanted to vote today was either taken to the polls or got there themselves. So what we expect is it will be somewhat slow going. There was one sort of lagging precinct, we're told, and that was on the campus of Ohio State University, maybe among the last people in Ohio to cast their ballots today, and those were students. Brian?
Kelly O'Donnell in Ohio. Kelly, thanks. Lester Holt among his dual responsibilities following some of the governor's races around the country tonight. Lester?
Brian, we started the night with Republicans holding 29 governorships. That number increases to at least 30 tonight, and we're pointing to North Carolina. That was a seat that Governor Bev Perdue decided not to run for re-election, the Democrat. That's been a Republican pickup. Pat McCrory, the former Charlotte mayor, is the projected winner in North Carolina. That's one up for the Republicans. 11 seats in all were open. 11 seats up for vote tonight. 5 of those were open seats. Also watching carefully in Indiana, where Congressman Mike Pence is the projected winner over Democrat John Gregg. That's the seat that Governor Mitch Daniels, Republican, is vacating due to term limits. Mike Pence, as my colleague Andrew Mitchell reminded me, was talked about as a likely presidential candidate in 2012, but he, the projected winner in Indiana. Brian?
All right, Lester Holt, following ballot initiatives and the governor's race, and for our little team of operatives here in the studio, we continue to wait out these battlegrounds. I mean, just take that East Coast strip of real estate alone, Florida on up the coast, North Carolina, Virginia.
Well, the fact is, I talked to Romney folks tonight. They're sweating out Florida, and it's 10:39 at night. They're not really engaging in conversations about how Ohio's going to go. Yes, it's close. We know that. Our reporting is telling us that. But if they can't win Florida, as we've talked about, how do they get there? Look, we're at a point, too, where you could take Ohio out of consideration. The president, with the rest of his Midwestern firewall, has other routes to 270. So I think that's really striking. Also want to highlight John Boehner, Speaker of the House. He's saying that the results tonight, I'm following this on Twitter, don't mean a mandate for new taxes. He's already thinking ahead to the fiscal cliff fight with, perhaps, a second term of President Obama and saying we're not going to raise taxes. So we may have a status quo where these fights just keep on going.
And Savannah, that'll amaze a lot of Americans. They just can't. I'm not sure people can take more of this battle royale over everything.
Especially when you consider that we've had billions of dollars spent, and if you end up with a status quo, and it looks at least that we're headed that way, certainly in the House, we know Republicans hold, Democrats on track to hold their majority in the Senate. And then we have these huge issues before us. We talk about the fiscal cliff. For those who aren't familiar, that's when these tax cuts are set to expire at the end of the year. Net result will be tax increases for everybody if Congress doesn't act. You have these spending cuts that are going to go into effect in the early part of the year. Drastic spending cuts that the Congressional Budget Office says could send our economy back into recession if Congress doesn't act. So if we end up having some of the same players, the same party politics, maybe different players on any given day, what result does that mean? What does that mean for whether or not we can move forward with this country? And Speaker Boehner and President Obama, if he's reelected, are going to have to figure out if they can rekindle the flame and try to get that debt deal they tried to get. Boehner has said he felt the president left him at the altar.
I read one estimate that 1 million ads have aired during this campaign. I keep reflecting on what that money could have purchased by way of medical research, what disease we might have been down the road toward curing. We want to welcome our next guest, someone the national audience saw addressing the GOP convention as keynoter, the mayor of San Antonio, Texas, Julian Castro. Mr. Mayor, good evening to you. Congratulations. Your brother, Joaquin, apparently won his congressional seat tonight.
He did. He's my twin brother, 1 minute younger, and he won Texas' 20th congressional district. So it was a great night for him and for my family. I'm very happy tonight.
Much longer and more nervous night than a whole lot of Republicans had expected and hoped for. What are you willing to say thus far about the fact things like Florida, which your camp, the Romney camp, had hoped to have wrapped up and ready to go, is not yet ready?
Well, it looks like a very promising evening for the president to see the states that have come in. And I think what it shows you, Brian, is that the Democratic Party truly is the bigger tent party these days. And so this election, I believe, will be a mandate for President Obama to work in the best interest of the American people, to find places where folks in D.C. can compromise. But it's very clear that the Democratic Party now is the Big Tent party out there.
Mr. Mayor, I misspoke. I got your party wrong. You'll forgive me. It's already been a long night. We got so many miles to go before we sleep. Of the remaining battlegrounds, and we talked to David Axelrod not too long ago, do you have any knowledge, talking to your friends in the party, you guys have anything in your back pocket for, Virginia, North Carolina, any special sauce in Ohio that's going to give you an advantage over the Romney folks? Otherwise, we are in for a long night. Everybody has their own path to 270. Granted, it just got tougher for your opponents.
Well, sure. We've known for a long time that this is going to be a close race, but what you see that's happened already in terms of the states that have been called, as well as what looks to be a very promising effort in Florida, you got to think that with the votes that are left in Virginia concentrated in Northern Virginia, which has been friendly to the president, as well as states like Colorado, of course, Ohio, and Nevada still to come, that it's shaping up to be a good evening for President Obama. And the ground game that they've had there has just been fantastic.
Mr. Mayor, we have more good news for your team, and that is that we're projecting Minnesota for President Obama. 10 electoral votes. That's a Democratic hold, but a necessary state for Team Obama. With 270 to win, we're at 172, 174, and that blue corridor continues to rise on up through the upper Midwest. We're awaiting a couple of states there. I'm curious to get you on the record on these Hispanic voters. We've heard a couple Republicans speaking with regret at the lack of outreach, at this powerful and growing pool of voters. I'm sure it suits you just fine that in our exit polling, so many of them have apparently gone Democratic tonight. Do you think there was a missed opportunity, if you can take off your partisan hat, by the Republican Party here?
Oh, no question. The Hispanic community is like every other community in the United States. It's concerned. The Hispanic community is concerned about the economy, about education, about health care, and it's listening to which party speaks better to its interests. And the Republicans had just as good a chance as the Democrats in terms of wooing the Hispanic community. What they did instead was that they took on the most extreme positions in terms of self-deportation and the kind of laws that Arizona has passed, the SB 1070 in Georgia and Alabama, and they alienated the Hispanic community more than the party has alienated them in quite a while. That's why you're seeing numbers in the range of the 70s, which hasn't happened since President Clinton beat Bob Dole in 1996 with about 72 or 73% of the Hispanic vote. I think that the Republican Party ought to do a real gut check on this and understand just how deeply it has alienated the fastest growing community in the United States.
Mayor Julian Castro of San Antonio, who we last saw as keynoter at the Democratic Convention, who is now known around his parts as the brother of the congressman, at least congressman-elect. Congratulations to you. We're all in, I guess, Mr. Mayor, for a long night. Thank you very much for being patient with us.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, we will take a break as we continue to apply the new states, as they are called, for the various candidates. The electoral map getting a little bit more complete. That's a big piece of real estate, Minnesota, being put onto the rink tonight as our live Decision 2012 coverage continues after this. We're back, and we have a call in Missouri for President Mitt Romney. 10 electoral votes. This has taken a while since poll closing. We still have a number of battlegrounds. Obviously, the big brand names we are waiting for. Look at that path of red through the center of the country, north to south. Chuck Todd, what do we have?
Well, I would just say we got to, look here. We haven't done this in a while, which is we know 11 o'clock's coming up. A bunch of West Coast's going to come in, and it won't be projections or our expectations for how the West Coast is going to go. But let's just remind folks here, the president is, Florida. He's leading. The vote that remains appears to be in blue areas. We'll see. We're 0.2% now, apparently, may separate the two in the various models, but that would put him over. Ohio, the president continues to lead. There's a lot of blue that's out, perhaps more blue. That would put him over based on some of our projections. North Carolina is something that continues. Romney continues to have a narrow lead, so let's go ahead and slip it over there. But if you look here at Virginia, Virginia would get one electoral vote away. I've been playing around a lot with 269. I don't think we're going to have that issue tonight. But then you would just have Iowa, a state that we know the president is leading in early return. So the point is, Brian, there's a lot of paths here with these 5 states for the president to get to 270. It is a run-the-table situation for Mitt Romney at this point. Can't afford to lose either Florida or Virginia. They're putting these together at this point, and we haven't called North Carolina, so we shouldn't be pretending anything is guaranteed in his column. But it's just a reminder, all that gray that's been down there continues to be an issue if you're in Boston.
And Chuck, with your knowledge of how Florida works, with the raw vote separation, how late at night do you think we're in for?
Oh, I think we have to wait for all the vote to be counted at this point. And, we're going to be talking about a specific precinct here that might be buried in a red county that we don't know about. I mean, it's sort of that close, if you will. But I tell you, when you look what it's around, the little tells to me, I go back, Hillsborough. Hillsborough has been the quintessential swing county. And he's sitting there. The president's raw vote, and I want to point this out, he is already, and part of this is population gain, but part of this is a reminder that all that population gain, and this was something that the Republicans kept denying, and would question the party ID of polls and all this, and saying there's just no way the electorate's going to look similar as it did 4 years ago. But all of the new voters that came into the pool appeared to be less white than they were 4 years ago. And so I say Hillsborough here. So here's the president, raw vote 277, still more vote being counted in Hillsborough. And look what his number was in 2008. It was 272. So it's just a reminder. That's how this Obama campaign worked, Brian. Yep. They were counting it by vote. They were looking at margins. They were looking at demographics. And they said, boy, we are just going to, this is how we do it. And it was a very, as we know, it was a precision, numbers, metrics. I thought Chris Matthews made this point the other day. He said, it's amazing. Mitt Romney made his living being a numbers guy. And Barack Obama was sort of a message guy, and at the end, it's the Obama campaign that lives and dies by numbers and metrics, and the Romney campaign that was had hope and momentum, if you will.
All right. Chuck, thank you. A brief message both to our viewers and our television stations. We're going to stay on here and bridge the top of the 11 o'clock hour in the east all the way down to the bottom break of the next half hour. So we just feel that we're entering a time period here where we can't afford to look away. And let's check in with both campaigns. Kristen Welker in Chicago with the Obama campaign. Peter Alexander up in Boston with the Romney campaign. Kristen, first to you. What's going on there?
Well, a lot of excited anticipation here, Brian. The crowd growing exponentially and also cheering every time President Obama wins one of these states, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire. They just burst out into loud applause and raucous cheers. I've been speaking to Obama campaign officials who say that they like what they are seeing right now. They believe the fact that Pennsylvania was called so early, the fact that they've taken New Hampshire. They're watching the electorate essentially do what they thought it was going to do. But of course, we are a long way from the end of this race. President Obama, I am told, who was having dinner with his family at his home here in Chicago, just arrived at the Fairmont Hotel. That is where he is going to watch the rest of the returns come in tonight. Some of his advisors who were with him from the very beginning. Of course, a lot of excitement within the Obama campaign right now, but also a lot of nostalgia, Brian. This is his last campaign. Back to you.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. Before we go to Peter Alexander, we just want to show you is giving her acceptance speech as the new senator-elect from the Bay State of Massachusetts.
This victory belongs to you. You did this. You did this. You did this. For every family that has been chip danced, squeezed, and hammered, we're going to fight for a level playing field, and we're going to put people back to work. That's what we're going to do. Yes. Yes. To all the small business owners who are tired of the system rigged against them, we're going to hold the big guys accountable. Yeah. To all the seniors who deserve to retire with the security they earned, we're going to make sure your Medicare and Social Security benefits are protected and that millionaires and billionaires pay their fair share. That's right. And to all the young people who did everything right, and are drowning in debt, we're going to invest in you.
From one Senate race, let's go to another projection in a high-profile race in Virginia. Tim Kaine has turned away George Allen. Tim Kaine, of course, former head of the Democratic Party. And this one was hotly contested down to the wire, Savannah.
Yeah, if you want to read tea leaves, this will do as well as any, because in some ways this was a proxy fight for the Obama-Romney battle in Virginia. To see Tim Kaine squeak it out, he's very much aligned with President Obama. He was his DNC chair, somebody who was very close to him in 2008, helping him to deliver Virginia to the president in 2008. So this is huge, no question about it. George Allen, the former governor, the former senator, voted out of office and looking for redemption, but he didn't get it tonight.
Also, this was Tim Kaine, somebody who campaigned Brian down the stretch, and we live in Washington, so I do. At least you used to. I see all the ads. Campaigned about working across the aisle. Yeah. Breaking Washington dysfunction. So to your earlier point, this is somebody who is really trying to speak to that in his state. Andrea Mitchell following the Senate races. Andrea?
Well, one of the things that Republicans in Virginia are very concerned about is the Norfolk Tidewater area, that vote coming in. And so they've all thought that this race, as Savannah was just saying, was going to be closely connected to the presidential, that there wouldn't be a whole lot of ticket splitting here. So this is at least a harbinger of perhaps some good news for the president. Virginia, of course, is something that's now a must-win state, as you know, for Mitt Romney.
Yeah, a couple of us are getting emails from friends in the Republican political machinery saying that there is nervousness about the remaining vote for their side in Virginia. We promised to go to Peter Alexander in Boston at Romney headquarters as we get ready here to bridge the top of the 11 o'clock hour in the East. Peter, sorry about that. We had some business to attend to. What's going on there right now?
When I became governor of Massachusetts.
Well, Brian, it was fitting that you went to that speech from Elizabeth Warren, because Scott Brown's loss here in the state of Massachusetts is particularly something that they take personal in this state. There are so many advisors in the Romney campaign that overlap in Scott Brown's campaign, and as we saw Scott Brown's concession speech a short time ago, we saw a lot of those top Romney advisors disappointed in his loss as well. You can hear the silence in this environment right now in the words of one source close to the Romney campaign. So far, this night is stinging. Part of the silence is because of a video that's playing on the screen right now. This is the video, the bio video, that was initially intended, Brian, to play during the Republican National Committee, convention a couple months back. Of course, that slot ultimately was filled by Clint Eastwood in prime time. There are a lot of people within Governor Romney's community that feel like had they put that out, had more Americans seen that video, it really could have swayed more Americans to have a better sense of who Mitt Romney is as a person. Obviously, one of the challenges, particularly in that battleground state of Ohio, was the fact that so much money was spent disqualifying Governor Romney over the course of the summer, and Romney among those felt like this was a way to sort of put a new human face on the governor himself.
All right, could go either way tonight. One of these two is going to be Victory headquarters. We are going to wait a few alert to come back to us should we have to break in with national news. It is now 11 o'clock in the East Coast. Here are the states where the polls have just closed In California, we are projecting, as expected, with its 55 electoral votes. The Democrats will hang on to the state of California, and President Obama as well in the state of Washington to the north, 12 electoral votes there. In his native state of Hawaii, as far west as they go, President Obama will hold there. And in Idaho, Mitt Romney, 4 electoral votes, the projected winner in Idaho. We have a too early to call in Oregon, 7 electoral votes. Here's where the map leaves you right now. See some of the blue filling in on the west coast, desert southwest. Chuck Todd, anything you see that we should know about in the last few minutes?
Well, I would just say this in every swing county that we identified. I just want to point this out. Every single swing county, I'm going to throw them in here, and then I want to run through them. I'll start west to east, Colorado, Jefferson County. President Obama is winning every single major swing county, it appears. When you look at this one, he's ahead. Jefferson County here, 51-47. And these swing counties, we call them this way. This was Bush 04 County. You go, and they were Obama 08 counties, and he's holding them. In Ohio, let me take you to Hamilton County. That was the one that we were watching very closely. He is carrying right now. Hamilton County still obviously too close to call. We're not ready to call it. But in each of these cases, Hamilton County in Ohio, Jefferson County in Colorado, Hillsborough County in Florida, Loudoun County in Virginia, all of these counties. I remember you made that joke that really scared people, actually, Brian. I think it was on, I can't remember if it was on Letterman or Daily Show, but you said, this isn't about battleground states, this is about 12 counties. And we're seeing in every one of these counties, the president has a consistent but narrow lead in all of these places.
Thank you, Chuck. I can't remember for the life of me. It's been a busy season where that was. Chuck, one more question before you go. I'd love to know any math you've got that's helpful. Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia. Have you seen?
I tell you, Florida, look, I'm not, this is what Shelley does. They're in the game of this. But with what looks like is remaining, look, I think that Florida's going to be decided by less than 50,000 votes. Mm-hmm. And I guess I would say I'd rather be the president than Mitt Romney when it comes to what's left to be counted in Florida. Look, there, and you know, you never know what extraneous precincts are missing that we don't know about. It's amazing. That does happen every once in a while. And, you know, we had that person that kept votes in the trunk of her car in Waukesha, Wisconsin earlier this year. So you never know in those things. And then you look at Virginia, and Virginia, right now, you feel like maybe you'd rather be Romney than the president, but boy, that's razor tight. Again, I don't want to go out on a limb on either one of those, but it is amazing to think that maybe Mitt Romney ekes out Virginia but doesn't eke out Florida. And it goes back to what I think the story of this election is going to be about, which is demographics, demographics, demographics.
Okay, remember, you got to keep votes somewhere. Chuck Todd, thanks. David Gregory.
Well, just to that point, you know, David Plouffe, really the architect of this re-election campaign, senior White House advisor. He said, look, it's a problem for Romney that he's got to go back to Florida on Monday and protect. And that's what we're seeing here. You're seeing, as I monitor Twitter tonight, too, a lot of Republicans there talking about the fact that the president is doing what he had to do, which is to win this sort of demographic war, as Chuck just referenced, getting young people out, getting minorities out. We talked about the Latino vote. And isn't it interesting, Brian, how, at least up until now, the president is overcoming the most important issue, the economy, deep anxiety, 7.9% unemployment. People, and Romney performs better on the economy. He is overcoming that in a way that will buck some historical trends and that still speaks to how much anxiety there is and opposition there is to the president based upon economic performance.
We have an unusual category of a call here in North Carolina. The terminology we're using is, with virtually all the votes counted, Mitt Romney is the apparent winner in North Carolina. That would be a net gain for the GOP. It is a state the president took last time, taken away from the Democratic Party. I'm sorry? Okay, we have no national map at this point. But, Savannah, what we do have is this apparent winner designation for Mitt Romney, because the math is cooked and done.
Well, we should have had a glossary of terms before we started.
I know,
Apparent winner, too early to call, too close to call, but this was a must-do for Mitt Romney, so they're pleased about that. But Florida is obviously what's probably causing Romney aides to swig some Pepto-Bismol right now, because this could be the whole ball game. We mentioned it's a story of demographics. Medicare was a big issue that get litigated in this campaign. Obviously, huge senior population in Florida. There's a big Jewish vote in Florida, and this was an issue. Israel, Iran, that got litigated on the campaign trail. So Florida has a lot to offer in terms of the issues of this campaign. And to see it come down so close, as David just observed, over and over again, we've seen in the polls that people think Mitt Romney would do a better job on the economy. It is an article of faith among political observers like us that the economy is the #1 issue in the campaign, and yet we see the president holding strong so far. Very interesting.
One other note on North Carolina, the Democrats held their convention there, of course. They wanted to take a stand there. They wanted to keep it close. They wanted to send the message that they could keep this very large battleground map. And for it to get called at 11 o'clock is certainly a victory for Romney, but it's just one that he's got to have and quickly move beyond and see what else he can get.
A near-death experience tonight for Claire McCaskill in Missouri. She went from being at the back end of a bad campaign to re-election. She'll go back as an incumbent from Missouri, and let's listen into some of her remarks.
I also have to thank this amazing staff I work with on this campaign. We've been at it for 2 years, yes, we have. We have been going full bore for 2 years, and this is such a team. Every single part of this campaign, intellect, great strategy, a work ethic that I'm in awe of, a sense of togetherness, and that there were no egos in our team, just a focus on what we had to get done. I can't name them all. They are truly special, but I got to tell you, I got to give a shout out to Corey and Adrian, the campaign manager and deputy campaign manager, who did a great job. Okay, then let's get to the meat and the bone. And that would be you. That would be all of you. And what you did, thousands of volunteers across this state, you decided that you wanted nothing more complicated than your government to reflect your values.
Claire McCaskill, who was roundly targeted, who was called out, frankly, by some Democrats for not being aggressive enough and trying to hold on to her Senate seat. Then came the rape remarks by Todd Akin, and the race was turned up the race despite the pleas of some ranking Republicans, and it was not to be for his challenge. She's going back to Washington. Tamron Hall down on the rink has a new set of numbers for us. Tamron?
That's right, Brian. We know the fiscal cliff and all of these issues, no matter who wins the White House, will be issues. So we asked voters what they think. Who are better equipped to handle the huge budget deficit that we're facing? Where voters today said Mitt Romney, but by a pretty slim margin. We're talking a 2-point margin there. Now let's take a look at when it comes to raising taxes to help with the deficit. Wow, 63% say no to that, with 1/3 saying go ahead and raise them. Let me show you some other numbers, Brian. How do voters feel about whose taxes should go up? Well, 47% believe those who make over $250,000 should have their taxes raised. Another 13% said everyone's taxes should go up, and 35% right there say no one at all. And raising taxes on just people making more than $250,000 is President Obama's position. So far tonight, his decent numbers of voters who are in that corner. Brian.
All right, Tamron, thank you. Yeah. The crowd noise is because up on the building is projected a graphic of this call. The president in Iowa. That's a not a net gain or loss. He holds on, but it is not accidental that his last stop last night was a packed house, city streets, downtown Des Moines, across the street from his headquarters 4 years ago. the state that saved him politically, the state where he traces his political DNA as president. David, Iowa was a place where they made their stand.
Well, we said it when we came on the air tonight. The Midwestern firewall was about Ohio, Iowa, and Wisconsin. 2/3 are there. If he wins Ohio, it's a second term. So that's where we are right now, and that's what the Obama campaign looked at. Ohio is also something we could take off the table, perhaps, because of what's still available on this map for the president.
A lot of ifs there. Right. Chuck Todd, you know the math and these components, those little floaty yellow states you've had.
Exactly. David's right. We are now with Iowa. That puts them with the assumptions that we've made based on what we think was going to happen in Oregon and Nevada, for instance. 262, that's just Colorado now. He doesn't need Florida. Look at this. Let me just show you look what's not assigned, Brian. Florida, Ohio, Virginia, the three biggest prizes. The president has put this was the, quote, harder path. Now, Colorado's not called, Oregon's not officially called, Nevada's, but that's the point there. It is any of these states. And that is a pretty large accomplishment. You know, I had a Republican consultant just email me and say, tip of the hat to David Plouffe. He's the money ball. This may be the money ball of politics type of campaign, the way they put this together, just knowing their margins. I showed you the examples of Hillsborough, their demographics, just all of these little metrics. And I tell you, there's little things we're learning already about what the Obama campaign did. One of the examples I love to talk about is how they were advertising, Brian, on the Big Ten network, which has got high viewership, only one day a week, but they knew they were talking to working class Midwestern white guys, part of that Midwestern firewall. They were advertising in the Big Ten network 5 weeks before the Romney campaign ever started advertising on the Big Ten network. It's just all part of what we're going to learn. This was a piece by piece, a very strategic campaign, one team playing in the major leagues and one team playing in the minor leagues.
Well, for people who prefer the natural to Moneyball, it is a thoroughly unromantic way to do business, isn't it?
It is, and it was, and this goes to the complaint a lot of people have had about this campaign. It wasn't a very romantic campaign.
Hang on, Chuck. Hang on, Chuck.
Here we go.
We got some critical calls.
Yes, we do.
Let's see here. Roll them. Ohio, President Barack Obama. Chuck, stay with me here.
Yep, there it is.
There it is. Big blue screen must signify something.
We're going to put it in here. I'm getting it back up. There it is.
Puts them over. There are thousands of people here in Midtown Manhattan who realize the significance of what we have just announced.
Brian, there's no
White House correspondent inside that room. Kristen, what's it like?
Well, Brian, I think it is safe to say that the mood has gone from excited to electric. Just take a moment to take it all in. The crowd cheering as they realize President Obama has won Ohio and re-election. Everyone here essentially erupting with excitement. Take a listen. Brian, this crowd started gathering several hours ago. It has just grown exponentially. These are the people who have clocked the most time volunteering their time, their energy to getting this president reelected. At times, as we have covered, it didn't seem like it would be possible. It has been a close race, a razor-tight race until really we have just witnessed the results here tonight. This president who made history back in 2008, it appears, doing it again tonight. His supporters erupting with excitement and pride, really. Brian?
For people just joining us, as we watch these pictures of celebrations from Chicago to New York, President Barack Obama has become the fourth Democrat in the last 100 years to be elected to a second term. At the age of 51, he has been calling this his last campaign. He will now become a two-term Democratic president, pushing back a persistent and determined and well-financed and motivated challenger, putting up with at least one spectacular defeat in the first of a series of 3 debates that really worried his base of support and his staff and shook the campaign to the core. A threat he was able to shake off and go on to victory tonight, cobbling together an electoral map that has its derivation in the last time around. A huge ground game, and as Chuck Todd and I were just discussing before this news came in, a scientific approach and a mathematical approach to the business of getting reelected. While we watch these pictures, I want to hear the audio of Peter Alexander, who is in Boston. What was billed as the Romney victory celebration, now perhaps the saddest room in the country. Peter?
Well, Brian, just a couple of days ago, the political director for the Romney campaign told us that Barack Obama's firewall, referring to Ohio, was burning. Clearly, the Obama campaign has extinguished that fire. If that was the case, take a look around this room right now. You can see the sober faces of disappointment here in Boston. They knew that Ohio was critical to a victory tonight, and despite the fact that Florida and Virginia were still on the board, they recognized as soon as Ohio went up on the screens behind us here that this very well meant that President Obama would remain president of the United States. Governor Romney has been reviewing, watching the returns with his family, alongside his wife Ann, their 5 sons, as well as their wives, and 16 of the 18 grandchildren. They're only a short distance away from where we are, the convention center here in Boston. As soon as they get this news, which obviously they have gotten as well, as it's on the screens that they're watching as well, we're anticipating at some point this evening that we will hear what would likely be a concession speech from Governor Romney. Remember, when he was on his plane earlier today, we had told you before that he said he only wrote one speech. It was a victory speech right now, but it appears clear that he said if necessary he would write a concession speech, and increasingly clear that that's what he's going to have to do. Brian?
Well, we look back at things like this, at how much the candidates knew and when they knew it, and when he made those magnanimous comments unsolicited earlier today about Barack Obama. These guys are veterans and they're realists, and they have staff around them who tell them the truth and tell them, despite being optimists by nature, to wake up in the morning, look in the mirror, and believe you would be the right person to lead the United States takes a force of personality. So they're optimists by nature, but they're also realists. So perhaps when the books are written on this campaign, we will know when they had a good idea how this was going, when both men knew. For Barack Obama, it was the heavily contested state of Ohio that put him over. We've been saying, because it's a great bromide, it had the added advantage of being true this campaign season, that all roads to the presidency led through Ohio. David Gregory, he did it.
He did it. This was the Midwestern firewall, and it's really striking. In that state, what he inherited from President Bush, a poor economy, the continuity of that policy to bail out the auto companies made him extremely popular in that state, got him votes that he otherwise wouldn't have gotten. A lot of white men, working class, who were auto workers who felt saved by that policy. Look beyond that, what he was able to do, Brian, to define Mitt Romney as an alternative that was kind of out of touch with the middle class, out of touch with people's needs. It was a definitional campaign that worked. The president appeared more empathetic throughout this process. We saw that in some of the exit polling as well. He overcame a lot of anxiety about the economy. And by the way, Brian, he owes a big debt of gratitude to Bill Clinton, the former president, who at the convention in North Carolina offered a testimonial for President Obama when he said, "No one, not even me, could have turned this economy around in just 4 years."
Savannah, what a nation he gets to govern for 4 more years. What a political reality he inherits. And to reference your own comments from earlier, he did this during a recession.
No question about it. He now governs a deeply fractured country. I mean, here he is winning tonight, but when we look at the popular vote, I think we'll see that it's very tight indeed. So a country that is deeply divided along partisan lines. He inherits the same government, the same control. Republicans governing the House, Senate, Democrats will have control. And so in some ways, it will wake up tomorrow and nothing will have seemed to have changed. And he faces a host of big ticket issues in terms of our fiscal situation, tax cuts cuts that are supposed to expire at the end of the year and will result in tax hikes if the Congress doesn't act, talking about spending cuts, huge problems. And then I think this also ushers in a season of Republican soul searching. And you can already see the dividing lines. Some will say we should have nominated someone more conservative. That was a refrain we heard time and time again during the Republican primary. Others will say, no, this is a time for us to turn the page. We have to reach out to a greater segment of the electorate if we want to survive as a party.
Tom Brokaw, this is right now a crippled city awaiting a snowfall in a deeply blue state. It erupted outside here. You're inside the studio on the third floor. What's your view?
Well, my thinking is that there's a kind of sweetness about this for the Obama campaign that goes well beyond the magnitude of what this first African-American president has achieved tonight. Re-election when 2 years ago he was so soundly defeated in the midterm elections, and a lot of people thought that he couldn't possibly recover from that because they were so motivated on the Republican side. And the state that put him over tonight is not a state that is heavily populated by Latinos. It does have an African-American population, but it is a white working-class state, the state of Ohio. No Republican has ever won the presidency without winning Ohio. And tonight, Governor Romney, despite all of his investment there, according to our projection, is not going to win the state of Ohio. So this is a historic turn. Now, the real issue is what happens tomorrow and in the coming weeks. What does President Obama do about avoiding the fiscal cliff that is coming? Because cold reality will come with the dawn, and there are already Democrats who are saying that he's got to make the big, bold political statement and put everybody together, maybe even take him to an offsite, something like Camp David, and have a summit sealed off from the caucuses and others to try to get something done. But tonight, it's just a time to savor this astonishing re-election campaign run by people who knew this country and used all the modern technology to cobble together. This was a postmodern campaign, not a retro campaign. Too much of the Republican side was looking back, not forward in terms of how you win these elections, Brian.
And Lester Holt, we have the first tweet as President-elect. Barack Obama has written tonight, "We're all in this together. That's how we campaign. That's who we are. Thank you," signed Barack Obama.
Well, this is history part two. Another term for President Obama. He has defied gravity, the gravity of a poor economy. And Brian, as you look at that unity and that joy in that room, it belies the division that we've seen on those maps you've been putting up all night. At one point I looked up as we saw the blue and red, and I said out loud, I said, we're looking at two Americas. And those are the two Americas that this president will have to somehow find a way to try to unite as he continues to try to govern for the next 4 years. But there is, as Tom and others have been saying, a deep divide in this country that we don't see in that picture, but we certainly can see it in the picture, that mosaic of blue and red states throughout the evening.
Chuck Todd, when we broke away to announce Ohio, you were saying?
Yeah. Well, the president had a lot of paths. He could do it without Florida, Ohio, Virginia. But, you know, let's step back here. The American people have reelected a Republican House, reelected a Democratic Senate, and reelected a Democratic president. $6 billion has been spent, we believe, on all of these elections in total. All for status quo. That's, first of all, we got to unpack that amount of money at some point and try to figure out just where did all of that money go. We know local TV stations got a lot of it, but it went in some other places, and there may have been a lot of wasted money there. But I'll be curious to see. Remember, in our NBC Wall Street Journal poll, 62% said they expect to see some major changes. The president's going to have a couple of interesting moments. We know about the fiscal cliff, but two things I'm going to be watching when I have to do the other job that I have as White House correspondent is going to be who becomes the next Treasury Secretary and who becomes the next Secretary of State. Is it an Obama insider, or does he reach out and go with somebody else, maybe a little different? Maybe, you know, is it Jack Lew, the Chief of Staff, the next Treasury Secretary, or is it Mark Warner, or is it an Erskine Bowles? So it'll be interesting to watch. I think that he'll set the tone. The president will set the tone. What kind of second term does he want? Is he going to try to broaden out? You know, one of the big criticisms of the president has been in Washington is that the team was too insular. Will he break that mold with this second term?
Quote here to inject because it's germane to our conversation. The great historian and author David McCullough on 60 Minutes. Quote, "The shame of it is they're spending all this unconscionable amount of money. And what is it producing? A not very good show. Imagine the quantity of words that are being produced, and you think there's anything that's going to stand the test of time in there? I haven't heard it yet. We should demand more of them." This Citizens United Supreme Court decision, which can only be reversed, oddly, by the citizens, united, has turned politics on its ear. It has opened the floodgates of money in our politics. The solution is in the people in a democratic form of government, but that would take consensus. Andrea Mitchell, covering Senate and House races. We're briefly sidetracked by the minor matter of the re-election of the President of the United States.
Well, we haven't yet called the Senate, but in my counting, it looks to me, and talking to all of our experts, that it is now mathematically impossible, because once the presidency is in the hands, rests in the hands of President Obama, you no longer have the possibility of a tie-breaking president of the Senate, the vice president. So the pickup would have to be 4 seats for the Republicans to take over the Senate, and they've only got 2 really possibilities left that I can see. They've already picked up 1, which is Nebraska, but Wisconsin and North Dakota are the only other ones that we have not yet called. So I'll await the decisions by our decision desk, but just a heads up. I gather that we have done it. There is no mathematical way now that the Republicans can regain the Senate. So this is a status quo election. We had already projected the House remaining very solidly in Republican hands. But as you watch this crowd, as we all watch the McCormick Place celebration, you have to really wonder, as my colleagues have been saying, about the demographic trends, the nuts and bolts of this Obama victory as described to us by their pollsters, by their insiders. Chuck Todd and all of us have been to these briefings, was based on hard math and on the population growth and on the increasing minority growth of the population, the Latino community. And the Republican Party, as Lindsey Graham and others have said, really has some very hard thinking, and it's been reflected in some of these Senate races as well.
This is interesting. The veteran journalist Ron Fournier writes tonight, quote, "Barack Obama won a second term but no mandate, thanks in part to his own small bore and brutish campaign. Victory guarantees the president nothing more than the headache of building consensus in a gridlocked Capitol on behalf of a polarized public. If the president begins his second term under any delusion that voters rubber-stamped his agenda Tuesday night, he is doomed to fail." Peter Alexander is in the losing headquarters tonight, what was billed as a Romney victory rally up in Boston. Peter?
Brian, this has been a stunned, silent crowd over the course of the last few minutes here after the call was made of Ohio and the column of the president that he had been reelected as president of the United States. But a lot of the people here are not convinced that Ohio is settled yet. They say with only about 74, 75 precincts reporting at this point, that this is still an unsettled race right now. An advisor to Governor Romney told me just a matter of moments ago that it's only a matter of time before Governor Romney calls President Obama. Nonetheless, right now, there is largely silence in this room, absent some cheers when on one of the monitors on screen, they reported that some Republicans are not convinced that Ohio is settled. Brian?
And Andrea Mitchell, it's not too early to begin a conversation about what Republicans will be talking about when they gather in groups.
They're going to be talking about their candidate selection. They've got to start looking at the Richard Murdochs and the Todd Akins and the way some of those who are outside of what is considered the mainstream of American candidates, American values, for most of the middle of the country and the way people go to the polls. You've got 53 to 54% of this electorate projected to be women. And women are voting on a particular set of issues, along with men who share their values. But women are going to the polls in larger numbers. That's another part of the demography of this country. And some things have been accepted wisdom for decades now. And clearly women did not like to see some of the language used, particularly in that Indiana and in the Missouri race. Republicans have to look very hard at that, and they have to look at their primary process, because I was talking to Haley Barbour today, and he agreed with me on our show that as a former Republican chairman, this Republican primary process did not serve their party well. It moved the party so far to the right, and it took Mitt Romney too long to pivot back toward the mainstream, toward the moderate part of the Republican centrist party that had been successful in past decades.
Tom Brokaw, I talked to one prominent Republican today who said, quote, there's got to be a revivable middle of this party.
I actually heard from a Republican operative tonight who said that they're already online talking about how they retrenched the party. A lot of Republicans have watched with a sense of horror the process as it has played out at the beginning of this year, and those kind of wild evenings that were on cable television that passed for debates, and they went on too long, not just for the party but for this country as well. It kind of deadened the political senses, if you will. So I do think the Republican Party has to decide where it wants to go and how it wants to get there. There's a possibility that you could have a third-party movement that will come out of all of this, because the Tea Party is not going to go away. I've been talking to people who are involved in the Tea Party and its formation. They're going to run an insurgency. You may even see them going after state legislatures because they feel so strongly about the need to get much smaller government. And by the way, some of them would defend their choice of candidates not based on their social issues, but on smaller government as well. The interesting thing, second term for the president, it's a chance to really secure his place in history. He's now done it in 2 elections, but he has to do it with achievement. And often second terms can be its own kind of cliff for an incumbent going back.
Peter Alexander a few minutes ago touched on the fact that the consensus in the room in Boston is that Ohio is unsettled. Peter, you're hearing more of that?
Yeah, Brian, just a matter of moments ago, this room was chanting Mitt. They are not convinced that tonight is over yet. I just received an email from the political director for the Romney campaign. I asked him if it was settled, and he said, I'll read it for you directly, not yet. It's around 20,000 now and closing. The Romney campaign has all along insisted, Brian, that this would be a long night, that it would be up and down, and they believe it's still too early to put that state in President Obama's column right now. So they are, if nothing else, stubborn that it's going to be a little bit longer before that decision can be made. They said it may not be made on this calendar day. Brian?
Back in the room here, David Gregory, Savannah Guthrie. Well, that's a wrinkle.
Well, it is a wrinkle. You know, we'll see how that plays out over a little. That view could change within the Romney campaign. Meantime, there could be other routes here to 270 for the president that will just make it moot as we move through the calendar. And also to pick up, Brian, on this point about the Tea Party sentiment. We've talked about it earlier. The Speaker of the House, before the president was reelected, based on our projections, was saying, hey, there's no mandate for any new taxes here. And so, as Tom mentioned, history was made by the president in being elected, passing health care reform. But he really wants to get a grand bargain on the debt in the second term, and it's going to be thrust upon him very early as his #1 task.
Savannah, I just can't help but think of someone who is looking for medical research, the money we could have devoted that we spent on this campaign.
It's better not to think about it. You'll just get depressed. To come out with a result that is exactly what we had before this election season began 18 months ago. But you talk about a mandate. I guess it's how you define your terms. First of all, will he have a margin of victory that's sufficient to say there's a mandate? Potentially in the electoral map, he may. But the other issue is, what has he campaigned on? What was his second-term agenda? Was there one thing that was so identifiable that everyone knew, when I vote for President Obama, I am voting for this? That would suggest there is a mandate. And I don't know if he has. That goes back to what you said Ron Fournier was writing, saying it had been a small bore campaign and one that was largely negative. When the president had 85% negative ads, they had a strategy to discredit, disqualify Mitt Romney. It obviously worked. But what that means in terms of governance for the next 4 years, I think we'll have to wait and see.
To an earlier point of yours, the people in this country who weren't in battleground states, who saw an occasional negative ad on the Romney side, were shocked by it. They hadn't seen the negative ground campaign by the Obama campaign. By the way, the shot of the individuals in the trees, Lafayette Park across the street from the White House. Think about the last time we saw that. The night they announced the death of Osama bin Laden, clearly one of the highlights of the president's 4 years in office. Kristen Welker in Chicago, McCormick Place. What do we know about an ETA by the president-elect?
Well, we haven't gotten an ETA yet, Brian, but I can take you inside sort of his watch party tonight. I am told that his advisors are screaming, hugging each other, elation all around. Some of them are even crying. As we've been talking about, some of the folks who have been working with him in this campaign and specifically over these past several weeks are the same people who started this journey with him 4 years ago. So this has been an emotional end to this campaign for those folks. As you all have been talking about this evening, this was really a grueling campaign. The economy, to some extent, this president's worst foe at times. So there is a sense of relief as well because these polls were just so close right up until the very end. Of course, President Obama began this evening by having dinner with his family, the First Lady, his 2 daughters, and then he went to the Fairmont Hotel to watch returns with Vice President Biden as well as his closest friends and advisors. So he has been surrounded by those people all night long. They are awaiting a phone call from Mitt Romney, and when they get that, I expect that they will head here to McCormick Place, where thousands of the president's supporters are awaiting his arrival and waiting to hear his big speech tonight. I am told that the president worked on that speech, had a big hand in that speech, and very much involved in the process of scripting it. Certainly the speech that he has been hoping to deliver. Brian.
Let me see how well I know my Chicago history. McCormick Place, named after McCormick Spices, and replaced the old McCormick Place, which was destroyed by fire, I believe, in the late 60s. Yeah, well, I don't know. These things come out. But also, most importantly, it is not Grant Park. It is not the outdoor venue that we saw that may be best remembered for that shot of the tears streaming down the face of Jesse Jackson.
Yeah.
The camera crew that found him in the crowd, America's new first family coming down that runway, holding hands. It was an incredible night in this country for the history it represented, for the campaign that had just ended. As we've been saying, 2012 isn't 08. Mark Morial is standing by to talk to us with the Urban League, former mayor of New Orleans. Well, first of all, your thoughts.
This is a great victory and a powerful victory for the president in a hard-fought re-election campaign. But I think it is a victory of coalition politics and a victory that underscores, I think, the breadth of the president's support from all regions of the country. I might add one other thing, and that is that I think the effort to suppress the vote with voter ID laws may have backfired because of the reports we've received from so many communities, is that there was a strong voter turnout with people in lines all throughout the day. So it's a powerful victory. Now it's time for the nation to unite and try to move together to try to confront the challenges we face.
Mr. Mayor, I've been thinking a lot about poor folks these last couple days, white and black, because they have been hit once again by a weather event. It happens to be in the New York area. It's happened before. It has brought into great relief the tiny margins that people are getting by on in our society. And I'm wondering about what your hopes are, what your demands will be of this administration for a second term.
You know, for the president and the Congress, they must, in the context of jobs and in the context of trying to confront the nation's fiscal challenges, deal with the underlying challenge of income inequality. And Superstorm Sandy has indicated how challenging, as you indicated. So we will have a letter in the morning to the president and the leadership of the Congress urging attention to these issues.
Mark Morial, always good to see you.
Thanks, Brian.
It's good to have you here in Democracy Plaza tonight on a more boisterous than average, very cold winter night. There he is, just off the rink. Kelly O'Donnell's in Columbus, Ohio. Kelly, we've been kicking around this notion that Ohio is still in play. David Gregory appropriately makes the point that Team Obama could perhaps make up the math elsewhere. But what do you know from Ohio?
The route could go somewhere else, Brian, but the top people for the Romney campaign who have been on the ground here tell me they are not conceding Ohio. Again, the Romney campaign tells NBC News it is not conceding Ohio. Why? They believe that in Hamilton County, in the Cincinnati area, that they were still waiting on GOP precincts where they believe Governor Romney can still do well. They've been crunching the numbers all day. They've been telling us that they believe they are closer than the models have predicted. So at this point, the Romney campaign does not see this as over, at least as far as Ohio goes. And of course, as we've said so many times, no Republican can ever win without Ohio, according to history. And for now, Romney is not yet willing to say he has not won here. Brian?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell in Ohio, thank you. Chuck Todd, as we go to you, I should never... Chuck, you there?
I'm here, sir.
Your audio and I think what sounds like an FM station in Dallas, Texas. Hang on.
I don't know what that FM station is. I know.
Okay. If we could just get Chuck's audio.
I hope my audio is
and not Action 106.1. Okay. Chuck, first of all, I should never freelance because I got McCormick Place wrong. It's named in honor of
the other
Colonel
McCormick.
Robert R. McCormick, who enjoyed spices in his time but had nothing to do with the business. And second, what's your case on Ohio?
But by the way, the McCormick spices, that family is from Chicago.
Yeah, thank you.
You know,
okay.
I
knew that.
I want to back you up there. I just want to show you why we called Ohio. And I'll just make it simple for folks. There may be some GOP precincts in Hamilton County, but this is Cuyahoga County right now. Right now. And we have about 400,000 vote total in. There is another, at least, let me show you the 2008 results from Cuyahoga to let you know, there is at least another 200,000 votes that have not yet been counted in Cuyahoga County. As you can see, it was 657,000 votes in Cuyahoga County in 2008, and we have only got about 66% of Cuyahoga in, and we know that's going to go big. That is why there was a very big comfort level on Ohio. Understandable, they may find some other ones, but don't forget also, at this point, by the way, as we've been talking about Ohio, let me show you the Virginia board. The president's now up. Northern Virginia's coming in. It's very close. We're probably going to have to wait till all the votes are in. But let me also show you Florida. The president's up. So, you know, all of this dispute about Ohio with the folks in Boston, but as you see, the president's up in Florida, the president's up in Colorado, the president's up in Nevada. So the math of Ohio, even if there is some sort of shock in Cuyahoga County, which we don't expect, the math doesn't work anymore for 270, Brian.
Tidewater vote in Virginia, Chuck, can you characterize it?
Let me look to see how much of it's in. I know Virginia Beach is something that there hadn't been much vote in at all. I want to see what we got now, because that was a swing county 4 years ago, very swing area now. We're still looking like, to me, it's Romney here, 132,000. Let's see how much of it is still available. Looks like we still got a good 100,000 votes yet to be found in Virginia Beach.
How's he doing against McCain and Virgil Good?
No, I know, but my point is, I was just looking to see how much vote there was last time. We still got 100,000 votes there. We still got probably 75 to 100,000 votes in Northern Virginia. Guess what, Brian? We may have to wait till all the votes are counted when it comes to the state of Virginia.
All right, got a thank you note from Virgil Good for the publicity there.
Virgil Good, yeah. You know what? It's funny. The Obama folks thought that they could win without getting 50% in places like Virginia, Colorado. They thought Gary Johnson. These third-party candidates didn't seem to pick up that much number.
That's right. There was real fear about Gary Johnson.
Yeah, there was. There was, particularly in Colorado.
All right, Chuck, remain at your board. Keep it manned.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go to David Gregory now.
Well, you know, I'm been on Twitter, as you know. David Axelrod is saying that the vote tonight is going to be heard by both Democrats and Republicans. You, I thought, very well alluded to the difference between 4 years ago. This is not as grand a night.
No.
This is not hope and change. This is not all of the hope and expectation infused into this president. He's been battered by 4 years. There's a lot of anxiety out there, still a lot of opposition to him. Tonight, he's got a real challenge when he accepts this mantle of a second term. How does he speak to Republicans in a way that, in his words, he can pop that blister and force some kind of agreement on the revenue issue, on further implementation of health care reform, on dealing with some of these really pressing issues around spending. This will be the most important work of the second term.
Savannah, any comments that don't involve gross medical imagery?
Yes, I think always safe space for that, I have to say. Look, the president obviously is going to be facing the same Republican House, the same dynamic. And the question is, what's changed? He's been asked that time and time again during the course of this campaign. What will you do? How will you change? How will you get more results? And he consistently says, look, if I'm reelected, the fever will break. The situation will change.
The blister, that's what he said.
Or the blister. Now we're back to medical terminology.
For surgery.
Nevertheless, that's more hope than a strategy. And so perhaps he has some trick up his sleeve. But look, second-term presidents have to learn to get along better than they did the first term, and he's got a whole host of problems waiting for him.
We have West Coast numbers coming in, and let us not forget it's election night in all 50 states. And so in our Senate races, Jeff Flake, he was involved in a bit of a controversy today when a story a couple folks on the web got a hold of, that his campaign was making robocalls to people's homes, sending them intentionally to the wrong voting precinct. He defeated the former Surgeon General, decorated combat veteran, Carmona. It was not to be in Arizona. So the Republican Flake will be going to the Senate, but a good result for the Democrats after the defeat in Arizona. Heinrich going to the Senate from there, and as somebody said earlier tonight, they don't need Biden anymore.
Right. Well, but they certainly relied on the president. We're seeing in all of these Senate races, these Democrats winning. The president's coattails are long tonight. He is pulling up a lot of these folks, these Democrats. Brown in Ohio, for instance, getting something like 90% of the Obama vote. It helped Elizabeth Warren as well.
It's a point, Andrea Mitchell, you made earlier tonight. They are, for the Senate Democrats, for that subgroup of the population, they're having a big night.
For the Senate Democrats, take a look at Martin Heinrich beating former member of Congress and a really strong candidate. And she lost in New Mexico, and that clearly was a coattail effect. So that is just one other example. We get to see, of course, what's going to happen in Virginia, where Tim Kaine is the victor over George Allen, both former governors, and George Allen, the former senator, with a great football legacy in his family, a famous Redskins football name. But that was not to be either. So there are coattails, as David just pointed out. We also saw in this Jeff Flake victory, by the way, Jeff Flake is an interesting Republican in that he was far more liberal than a number of the other members of his party. He became a little more conservative on immigration when he was running for the Senate. He has strongly opposed the Cuban embargo. He was one, very strong Republican voice against the continued embargo, economic embargo of Cuba. So Jeff Flake is going to be an interesting voice in the Senate and may, now that he's elected and has 6 years, join that coalition of Democrats in the Senate who are pushing to do something about Cuba.
And Andrea, across the room from you is one Tom Brokaw. Tom?
Well, Brian, this is more than a wake-up call for the Republicans, obviously. We've been talking about that all night long. And I think their first step is really going to have to be about how they interact with President Obama going into his second term. Second terms are tricky, but if he really wants to create a legacy, he's going to have to get something done about the issues that the country care about, beginning with the ability to work with the other side in some form. Now, the Democrats in the White House will say, we were prepared to work with them, but they would roadblock us at every opportunity. So they start with that. But then there are the realities of the deficit, what you're going to do about the entitlement programs and the very delicate issues and the explosive issues of Social Security and Medicare, how they get resolved for the future. And I think he's going to have to reach out into the American economic community, to the business community, not just the big guys, but the middle-sized guys as well, and say, you've got a voice here, I'm prepared to hear you, and we're going to have some kind of a connection for you in the White House. He said during the course of his campaign he was prepared to appoint a Secretary of Business. That's not really necessary. If you have an office in the White House where people can go and feel that they're getting a fair hearing, I think that they would welcome that. So there are some real changes that are going to be coming. They need to come if he wants to create the legacy that I expect that he does in the coming years.
All right, Tom. Peter Alexander up in Boston, where the topic in the room has become the fact that Ohio is not cooked.
Yeah, no, Brian, I think you're exactly right. We're on the ground right now and have been having conversations with a lot of the people here who are watching the broadcasts very closely right now. They are not convinced that the night is over. They're not convinced that it should be called for President Obama just yet. But I did reach out to a source close to the Romney campaign, and I asked him what happened, what went wrong in Ohio, and he conceded. He said the auto bailout was crucial. He said that headline in the New York Times that read, "Let Detroit go bankrupt," that came alongside that column written by Mitt Romney a couple of years ago, he said was critically damaging to this campaign in an area that they could ill afford to lose. Right now we know that Governor Romney is still watching returns alongside his family, only a couple football fields away from here in the convention center where a couple thousand people have gathered. We anticipate they will come over here at some point, but I have heard from advisors to the campaign that the governor has not yet called President Obama to concede tonight. They don't suggest that he's disputing it, although the political director from the campaign, Brian, as we have reported, had said Ohio is not done yet. However, we should note that even as we speak to you right now, some of the top aides, some of the larger donors to this campaign have been entering this room. So we'll just keep you posted on exactly what will happen here.
All right, Peter Alexander, before we go, I want to go to John Yang in Ohio. David, just a point of information, because the headline on the New York Times op-ed piece was so roundly reported, repeated many times by the president. You don't get to write your headline when you write an op-ed, but the sentiment was, let them go through a managed bankruptcy. That was an oxymoron at the time. There was no money for such things.
There was no capital in the marketplace to support that. The argument from the Romney team is the government could have backstopped any sort of private capital that would have come in.
Guaranteed loans.
Guaranteed loans. It would have had a similar effect. But backers of Romney, particularly in Ohio, said that they just failed to do a good enough job to rebut that in the way that we were just talking about it and change that impression that Romney essentially wanted to let them go through a bankruptcy that could have cost jobs. We saw in the exit poll, this was a hugely popular bailout, and those voters broke for the president tonight. I should also add from another prominent advisor who knows Ohio well, the feeling in the Romney campaign, I'm told, is that there's roughly a 25% chance in their view that they could still win Ohio. But Brian, so 25% chance. So that, you know, but they're still sweating Florida.
Yeah.
And we know, as I look at the map here, take Ohio off the map if you want. There's Colorado and Nevada where the president's leading. That could get him over the top. So this, again, could become a moot issue if they do end up contesting in some fashion.
So John Yang, who's in Ohio, and as a former Washington Post journalist, you know your way around a counting house and an election. This is why we've been talking about Ohio, the 5 Ohios that are contained in the 1 Ohio, and the importance of all these digits and every number that's in.
That's right. I mean, this is all, as Chuck has been saying, this is all about margins. This is all about the margins that you build up, that the Democrats traditionally build up in the Northeast, and that the Republicans have been traditionally built up in the South and Southwest. I've just gotten the latest update from here at the Hamilton County Board of Elections. This is with 68% of the ballots that were cast have been counted. It does show it narrowing. It does show this is with 95% of the precincts. It gives Obama 57% of the vote and Romney of 43%. That's essentially where it's been for quite a while now. And as Chuck says, the outstanding votes seem to be up in Cuyahoga County, which is Cleveland, Lucas County, which is Toledo, which are Democratic strongholds. It's with essentially Obama's margin here. If he can build on that margin in the North, it's hard to see where the Romney votes would be coming from with so much of the vote already counted here in Hamilton County.
All right, John Yang, thank you. And on that thought, Chuck Todd, your reaction.
Not to say, I'm
Chuck's
just
not
throwing that out there. Look, we took everybody beat up on pollsters this year. I'm pretty proud of our poll. You know, we worked really hard. We spent a lot of money.
Okay. Guess what that was? That was Chuck Todd on our sister network, MSNBC. I'm sure he was making vast amounts of sense and just not on a question we had asked. But this is the point you keep making.
Well, but also I think what Chuck is talking about, because I talk so often, I can channel just fragments. He's talking about the amount of resources we put into our own polling, our own analysis in terms of how we make these projections tonight and sort of calculating Cuyahoga County and what vote may be outstanding at this particular.
Is it a sister network or a brother network, or is it gender neutral?
I think it's gender neutral.
Okay, Savannah, what do you got?
Brian, I don't know. I'm just sitting here waiting for the votes to come in, and I think, you know, we're in a situation here. If we get Florida and Virginia, if they end up going the president's way, Colorado, Nevada, you could be looking at a rout on the electoral map.
Kelly O'Donnell has a statement to read us from Columbus, Ohio, that is germane to this. Kelly, what do you have?
Well, it's incremental, Brian. The Ohio Secretary of State was asked about the call by networks for Ohio, and he says that he's aware of that, but that they cannot make the same determination, meaning the Secretary of State for Ohio, who's in charge of counting all the votes. But he does identify that trends can be put together here. So he sort of takes it both ways, acknowledging that it isn't a final answer yet, which would support the Romney contention that it's worth spending more time to count the remaining votes, but he also sees the trend line. So again, talking to Romney's supporters and those who have been close to their ground operation, at this point they're saying there are still votes to count. They don't feel the need to make any kind of declaration until they get a little further in the process, despite the celebration happening in Chicago and your analysis that it could go another way with other states that may come in. But Romney people want to pause, take a moment, and make sure that the votes that they have tried so hard to get a chance to be counted. But again, the Secretary of State here says trend lines can be seen, nothing yet definitive here in Ohio.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thanks. Chuck Todd, is Chuck off?
I'm
okay.
right here, buddy.
Hey,
I'm
Chuck,
here.
We just showed you talking to our brother or sister
Yes,
network.
I heard.
I'm sure making copious amounts of sense. So speak to this Ohio thing. While you were talking to other people, we were talking about the other bricks in the firewall if the president needs them, if
Sure.
Ohio's math isn't baked, if this contention by the Romney folks turns out to be real, that there's a 25% chance that it doesn't hold.
I'm just going to draw two numbers here that our boiler room just gave me, and let's see how my drawing is.
Those. Yep.
Okay. In the blue counties, we believe there's a 750,000 votes out between Cuyahoga County, Lucas County's Toledo, Cuyahoga's Cleveland, Hamilton, Cincinnati, and some of these places that we expect 750,000 uncounted vote. And in Romney precincts, Romney counties, we estimate that there's 140,000 votes left. So let's just do that. Obviously, it wouldn't all break 100%, but if you do that math, that it's not too hard. That's 600,000, potentially a net 600,000. It won't be that much, but that is why, Brian, our folks, Shelley and his team, feel extremely confident in the Ohio projection.
Chuck, Florida, Virginia.
Yes, sir.
What do you have?
Florida, I can just tell you all that's left, basically all that's left to be counted is Miami-Dade. Here's the number here. Here's the raw vote. At this point, there is about anywhere from 100 to 150,000 votes left to be counted in Miami-Dade. We do know, by the way, the Miami-Dade supervisor election said we will not have the full count tonight from Miami-Dade. But right now, the president, the point is he's got a 48,000 vote lead here. The remaining vote is in a county that the president is winning by nearly 25 points. Let me show you here. It's Miami-Dade. Literally almost all the vote that remains is in Miami-Dade. So 100,000 votes left, and it's from a county he is winning by some 25 points. So the numbers seem to lead. You would rather be the president than Mitt Romney. But hello, it's going to be decided by less than 100,000 votes. More than 8 million votes cast in the state of Florida, and it's going to be decided by that. As for the state of Virginia, it's literally their extraneous precincts, some left in Northern Virginia, some part in Hampton Roads. It's all over the place. Are ones where the president is, put it this way, he's leading by more than he's leading in both Virginia and Colorado. When we say by a couple of points at a time, we want to wait till a little more comes in. But as you can see here, that's a pretty hefty lead, about 50,000 votes, which in Nevada, a small state, he's looking good there. So that goes to the whole point. that we were making, that let's say you did take Ohio magically away, there are too many other places for the president to go get electoral votes. As you can see, Colorado, we are just waiting for a few more precincts to come in before we get comfortable being able to project Colorado. But as you can see, he's got a good 70,000 vote lead here.
Chuck, I don't say this often enough. Great work on the board tonight.
Thank you, sir. And you're the toughest. People don't know this. You're a pretty tough critic on this
very
stuff.
Fluid hand movements. It's been a joy to watch.
Well, you're very kind, sir.
If we don't have much activity and movement on these numbers, it's going to be a joy to watch for the next couple of hours.
Apparently, that is so.
One little housekeeping note.
One more thing. By the way.
Hang on 1 second. I'll come right back to you after I tell the people who've been kind enough to be watching us on our NBC stations. You are watching our live Decision 2012 coverage here on the NBC television network. And then for the second time this evening, he said, Chuck, as you were saying?
I just wanted to give you, I know some people have been asking me about the popular vote on Twitter. I get that a lot. As right now, it's pretty tight. As you can see, Mitt Romney actually has a popular vote lead here, a little over 300,000 votes, but realize most of California isn't in. Our two fabulous pollsters, the Hart-McInturf team, Bill McInturf, the way he looks at it, he thinks it's going to be about a point, maybe 1.5 percentage point popular vote victory for the president when all is said and done from what he's looked at and looked at the math as it comes in from the West Coast. That's still very narrow. I mean, it just shows you the popular vote more narrow, which is what a lot of people have been seeing versus versus the battlegrounds.
And the Electoral College designed that way for a reason, because of big states and small states.
True, but we had this was the smallest battleground in not just the modern era, it's arguably the smallest battleground ever. I mean, this thing, David Plouffe said it was in 9 states, and remarkably enough, the Romney campaign went ahead and agreed to fight this in 9 states. I think that's going to be among the strategic errors that people are going to Monday morning, or at this point would be Wednesday morning quarterbacking of the Romney campaign, which is why did you let the Obama campaign define the terms of the debate? You let the Obama campaign define the actual battleground map, if you will. They didn't make an effort to expand to Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania until very late in the game, and they had all that money. And so that is going to be a question. But 9 states, Brian, 9 states. If I lived in a non-battleground state, remember you and I got that email from Knightley, and what was it, about 3 months ago, that said, explain to me why my vote counts if I don't live in one of your 9 battleground states. And I couldn't answer the question.
Yeah, that is a problem with modern electoral politics. As we go to Tom Brokaw, Tom, I'm going to ask the camera to pan around your neighborhood where you're sitting, because those two guys, Hart and McInturf,
are gurus.
They really are. And for everyone who's read a lot about polling or is into polling or knows anything about polling, they should know that we care enough to send you the very best. These are the best in the business. They're cautious. They've got enough stripes on their sleeve to know their way around an election. They are right more often than not, which is a really good quality for pollsters. And they work terrifically well with us, and we're just thrilled and honored every day to have them as a part of our team.
Well, let me just say something else, because we've been working together for a very, very long time. We've been growing old together, and they are the two pros. There have been too many polls in this campaign, in my judgment, and a lot of them, the people who read them, don't know where they come from, and frankly, neither do we when you go online. A lot of them are robocall polls. Others are from organizations we've never heard of before. So that drives a lot of the angst in the course of the campaign. And as we wait for these votes to come in tonight, I do hope that there's going to be a movement in the next 4 years to fix the broken American voting system. We talk about it every 4 years, but every state, and they control it, have different systems for reporting and how you go in and make the judgment. People get put through, in some states more than in others, a kind of litmus test about whether they're eligible to vote. This is the greatest democracy in the world. We can do much better than that. We've got all this new technology that we entrust the rest of our lives to, how we communicate with each other, how we use our credit cards, whatever we do. And then when voting time comes, we do everything but get a candle and a nightgown and walk in somewhere and make a mark with a sharp stick of some kind.
Actually,
crazy.
I think some folks in Staten Island who lost everything else voted exactly that way earlier this morning. Tom, are Messrs. Hart and McInturf both wearing microphones?
No, but I speak for them in language.
Yeah,
actually.
I guess. Well, I suppose there will be time for this, but I'd love to talk to him about what we have witnessed tonight. And Tom, do you find any reason for optimism in the ad-libbing we have at least seen in this voting system, where we've got the governor of New Jersey telling folks, if you can get to a fax machine, if you're in the storm area, if you've got email, vote that way. The governor of New York saying, look, if you want to vote in the presidential, you live in Staten Island, you got no house, you're living with your cousin in the Bronx, walk into your polling place in the Bronx, you can vote there. I mean, we have a lot of vote in advance. We're a long way from where we used to be, at least.
Yeah, Brian, in fact, voting is the first privilege of citizenship. And
right.
So you should be able to do it with ease and with the idea that it's going to count and get counted quickly, wherever you happen to make that vote. That's how we started this country. And it still is a remarkable process that we work our way through all of this. But every 4 years, and it seems to me it's gotten more complicated in the past several cycles, Peter, than we've known it to be in the past, because it's so uneven across the landscape now. And there are those attempts, to one degree or another, to suppress some of the votes. So I do think that we can change that. Andrew Young, believes strongly that we've got to move it away from Tuesday. That's anachronistic in a working class society. Why not move it to a weekend, for example, and take 2 days to vote and do it electronically? There are lots of ways to look at it. We've got other issues that we're going to have to deal with first. And speaking of what happened tonight, we cannot overstate the growing importance of the Latino vote in America. The difference between Obama and Romney this time in the Latino vote, Obama got 69%, Romney got 29%. That's an advantage of 40% for Obama. 4 years ago, he had an advantage of only 36%, so he's ticked up, and the Democratic Party is reaping the benefits of all of that, and the Republican Party is going in the other direction, which makes a lot of people who have been in that party for a long, long time tear their hair out, and they say, we've got to start to do something about it, because it should be our natural constituency.
Well, this is kind of a free shot for our next guest, who's been very patient waiting for us. Happens to be the governor of the state of Colorado. Governor Hickenlooper's on with us. I can't. There you are, Governor. First of all, to take on the point Tom Brokaw just made.
Well, I think that when you look at the voices of the Latino community, they spoke very loudly tonight. And you know, Governor Romney mentioned in one of the debates about how Mexico and Central America and South America are our natural trading partners. I mean, we should be much closer together, and I think there's great value in working together with our Latino community and say we have common aspirations, common goals, education, healthcare, making sure that our young kids have all the opportunities. I don't see that as being a partisan issue. It's something that all Americans should support. We need to get a solution for immigration as well.
Governor, I know Colorado is not decided. Do you have any information on the marijuana legalization ballot issue tonight?
Well, it looks from what our exit polls tell us it's probably going to pass. But again, it's still illegal on a federal basis, so we'll have to see what the federal government says. And we certainly look at how can we, if we can't make it legal here because of federal laws, we certainly want to decriminalize it and make sure that people don't get felony records for, you know, simple possession of marijuana.
As it is, I mean, all of us who've been to places like Boulder, it's just so, it's as ubiquitous as cigarettes once were in this country. It's just, it is just out there, and it's shocking when you come from an East Coast urban environment or suburban where it is not as available and as widely used. I know you were, I think you opposed it initially.
Well, I don't think it's a good idea for our kids, but you talk about Boulder, go to Cambridge, Massachusetts, right? The large university towns are much more embracing of the alternative lifestyle. So if you go to downtown Denver, you don't see people smoking pot in public.
Governor, we have to interrupt you for another one of our calls, and there it is, the state of Colorado, where you are standing and where you are the governor. The
I could
western.
have told you that.
Yeah, well, I need to hear it from pollsters.
I know.
before I can go with it. So obviously, the Western brick and the Obama firewall, you've done your job.
Well, and we look at it now, and I know the Obama administration looks at this as well. This has been such a close race. Now the real challenge is for all of us to work together, right? How do we bring Republicans and unaffiliated voters into the compromises and solutions that we need to move this country forward? And I speak with an open heart that we will do everything we can to make sure everybody is involved in this next generation of decision making. We've got this fiscal cliff ahead of us that we've really got to get figured out in the next few weeks.
Governor Hickenlooper, thank you very much. It's to be on the air with you during good news for your side in this was exciting. Thanks very much for being patient with us and joining us tonight.
No, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Murphy is with us. Mike, where do we have you?
I'm here at the museum.
Oh, okay. All right.
In D.C., so I'm in the dangerous beltway now where everything's going to get interesting.
Well, Mike, you are a friend of this network and a veteran of Meet the Press, among other broadcasts. Let's stop time and freeze the results. We don't know about a whole lot of other states, but what's your assessment of the performance of the GOP thus far tonight?
Well, we learned a hard lesson, which is we run a primary where the incentives are to put you in a place where it's very hard to win the swing states, you need to win. And we have a Latino problem that just cost us a national election. So we're going to have a very adult conversation. It might turn into an inter-party fistfight about how we become electable again.
And what about the fact that, and look, this is clinical. You started in candidate selection with a pro-choice northeastern governor who swung to declare himself a severe conservative, and then we watched something else kind of happen in the general election. What do you do about the Tea Party faction not going away, probably further empowered? We're hearing words like insurgency. What do you do if you were placed at the head of that table at an offsite at the Wintergreen Resort starting Monday?
Well, we're going to have it out because the formula we have doesn't work. Mitt Romney was a very electable candidate, and President Obama was very vulnerable. But those swing voters we need, the white college-educated women, people in the I-4 corridor in Florida, and Latinos, are finding us unacceptable, which means we're going to lose. So we've got to modernize conservatism in a way that appeals to the demographics of the country we have now, not the demographics of 1980 or 1988.
And where the gender gap is concerned, you'll forgive my language, but it was a phrase that came up in the campaign in Virginia, this talk of vaginal probes, the use of rape, its entry into the public conversation, out of nowhere, the likes of which we haven't seen in the modern era.
Yeah, we had a lot of issues that we created that were not accretive to the bigger conservative cause, and we're really just going to have to look in the mirror and deal with it. There's going to be a fight between the mathematicians, people like me who look at the math in the changing country, and the priests who said the problem was that Romney wasn't conservative enough, at least wasn't movement conservative enough. And we're going to have to fight this out because we've tested the model of this year, and it's a loser.
Mike, one more question for me, and
yes,
Chuck
sir.
Todd wants in on this. I guess it has to do with the middle. Is there, the Rockefeller middle is long gone, the Mac Mathias middle, the Lowell Weicker middle, does that exist? Is it ever coming back?
Well, I don't think it's so much about the middle. I think it's about what kind of conservatism we run. And there's a movement, populist conservatism, which is very appealing to part of our primary vote, but it's not appealing to the country at home. And so we have to look at issues like immigration reform, gay marriage, issues like that, where the country is changing, and we have to decide where conservatism fits in. This is going to be a big debate in the party. It's going to be a slugfest, but what we have now isn't working. So it's the new conservatism, a modernized conservatism, that's going to be the key, and it's going to be a big internal struggle in the party because, I'm looking at these numbers. I don't think we're going to get Florida. I think Virginia is very tight. Ohio. There's a real message here for the Republican Party. Now we got to see if we're going to listen to it.
I promised we'd get Chuck Todd into this conversation. I'm told we have to go to a break and come back. So if we can beg you to stay wired up, sure. We'll try to conduct some business right after this. You are watching our live continuous coverage of Decision 2012. Reluctant as we are to pass this along, it nonetheless is, as they say, out there and getting an airing tonight, so you might as well know about it. Donald Trump, who has driven well past the last exit to relevance and veered into something closer to irresponsible here, is tweeting tonight. Here's a sampling. More votes equals a loss revolution. This election is a total sham and a travesty. We are not a democracy. Disgusting injustice. The world is laughing at us, and so on. So there you have that. That happened. Let's see. Who else do we? Deval Patrick, the governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, of all people. Hey, Governor, thank you for being patient with us.
Hey, Brian, you bet. How are you tonight?
I'm fine, thank you very much. What would be, if the president called you into the Oval and said, tell me your top 3 agenda items for the next 4 years? You have an unfettered audience. What would you like to see?
I think what we're going to see is an emphasis on a growth strategy that has been working and will accelerate. And that's about investing in education, in innovation, in particular research and clean energy, and in infrastructure, the sort of unglamorous work of governing, but that supports everything else: roads, rails, bridges, broadband expansion, implementing health care. So that strategy of education, innovation, infrastructure is a winning strategy. It's why we have added 5.5 million jobs in the last 2.5 years. And with some help from the Congress, we'll accelerate that. And I think the president's eager to do that.
How do you do this now? How do you thread the needle if you're President Obama? This became, after all this fussing and fighting and all these billions of dollars, basically a status quo election. We have fractured politics, especially, you know, you've seen the tenor of the comments from the likes of Donald Trump tonight. How do you do this? How do you take the next step forward?
Well, first of all, I don't think Donald Trump represents anybody's view other than Donald Trump. I think that what the American people did today was reject the politics of division and obstruction and affirm the politics of conviction. And whether the personnel changes or not in Washington, and in particular in the Congress, the dynamic does with the president's decisive reelection. So I think it's important for the president to come out strong with his agenda, to work with those who will work with him in the Congress. And I think we'll see more people coming to the task, not so much of seeing whether they can unseat this president and gain a political advantage, but whether they will join this president in healing this country and helping its people.
Well, here's a point David Gregory's made over the past couple of days, and he's right. People have really, it's warmed people to see politicians of different parties pushed together by this awful storm and this situation you share in Massachusetts. People are yearning to see their politicians get along, but for those in the short trenches. Do you think this is a mandateless election tonight? Do you think it calls for more getting along, something the president promised last time?
I think that what people are responding to in the aftermath of Sandy and the leadership of the president and the partnership of Governor Christie and Governor Cuomo and the other governors who've been affected is leadership in fact, and that's what people are hungry for.
Governor, thank you very much. Deval Patrick's been kind enough to join us on a busy night.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your patience. Our coverage will continue after this break. We are back here in New York tonight, and it is time to check in with our correspondents covering the major campaigns. First of all, Kristen Welker. A lot of folks are agreeing to stay up late, especially in the eastern half of the country, because they would like to see the president give his speech. Kristen, what do we know about where he last was and how close he is to the venue?
Well, the president, as far as we know, is still at the Fairmont Hotel with his family, his friends, his closest advisors. He has not yet gotten a call from Mitt Mitt Romney that concession call, so I believe they're waiting for that before they leave to come here and deliver his acceptance speech. But I can tell you that the anticipation inside McCormick Place is growing as they await for President Obama's arrival. The president has sent out an email, though, Brian, to his supporters, sort of signaling the fact that he is going to be delivering this speech soon. I'll read you just a little bit of it. He says to his supporters, "I'm about to go speak to the crowd here in Chicago, but I wanted to thank you first. I want you to know that this wasn't fate and it wasn't an accident. You made this happen. You organized yourselves block by block." Brian, I believe his campaign advisors will find it fitting that this race was called tonight on Ohio's grounds. The president has spent more time campaigning in Ohio, really, than any other battleground state. We have said that it's really the cornerstone of his Midwest firewall. I just heard Mike Murphy talking about the importance of that. You really can't overstate how important Ohio was to President Obama's overall strategy, really. In these final days, this final sprint, President Obama stopped in Ohio every single day, one of the days, making 3 campaign stops there. Of course, the auto bailout, a major factor. At every chance, he touted the auto bailout. And I can tell you, Brian, that Jeep ad became a key part of his stump speech as well. So I think that it will be interesting to see the final analysis, how much impact that Jeep ad really had. But certainly the auto bailout helped him to bridge the gap there with working class voters that he had trouble with in other parts of the country. So the crowd here in McCormick Place, still energized, still excited, dancing around. When the results were announced earlier tonight, a lot of them were hugging. Some of them shed a few tears, but they've been waving American flags around, really just excited to hear the president speak. The president who they helped to get reelected. Brian.
Kristen Welker in McCormick Place in Chicago, where they're awaiting the 44th president of the United States. To that Jeep ad, the allegation that there was a deal to send Jeep manufacturing to China, there were some embarrassed faces among members of the advance staff of the Romney-Ryan campaign when a black Jeep Cherokee rolled up to greet the campaign plane today during their last campaign stop. Now to a different atmosphere up in Boston, headquarters of Romney-Ryan. Peter Alexander, is the hubbub still hubbubbing over Ohio, or what's going on there?
Well, at least in this room, the hubbub, I think you could say, has waned, Brian, especially given the fact that states like Colorado and Nevada have now been called for President Obama. The people here recognize that the night is effectively over at this point. While we are told the governor has not yet called President Obama, and the best of our understanding, he is still with his family a few football fields away from here at his hotel, hasn't taken what will be one of the world's shortest motorcade rides over here to speak to the crowd at this location, which we expect should happen at some point tonight. I heard from a source close to the campaign that it would have to happen at some point in the next couple of hours. Clearly, it's starting to get later and later here. But, Brian, as you look around this room, you recognize a vastly different scene than that which we witnessed over the course of these last several days. Romney advisors believe there was the real potential for a wave on this night, a wave of support, that independents were being underappreciated in the polls, that their enthusiasm was so much greater than that of the Democratic voters on this night. But here, while there's maybe 2,000 to 3,000 people, is vastly different than the 10, 15, even 25,000 size crowds we have seen over the past several weeks. And even on this evening, there was already a little bit of Monday morning quarterbacking, I guess we could call it Wednesday morning quarterbacking, as it would be in this case, where the conversations are beginning about exactly what went wrong in that state of Ohio. And much of the focus is on the fact that the Republicans, Governor Romney's team, allowed him, in their eyes, to be disqualified so dramatically in the course of a couple months during the summer with those negative ads from the Obama campaign. There was really no rebuttal until that first debate, and it was in that first debate where Governor Romney, in their eyes, requalified himself. And they believed that that was something that they couldn't go back on, that it was momentum that wouldn't be removed. Nonetheless, that's one of the conversations that is already taking place right now. Another conversation taking place within Republican circles is a little bit more specific to the more moderate tone we have heard from the governor over the course of the past several weeks, Brian. The speech he has been giving over these last several days has been received as well as any speech he has given for the course of this campaign. But the conversation that's taking place in some of those Republican circles is if they waited too long to do that. Effectively, the Republican National Convention speech, by most accounts, was really dedicated to the Republican Party, to the base, not to a wider audience. And there is some belief system that they waited too long to sort of personalize Governor Romney to that wider American audience and perhaps make a more general election-oriented speech and theme throughout the course of his conversation with Americans. Brian.
Interesting point about that closing speech. I did note the changes myself. Peter Alexander, and for a time, Barbara Walters and Cokie Roberts. Thank you all. Let's go to Governor Jerry Brown of the state of California. Governor, you have put a lot of time and effort and your personal prestige behind a tax hike initiative tonight. How is it doing, and why do you think?
Well, I think it's doing pretty well. The early returns are heavily influenced by absentee ballots, which traditionally are more conservative. So I'd say, even though we haven't hit the 50% mark, given the exit polls and given what we know, I think it looks pretty good. And I think for the same reason that people elected Obama, people are going to end up voting to increase taxes modestly to support our public schools, balance our budget, and get California back on track. There's been a lot of rhetoric against the use of government, a lot of rhetoric about California declining as a state. And I think people are voting with more optimism, not doctrinaire, but what works and what can we do together through the instrumentality of our public institutions. And that takes revenue, and it also takes a president or a governor that is willing to speak truth, level to the people, that we have to do something that sometimes takes government, and it isn't all just Wall Street and the market and withdrawing from this global competition. That may work for those who are very well off, but it doesn't work for the vast majority.
Well, as long as we're speaking truth, while you were talking, we just showed the graphic of this initiative going down in a big way with fewer than 1 million votes for it, 74% no, 26% yes. Let's assume this fails. Where in your state, given the cuts that have already gone through, is that money going to come from?
Well, wait, there's no 70. This is like a little under 52 to 48 plus. That's Proposition 30. You're probably looking at Proposition 38. That's a different initiative. So I feel pretty confident here that this vote will turn out to be in the positive column. And I think the reason is people have seen enough to the college cuts. When I took over from the last governor, the deficit in California was $27 billion. We've cut that thing down to balance. The last step is either to cut another $6 billion out of our colleges, university, and schools, or take in $6 billion by asking the highest income tax earners to pay 1 or 2 or 3% more, and all the rest of the people to pay 1/4% for 4 or 7 years. I think it's a balanced program, and I do think at the end of the day, at the end of tonight, you're going to see that people did vote to invest in their schools, and that means Prop 30 and the taxes that are there included.
Sorry, we had the wrong graphic up. You are right. We were graphically wrong. We were having two different conversations. One last word, your reaction tonight to the re-election of the president and what this status quo election leaves us with, what it's supposed to mean.
Well, I'll tell you what it means something pretty clear. We talk about the Latino vote. There are 12 million immigrants in this country with undocumented status. You got to do something about that. These are real hardworking people, and Romney got pushed into the doctrinaire position. Number two, we've lost millions of jobs, and it's not going to come back by just giving market ideology even more credibility. We need a balance, and I think people voted for the president because they think he's reasonable, they think he's trying his best, and he's not captive of some more extreme element of American politics.
Governor Jerry Brown, State of California, thank you, sir, for being on with us tonight as we await the President of the United States and as the numbers from the West Coast still come in. Let's go to Chuck Todd in the engine room. Chuck, what new numbers do you have?
Well, first of all, I want to, speaking of California, it's important, you know, people have been asking about the popular vote. The President has officially pulled into the lead in the popular vote, and his lead will only grow because most of that vote, of course, that's coming in is from the state of California. State he is going to win by a rather large margin. So it's going to be a very narrow popular vote victory here, as we've been noting, but we are not going to have the split decision. I don't know whether that's an official projection of something we would officially project or not, but that is something worth total. In Florida, we do know this. Our friends, by the way, the President has crossed the 4 million mark. There's about a 50,000 vote margin. His lead has actually grown as more and more have come in. It was basically a few more precincts have come in. But here's something we've learned, Brian. Miami-Dade County has said they're not going to count any more vote tonight. That means we may not get to 100% tonight. They've gone home. And they will, well, you know, there's some places they dealt with very long lines. There were some lines, I think some precincts were open till 11 o'clock at night, but we may not get there. But again, I've scoured through the numbers. Unless I'm missing something, I don't know how the President loses with what's remaining in the state of Florida. And finally, in Virginia, one thing we're waiting for in Virginia is we think there might be as much as 100,000 votes missing in Fairfax County. As you are well aware, Fairfax County is a blue Democratic county. That would mean if that is the case, and if we can confirm we think that there's that many votes out, then Virginia could be something we could call tonight in the President's direction there. But again, we still are looking at razor thins. And by the way, the one reason why we haven't called Nevada, we are waiting for some numbers in Washoe County, which of course is basically, Nevada is a two-county state. You got Clark County here in Las Vegas, and you've got the biggest little city and the biggest little county in the world, Washoe County. We don't have any vote out of there. As soon as we see some vote out of there, we will take a look. It'll be interesting. Democrats have a shot at netting Senate seats, picking up Senate seats tonight, not just holding the Senate. They have a chance at picking up. They're leading in North Dakota. They're leading in Wisconsin. They're leading in Montana. And actually, I was looking a few minutes ago, they're leading in Nevada. Now, Nevada, we'll find a lot about. And by the way, what's interesting is 3 of those 4 races I pointed out, all with Democratic nominees, women nominees, Shelley Berkeley, Heidi Heitkamp, and Tammy Baldwin. But the last I checked in Nevada here, I believe Shelley Berkeley had a narrow lead, nope, that just switched 3,000 votes. But if Heller doesn't hold on, remember, Nevada is one of those wonderful states. You can vote none of the above, Brian, and none of the above is performing about 3 points better than it did in the presidential race, and it looks like that all was coming a little bit, potential Heller vote.
Okay, Chuck, I had another question. We're going to get to a break. There will be time to talk after this when our coverage of Decision 2012 continues. We are back. David Gregory, Savannah Guthrie here with us in the studio as we look at the last remaining white spaces on the white rink. Just learned, those of you following the Tester Senate race in Montana. A lot of Senate races we need to record keep on. We have Andrea Mitchell for that, but the Tester Senate race, too close to call. 19% of the vote in. We all have our favorites. If you want to pick beautiful places in this country, Montana's a good place to start. Peter Alexander has some information on, we've got the fact remains there's got to be a concession speech and there's got to be a victory speech, and ideally in a media world they don't collide. So Peter, what do you have?
Well, we can tell you what's going to happen from this end, Brian. We do expect to hear from Governor Romney now at 12:55 Eastern time. That's less than 10 minutes from now. We are hearing from reporters that travel with him that his motorcade is now making the 2-block trip from the Westin Hotel, where he is staying here in Boston, to the Boston Convention Center, where he will make those remarks on the stage here behind me. We were told that the governor will appear alone. At least that's the information we're being provided right now. This is a starkly different ending to a night that the family had visualized as being a celebration on the stage behind us. Governor Romney watched the returns tonight alongside his wife, Ann, and nearly 30 members of the immediate Romney family. Recognize that he has 18 grandchildren. If Governor Romney were to have become President Romney, he would have had more grandchildren than any sitting president. Obviously, that is not to be at this point. You know, it's interesting, Brian, a short time back when we were traveling with the campaign, we had a chance to ask the governor what his thoughts were if he did not win, to get a sense of what would happen after that. And he seemed very comfortable with either situation. He said that he was excited for the opportunity to get his hands on the books, to help fix this country. But he also acknowledged that if he were not to win the presidency, if he were to be defeated by President Obama, as is now the case, that he would return to what he said was a very special life surrounded by his loved ones. So it's pretty remarkable when you consider this morning he woke up and he voted at the polling site very near his house, knowing that 24 hours later he would wake up either as president-elect or as a private citizen. And at this point, it appears that we will hear from Governor Romney in his own words now, with just a matter of moments.
Among other things, Governor Romney was quoted as saying if he won, they were going to get a puppy. They identified the dog as a Weimaraner, so somewhere there's a Weimaraner hanging in the balance. Doesn't know if he's got a home. And, of course, the last Romney family dog, Seamus, the now famous Irish setter, who had a temporary home and a dog bed on the roof during the family vacation, just gave David Letterman a chance to flog him easily 4 nights a week during this campaign. It's late. These are the kinds of things that come up. We're back here in the studio. Peter Alexander reporting that we have Mitt Romney en route to give what we expect to be a concession speech. It's so interesting listening to Mike Murphy talk about tomorrow morning in the Republican Party. Chuck's prescient question about who's running the Republican Party. This is going to be tough for a lot of folks.
Look, Republicans have known they had a huge demographic problem for a long time, and they failed to solve the problem, even though the likes of Karl Rove and Matthew Dowd, who was Bush's pollster, Bush, by example, they were all trying to deal with it. Romney called Republican leaders a year before he started running and said, we need immigration reform. They didn't get it. He had to introduce self-deportation into the lexicon of the campaign. It is striking, Brian, the story of demographics tonight, turning out the Latino vote, other minority voters, how it is overcoming this concern about the economy. If Nevada goes for Obama, it has an 11.8% jobless rate. The president can overcome it because of the demographic strength. We see this in a state like Colorado. So much concern about the debt. Independent voters, he's overcome that by carrying Colorado as well. I have one other note, by the way.
Quickly.
We'll get to it later.
Okay. Savannah, hold that thought. Hold your note. We have to get a break in by way of telling our stations we're going to take this one last break. And when we come back, hopefully we have timed this, we will have in full the remarks of Governor Romney from Boston. Welcome back into our local stations. We'll be going the rest of the way here. You are looking at the empty podium in Boston. Motorcade en route, the press corps traveling with Governor Romney. Peter Alexander, we know, correct, that he has now called President Obama prior to leaving from his hotel to the venue?
Yeah, Brian, a senior advisor to Governor Romney tells us that the governor has now called to congratulate President Obama on being reelected as President of the United States. We do expect to hear from the governor just a matter of moments from now. The room has now gone silent. Frankly, it's been pretty silent for much of this night, absent the televisions playing in the background, giving a running tally on where the night stood. Many of Governor Romney's top advisors have now entered the room, as well as others here. We are told that the governor will speak. He will stand alone on the stage when he makes his remarks. Then he will be joined by his running mate, Paul Ryan. All of this expected to happen, Brian, just a matter of moments from now.
All right, Peter Alexander at the venue back here in the studio. David, you had a note before we had to take a break.
Vice President Biden voted today. He was asked, would you be voting for the last time for yourself? He said, no, I don't think so. Mark Halpern from Time Magazine tweeting that among the Tuesday winners, the VP called with congratulations, the governor-elect of New Hampshire. We're thinking ahead to 2016. Wow.
Only you could bring up 2016 at a time like this.
Savannah Guthrie, speaking of Mitt Romney, this is years of his life. This is his second attempt at this job. 65-year-old man, an otherwise robust life in every way, as he has pointed out at every turn. We saw him today start to get conciliatory toward the president. He has, here he is. Let's go to Boston, Massachusetts, the convention center there.
Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Thank you so very much. Thank you. I have just called President Obama to congratulate him on his victory. His supporters and his campaign also deserve congratulations. I wish all of them well, but particularly the President, the First Lady, and their daughters. This is a time of great challenges for America, and I pray that the President will be successful in guiding our nation. I want to thank Paul Ryan for all that he has done for our campaign. And for our country. Besides my wife, Ann, Paul is the best choice I've ever made. And I trust that his intellect and his hard work and his commitment to principle will continue to contribute to the good of our nation. I also want to thank Ann, the love of my life. She would have been a wonderful First Lady. She has been that and more to me and to our family and to the many people that she has touched with her compassion and her care. I thank my sons for their tireless work in behalf of the campaign and thank their wives and children for taking up the slack as their husbands and dads have spent so many weeks away from home. I want to thank Matt Rhodes and the dedicated campaign team he led. They have made an extraordinary effort, not just for me, but also for the country that we love. And to you here tonight, and to the team across the country, the volunteers, the fundraisers, the donors, the surrogates, I don't believe that there's ever been an effort in our party that can compare with what you have done over these past years. Thank you so very much. Thanks for all the hours of work, for the calls, for the speeches and appearances, for the resources and for the prayers. You gave deeply from yourselves and performed magnificently. And you inspired us and you humbled us. You've been the very best we could have imagined. The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work. And we citizens also have to rise to the occasion. We look to our teachers and professors. We count on you not just to teach, but to inspire our children with a passion for learning and discovery. We look to our pastors and priests and rabbis and counselors of all kinds to testify of the enduring principles upon which our society is built: honesty, charity, integrity, and family. We look to our parents. For in the final analysis, everything depends on the success of our homes. We look to job creators of all kinds. We're counting on you to invest, to hire, to step forward. And we look to Democrats and Republicans in government at all levels to put the people before the politics. I believe in America. I believe in the people of America. And I ran for office because I'm concerned about America. This election is over, but our principles endure. I believe that the principles upon which this nation was founded are all to this campaign. I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation. Thank you, and God bless America. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
There's the scene in Boston. Chuck Todd, I'm looking at this, realizing we never really heard from Jana Ryan. First chance we would have gotten to know her. The clock would have started tonight had she been elected wife of the vice president. Ann Romney, who, despite multiple sclerosis, has been such a fighter out on the campaign trail. This has to be just a crushing time, as surrounded as he is by the blessings of family and a prosperous life. Boy, he wanted this.
You know, Brian, it shouldn't be underestimated how it was amazing in hindsight how he got that nomination. This is a Republican Party that is very Southern, very evangelical, and very conservative, and he had a reputation for being, Noel, not from the South. He was a Mormon, a moderate from Massachusetts. So to pull off the nomination was always the high wire act, but what he had to do to get it put him in this demographic shellacking tonight. But I wanted to talk to you about, you brought up Paul Ryan. Let's just look. This was 52-46 in Wisconsin, 80% in, 6 points. Now let's look at Ohio. And there's going to be some people tactically wondering, did the wrong member of Congress end up on the ticket because could Rob Portman have made up 100,000 votes? It's going to be, you know, there's going to be lots of questions that the Republican Party is going to ask. They should have the larger questions, the conversations about demographics. But it is interesting there that Ohio, without a member ticket there, and then you have a Wisconsin where Paul Ryan clearly didn't do anything really to make Wisconsin better. And you're going to have a lot of defenders of Paul Ryan say, you know, Mitt Romney never knew how to use Paul Ryan, that they picked him, and then he was locked on his airplane and never to be heard from again.
Well, Chuck, what happens to the members of the team, what's become kind of a GOP standing army, all of them Bush graduates, the Eddie Gillespies, the Dan Senors, look at the role of ex-presidents. Bush 43, complete absentee, stayed in Texas, while Bill Clinton got into the old game and mixed it up.
Well, let's just remember now, you still got to go back to 1928, that the last time the Republicans won the presidency without somebody named Bush or Nixon on the ticket. It's one of the more remarkable statistics still that survives, that every time I hear it, you just can't believe it. And the irony is that you do wonder that the best candidate the Republicans could have put up might have been a guy named Bush. And in fact, that may be the name we hear come back in 2016, and it's a guy named Jeb Bush. So that's going to be something you know, this is somebody who governed the state of Florida, who clearly the state of Florida, very, very much a demographic problem now for the Republican Party, and it may be the best answer. He's been somebody that's been speaking very vocally on this issue of Hispanics. Of course, he's married to a Mexican-American.
Education.
Yeah, that's right, and education. And he's been very critical of his party. And in fact, he waited a long time to get behind Mitt Romney because he didn't like the fact that Romney was using immigration to prove that he was a true conservative during the primaries. It really bothered him because he didn't really believe that Romney was that kind of conservative.
Well, as we all search for the what's it all about answer where the Republican Party is concerned, let's go to Tamron Hall down on the rink with more of your numbers. And Tamron, now that we have a result, you know, more of these numbers you've been rolling out all night kind of make sense and come to a point.
That is the best part of exit polling, when it all does come together, Brian, and make sense. We know part of the strategy going in for the president was to not suffer huge loss with white voters and keep his advantage with non-whites. In 2008, Obama got 43% of the white vote, a lot less than his opponent at the time, of course, John McCain, but still enough to win. But let's take a look. 2012. Tonight, Obama's not far off from his performance 4 years ago with 40% of the white vote. And he matched his performance among non-whites with 80%, the same as 4 years ago. Also, President Obama benefited from this gender gap we've talked so much about tonight. He had the edge there as well. Among women, it's 12 points, 55-43, which more than made up for his 7-point loss against men. It's also important for Obama, certainly with the youth vote. 60% of young people voted for the president, down a little bit from what we saw last year. And, you know, Brian, it is tough when you start talking about, you know, the election in terms of white, black, or women and men, young and old. Because you heard the president already say, and at least some of the message that he sent out, it is about America. But this is how we break down the numbers. And perhaps, as Mike Murphy said, this is part of the strategy from the Republican Party moving forward and how it decides to move forward with this party in the direction.
Oh, Tamron, the winds are coming off the rink.
Yes, they are.
Tamron Hall, thank you very much for that latest set of numbers and for the analysis. Mike Murphy, I'm told you are still, and you've harmed no one to deserve this, still lashed up electronically to us. Thus, you are fair game. And
yes, I'm chained in here. Thanks. That's good.
What of my last question to Chuck? What really, when you widen the shot, take a look back, the kind of standing army, the guys you hire to run, Dan Senor, Ed Gillespie, a Dick Armey trained kind of Bush loyalist. What happens to them in this?
Well, I think people tend to survive, and they're guys who've done good things. Dan's a friend of mine. He's more of a policy guy than a political strategy guy. Eddie Gillespie is a good communications person. But I will say this. You know, I'm an old retired political consultant. I don't run candidate races anymore. But I started out in the early 80s through the 90s when we used to win a lot of blue states. That's where I did most of my career. I was very proud to work for Mitt Romney when he was governor of Massachusetts. I helped run that campaign. Our officer class of operatives have become very excited about turnout and intensity campaigns rather than persuasion campaigns about swing voters. We've lost some of the skills we had in the 90s, and we have this demographic problem. So I think we need to look at our toolbox, our playbook, and some of the culture of our campaign operative class, and relearn some of the lessons that I think were good for us in the 90s that we seem to have lost.
Savannah Guthrie, you are, among other things, a lawyer. And this election,
don't hold that against me.
This election was about, among other things, to some voters, everyone gets to choose what their motivation is for casting the vote they cast. For a lot of people, the court loomed large. I mentioned earlier 3 justices in their mid to late 70s. Justice Ginsburg has been heroically battling various forms of cancer for years, puts her head down and keeps working. So conceivably, over this next
graphic point that I don't think we have talked about enough. We know that the president held together his coalition of African Americans, Latinos. Let's not forget young people. They were huge in 2008. There was a lot of skepticism about whether or not they would turn out again, almost kind of the slacker argument that they wouldn't bother to show up at the polls. And I think from our early exit polls, we're showing that the youth participation actually went up. And this creates yet another party for the problem for the Republican Party going forward. They also have to take this new generation of voters and make them turn it their way if they want to survive as a party.
I am told that we've reached the hour at which you leave us for another man, which is, his name is Lauer. I'm vaguely familiar with him. You have this other job in the morning, which just seems inconceivable to me.
A scant 6 hours away.
At 1:09 in the morning, with thanks of a grateful nation and your colleagues. You've been great.
Thank you.
Can I get your electric blanket?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's all yours.
We got through another election night. Okay, truth be told, it's a little nippy in our glass booth high above the rink. Savannah, thanks. We'll be watching you first thing tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow morning.
All right. And David Gregory, you know, like two guys in a bar, here we are.
Here we are, just chewing over it all.
It was a remarkably short, businesslike, very sad speech and tableau for the Romney family.
Well, it is, and anybody who goes through it, it's a very difficult thing to lose. You are really that close to the presidency by virtue of the fact that you're the nominee, and it was a very close race up until the end.
He said today, he got off the plane and he said, this is what it'll be like. We are back, and we will keep our electronic eyes, and thus yours, on this scene in McCormick Place in Chicago. The president's motorcade was long since en route here. When you see members of the National Press Pool scurry down front and take their positions, we'll know he is close. Usually they bring remarks out to the podium, and we will have his remarks in their entirety. We're trying to get our arms around the vast number of races, of course, that are being decided tonight. Some of them, Governor.
3 wars and much decorated but very, very conservative, Tea Party supported African American. And running against a 29-year-old named Patrick Murphy from the private sector, no political background. And this is a very close race. This is one of the most celebrated, very conservative voices. Another is Michelle Bachmann. She has potentially a reservoir of conservative votes still out there, so we're not calling that one. She is in a very close race as well. Michelle Bachmann, obviously very well-known nationally, at one point leading the Republican field briefly until Iowa, and the winner of the Ames poll, and also, of course, a big fundraiser. She raised $12 million for this race, spent a lot of money in this Minnesota district.
So Andrea, what do you think is going?
Michelle Bachmann, we don't know that one yet, and Alan West, but others. And so my sense is, especially seeing what Speaker Boehner has said and what Eric Cantor said in interviews leading up to this race about the possibility of compromise and of choosing compromises that involve tax increases, for instance, to deal with the fiscal cliff. I don't think that a new leadership is going to emerge from the House. You're going to have some Republicans outside of the congressional party who are going to have to rethink and find a new identity to make this a national party that can win in the future, that can deal with immigration, that can look to Latinos, that can see the demography that's changing. It's going to be Jeb Bush. It's going to have to be Haley Barbour is an older generation, but they're going to have to find new members of the Republican Party who follow the lead of Haley Barbour and of Jeb Bush and of others who believe in a more inclusive Republican Party and not the kind of primary debacle that they experienced.
All right, Andrea Mitchell, I am told we can get one more piece of business in here comfortably and still not miss a thing from Chicago, not miss the president's entrance or his remarks. We will do so, by the way, if he walks in the room. We will come out of a break and come back here live. We have more analysis. We're going to hear from Tom Brokaw, Congressman John Lewis, and, of course, foremost, the acceptance speech of the re-elected tonight 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama from Chicago. That and more right after this break. We are back, and we're going to keep an eye for you on the room, McCormick Place, the sprawling convention center in Chicago. They are awaiting the arrival of President Obama, who many minutes ago we were told was en route. We have reason to believe he's arrived at the venue and is just doing what folks do, greeting people backstage. Being very patient with us and standing by to talk to us is the newly re-elected for another term, Congressman John Lewis, Democrat of the state of Georgia and a hero of the civil rights movement. And Congressman, I hate to get right to business, but you're going to go back to the House of Representatives. Do you have any reason to think it's not going to be just as paralyzed and polarized as the House of Representatives you left before the break?
No, thank you, Brian. I really believe that we're going to do better, that we're going to be much better under the leadership of the newly elected president. I think there will be real attempts to bring together people from both sides of the aisle. I'm convinced of that. During the past few weeks and months, I've traveled all across America, and I think this election tonight tends to dramatize the fight that people need to work together. And what President Obama and his campaign did, brought together a broad coalition of women, working class, minorities, young people, and students, and that's the only way to move people. We have to work together and work for the common good. And I'm convinced that Democrats and Republicans are going to do our best to do just that.
Of course, Congressman, the problem is you got to deal with not the president freshly reelected to a second term. You got to deal with the speaker who was tonight tweeting out things like, you know, we're not going to repeal the Bush tax cuts and that kind of thing. So if we don't see individual members kind of forming a coalition of cooperation, then aren't we going to be just as hardened into both corners?
Well, I think it's important for the speaker and others on the other side of the aisle to recognize the fact if we fail to work together for the common good, for the interests of the American people, one of the parties is going to be a party that will exist no more.
Congressman Lewis, what's your advice to the Republican Party?
My advice to my colleagues in the Republican Party is to sit down and be willing to meet with rank-and-file Democrats, and let's just do some things together. Sometimes I feel like we need to conduct some nonviolent workshops among members of the Congress. Just respect each other.
All right. On those words, Congressman, thank you very much for your patience, sir, and for being with us tonight. Congratulations on your reelection to Congress. Good luck to you.
Well, thank you very much, Brian.
Congressman John Lewis of Georgia, who, when he mentions nonviolent workshops, knows a thing or two about that from back in the day of the civil rights movement. Tom Brokaw, we're told President's close to coming out here. I know you have a thought or two.
I do. I was just looking at John Lewis and thinking about that long journey. I first met him when I was 25 years old in Atlanta. He was the same age. He was with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Now he's the grand old man of Southern congressman and still in place. You know, the president has not yet given his acceptance speech or reached out to Governor Romney, and we're already trying to move him, nudge him, if you will, into his second term. It'll be interesting to hear what he has to say tonight here, Brian, because he can set the tone right away, it seems to me. And there are a lot of people hoping that he'll go big and go bold, if not tonight, at least in the next week or so. I think that it's going to be tough for Speaker Boehner to continue the position that he has begun to tweet here tonight. The country has sent a strong message about working together. And if you want to take a model for how to get the country's attention, I suppose it would be Governor Christie, not just by putting his arm around the president, but by the language that he used about, I don't give a damn about the election, I've got a big job to do here in trying to save the state of New Jersey. I think people are eager to hear more of that kind of conversation. I don't think that the president would use that kind of language necessarily, but big and bold may be the best way for him to start. We'll see, and we'll hear from him in just a moment. It is a remarkable comeback from 2010. He now has a chance to secure a great place in history, not just as the first African-American president and having been reelected, but to leave a real stamp on his presidency in the 21st century.
Big and bold and going without sleep and wearing a blue fleece. Tom Brokaw, thank you. Let's go to Kristen Welker, who's inside the even louder venue. We see, Kristen, I see the president's chief of staff and a couple other people filtering into the room. He can't be far behind.
He's not far behind, Brian. I think he is going to be delivering this speech shortly. I am told that this is a speech that he had a big hand in, that he helped write. Of course, there's a lot of anticipation about what exactly he is going to say. In 2008, he gave a soaring speech. Of course, this is a very different moment, a sharply divided electorate. He will have to address the issue of bipartisanship or lack thereof. I can tell you that in his stump speeches, he's been laying out some of his vision for the next 4 years, talking about adding manufacturing jobs, teaching jobs,
jobs, investing in clean energy. So people will be listening to see if he talks about those things in sweeping terms, if he gives a broad, bold vision for these next 4 years. As you know, he's been criticized for not giving clear enough vision. Some folks said that he wasn't mapping out his vision enough in these days that he was running against Mitt Romney. So I think that tonight you will hear him do that, map out his vision for these next 4 years. There's a lot of anticipation here at McCormick Place. The crowd has been waiting for quite some time now to hear the president. Folks have been dancing, waving flags, hugging each other, just really celebrating and soaking up these moments. A lot of the folks here, Brian, are the people who have been volunteering with him from the very beginning, 4 years ago, when people thought that it was impossible that he would be elected to a first term. So emotions certainly running high here tonight. A lot of anticipation for the president's acceptance speech. Ryan.
Kristen Welker, thank you. 2 points here. Number one, the president's traveling press pool that traveled from the hotel over the convention center reports an extra long motorcade. And if you live in a swing state, you perhaps have glimpsed it. Most of the American people have no idea the kind of exponential increase in the level of security, Secret Service, for this president in this modern era. It has actually become a sight to behold, and when he visits here in New York, he can't just or isn't allowed to just roll through the streets of the city anymore. Those streets have to be shut down on either side. Nothing moves anywhere near where the president moves. It's just, we're told, it's a fact of modern life, but it has been very pronounced lately. Lester Holt, who's still with us, I have this from John Boehner, just issued a statement about what happened tonight containing this sentence: if there is a mandate, it's a mandate for both parties to find common ground and take steps together to help our economy grow and create jobs, which is critical to solving our debt. So, Lester, there's for everybody wanting to see some cooperation, there's a start.
Well, I think we're all at a point when we look at the problems our country is facing that we wish that we could all just root for our leaders, not in a political sense, but in a sense that we've got some big problems in this country. Not only the economy, no one's mentioned tonight the war that just happens to be going on in Afghanistan. I spent some time there, came back about a month ago, and Americans are still dying there. This country's got a lot of issues, and I think a lot of people would think right now we've got to pull together behind whoever occupies the White House, in this case Barack Obama. Brian, I spent some time in battleground states. I was in Virginia, Henrico County, I was in Hillsborough County in Florida, talking to undecided voters at the time, some of whom had voted for Barack Obama the first time, and they had fallen out of love, to the sense that they expressed some level of disappointment, that he was not all they had hoped for. Yet there was this distrust of Governor Romney and questions of whether he could fulfill his promise. There certainly wasn't the passion that we had seen 4 years ago. You think of the speech that he delivered on his election 4 years ago. It ignited a great deal of passion, a great deal of hope, lofty idealism in this country. Some of that was chopped down over the years as the problems became much larger than perhaps we thought they would be. So it's a different challenge now as he faces this crowd and as he faces this country, no longer facing re-election, but still perhaps hoping to tap into whatever small amount of, or even large amount of hope that there might still be out there. It's a different time. The problems haven't gone away. He has argued that the economy is on the uptick, and there's some evidence of that. But I think folks right now want some validation that this is still a person that can inspire hope and help this country to dream and dream big again, Brian.
Well, you won't be the only person listening very closely for that tonight. Last night's speech, Lester, is his last in his last campaign from Des Moines, where now famously we watched a tear roll down his cheek, was very interesting. Had a lot of callbacks to the first campaign, and tonight begins the first day, really, of the second term, and a lot of people have stayed up 1:30 in the morning here in the East. A lot of folks have stayed up wanting to hear this, wanting to see this, take this in. As Lester said, it's not 08, it's a different time. He's a different candidate. A lot has happened in the intervening years. We also know a lot of you are staying with us because we have an undecided electoral map. The math isn't baked, it isn't cooked, it isn't done. Chuck Todd is still in the engine room, and Chuck, we haven't checked in for a while. I know the folks who count have gone home in Florida.
Yeah, gotta love them.
But we've got some outliers here. We got Virginia, we've got Nevada, Colorado. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're waiting on Washoe County in Nevada. As soon as we have that, we're going to get, and we see that it comes in the way we think it's going to come in, and we match it up with our models. We'll feel comfortable. But the problem is, see that gray over here? That gray is nothing from the biggest little county in the world there, Reno's home county, Washoe. So that's what's holding us up there. Everything else with Virginia, we're just waiting on Fairfax County. There's this potential 100,000 votes of absentee votes that may not have gotten counted, may not have been included in the original count. If that's the case and we find it and we confirm that that's it, and they call it, we'll probably feel more comfortable calling it for the president. But as you see, 80,000 vote lead there. Hard to figure out. I can't find the vote for Mitt Romney to somehow overtake him there. And in Florida, I want to show you the raw vote here just because, again, there are more blue counties where there's vote remaining than red counties. But as you can see here, that's a 60,000 vote mark that Mitt Romney would have to come up with. Hard to find where that's at either. So it does look like he's going to get up to 332 electoral votes when all the votes are counted. But, you know, there's been some fun other little fun states I've been looking at. Believe it or not, Brian, Mitt Romney is going to lose Minnesota by a smaller margin than he is going to lose Pennsylvania, then he's going to lose Wisconsin, then he's going to lose New Hampshire, and they never targeted it. Just one of the anomalies of the evening.
Wow, the land of Humphrey and Mondale.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, Chuck Todd, in White House parlance, we were given the 2-minute warning to the president's appearance.
I know what that means.
1 minute ago. So not having done very well at math, I'm ad-libbing here, but we appear to be under a minute until he is supposed to come out. We have Kristen Welker standing by. We have David Gregory standing by, White House correspondents all. And any minute now, the House lights should come down. And all of those people waving flags will be greeted with the appearance of the newly re-elected President of the United States. McCormick Place is mostly a convention display space. This is where a lot of different trade gatherings have taken place. And conveniently, on a cold night in Chicago, here we go.
Tonight, more than 200 years after a former colony won the right to determine its own destiny, the task of perfecting our union moves forward. It moves forward because of you. It moves forward because you reaffirmed the spirit that has triumphed over war and depression, the spirit that has lifted this country from the depths of despair to the great heights of hope, the belief that while each of us will pursue our own individual dreams, we are an American family and we rise or fall together as one nation and as one people. Tonight, in this election, you, the American people, reminded us that while our road has been hard, while our journey has been long, we have picked ourselves up. We have fought our way back. And we know in our hearts that for the United States of America, the best is yet to come. I want to thank every American who participated in this election. Whether you voted for the very first time or waited in line for a very long time. By the way, we have to fix that. Whether you pounded the pavement or picked up the phone. Whether you held an Obama sign or a Romney sign, you made your voice heard, and you made a difference. I just spoke with Governor Romney, and I congratulated him and Paul Ryan on a hard-fought campaign. We may have battled fiercely, but it's only because we love this country deeply. And we care so strongly about its future. From George to Lenore to their son Mitt, the Romney family has chosen to give back to America through public service. And that is a legacy that we honor and applaud tonight. In the weeks ahead, I also look forward to sitting down with Governor Romney to talk about where we can work together to move this country forward. I want to thank my friend and partner of the last 4 years, America's happy warrior, the best vice president anybody could ever hope for, Joe Biden. And I wouldn't be the man I am today without the woman who agreed to marry me 20 years ago. Let me say this publicly, Michelle, I have never loved you more. I have never been prouder to watch the rest of America fall in love with you too, as our nation's First Lady. Sasha and Malia, before our very eyes, you're growing up to become two strong, smart, beautiful young women, just like your mom. And I'm so proud of you guys. But I will say that for now, one dog's probably enough. To the best campaign team and volunteers in the history of politics. The best ever. Some of you were new this time around, and some of you have been at my side since the very beginning. But all of you are family. No matter what you do or where you go from here, you will carry the memory of the history we made together. And you will have the lifelong appreciation of a grateful president. Thank you for believing all the way, through every hill, through every valley. You lifted me up the whole way, and I will always be grateful for everything that you've done and all the incredible work that you've put in. I know that political campaigns can sometimes seem small, even silly. And that provides plenty of fodder for the cynics who tell us that politics is nothing more than a contest of egos or the domain of special interests. But if you ever get the chance to talk to folks who turned out at our rallies and crowded along a rope line in a high school gym, or saw folks working late at a campaign office in some tiny county far away from home, you'll discover something else. You'll hear the determination in the voice of a young field organizer who's working his way through college and wants to make sure every child has that same opportunity. You'll hear the pride in the voice of a volunteer who's going door to door because her brother was finally hired when the local auto plant added another shift. You'll hear the deep patriotism in the voice of a military spouse who's working the phones late at night to make sure that no one who fights for this country ever has to fight for a job or a roof over their head when they come home. That's why we do this. That's what politics can be. That's why elections matter. It's not small, it's big. It's important. Democracy in a nation of 300 million can be noisy and messy and complicated. We have our own opinions. Each of us has deeply held beliefs. And when we go through tough times, when we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter, the chance to cast their ballots like we did today. But despite all our differences, most of us share certain hopes for America's future. We want our kids to grow up in a country where they have access to the best schools and the best teachers. A country that lives up to its legacy as the global leader in technology and discovery and innovation, with all the good jobs and new businesses that follow. We want our children to live in America that isn't burdened by debt, that isn't weakened by inequality, that isn't threatened by the destructive power of a warming planet. We want to pass on a country that's safe and respected and admired around the world. A nation that is defended by the strongest military on earth and the best troops this world has ever known. But also a country that moves with confidence beyond this time of war to shape a peace that is built on the promise of freedom and dignity for every human being. We believe in a generous America, in a compassionate America, in a tolerant America, open to the dreams of an immigrant's daughter who studies in our schools and pledges to our flag. To the young boy on the south side of Chicago who sees a life beyond the nearest street corner. To the furniture worker's child in North Carolina who wants to become a doctor or a scientist, an engineer or an entrepreneur, a diplomat or even a president. That's the future we hope for. That's the vision we share. That's where we need to go. Forward. That's where we need to go. Now, we will disagree, sometimes fiercely, about how to get there. As it has for more than 2 centuries, progress will come in fits and starts. It's not always a straight line. It's not always a smooth path. By itself, the recognition that we have common hopes and dreams won't end all the gridlock or solve all our problems or substitute for the painstaking work of building consensus and making the difficult compromises needed to move this country forward. But that common bond is where we must begin. Our economy is recovering. A decade of war is ending. A long campaign is now over. And whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever about the work there is to do and the future that lies ahead. Tonight, you voted for action, not politics as usual. You elected us to focus on your jobs, not ours. And in the coming weeks and months, I am looking forward to reaching out and working with leaders of both parties to meet the challenges we can only solve together. Reducing our deficit, reforming our tax code, fixing our immigration system, freeing ourselves from foreign oil. We've got more work to do. But that doesn't mean your work is done. The role of citizen in our democracy does not end with your vote. America's never been about what can be done for us. It's about what can be done by us together through the hard and frustrating but necessary work of self-government. That's the principle we were founded on. This country has more wealth than any nation, but that's not what makes us rich. We have the most powerful military in history, but that's not what makes us strong. Our university, our culture, are all the envy of the world, but that's not what keeps the world coming to our shores. What makes America exceptional are the bonds that hold together the most diverse nation on earth. The belief that our destiny is shared, that this country only works when we accept certain obligations to one another and the future generations, so that the freedom which so many Americans have fought for and died for comes with responsibilities as well as rights, and among those are love and charity and duty and patriotism. That's what makes America great. I am hopeful tonight because I've seen the spirit at work in America. I've seen it in the family business whose owners would rather cut their own pay than lay off their neighbors, and in the workers who would rather cut back their hours than see a friend lose a job. I've seen it in the soldiers who re-enlist after losing a limb, and in those SEALs who charged up the stairs into darkness and danger because they knew there was a buddy behind them watching their back. I've seen it on the shores of New Jersey and New York, where leaders from every party and level of government have swept aside their differences to help a community rebuild from the wreckage of a terrible storm. And I saw it just the other day in Mentor, Ohio, where a father told the story of his 8-year-old daughter whose long battle with leukemia nearly cost their family everything. Had it not been for health care reform passing just a few months before the insurance company was about to stop paying for her care. I had an opportunity to not just talk to the father, but meet this incredible daughter of his. And when he spoke to the crowd, listening to that father's story, every parent in that room had tears in their eyes, because we knew that little girl could be our own. And I know that every American wants her future to be just as bright. That's who we are. That's the country I'm so proud to lead as your president. And tonight, despite all the hardship we've been through, despite all the frustrations of Washington, I've never been more hopeful about our future. I have never been more hopeful about America. And I ask you to sustain that hope. I'm not talking about blind optimism, the kind of hope that just ignores the enormity of the tasks ahead or the roadblocks that stand in our path. I'm not talking about the wishful idealism that allows us to just sit on the sidelines or shirk from a fight. I have always believed that hope is that stubborn thing inside us that insists, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that something better awaits us, so long as we have the courage to keep reaching, to keep working, to keep fighting. America, I believe we can build on the progress we've made and continue to fight for new jobs and new opportunity and new security for the middle class. I believe we can keep the promise of our founding, the idea that if you're willing to work hard, it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from or what you look like or where you love. It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try. I believe we can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions. and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America. And together, with your help and God's grace, we will continue our journey forward and remind the world just why it is that we live in the greatest nation on earth. Thank you, America. God bless you. God bless these United States.
Barack Obama accepting re-election, thanking his supporters. And whatever you think about the guy's politics, he's got a beautiful family. And Hubert Humphrey got an indirect call back tonight. The Happy Warrior mantle has been switched to the current Vice President Joe Biden. If our control room can put together a freeze frame from the night in Grant Park when this family of four came forward to the stage and compare and contrast it to tonight, we'll look at graphically what the president was talking about. How much and how beautifully his daughters have grown up in the public eye. They continue to rather quietly attend school and work on their studies and work on their friendships in Washington, D.C. while the modern world unfolds around them. And music of Bruce Springsteen starts up. We take care of our own, often kind of misconstrued, misunderstood song, as was his Born in the USA, always used in the wrong circumstances when you compare what the lyrics intended. But he's been a stalwart on the campaign. He was passenger on Air Force One. Look at that. Look at that on the right. Those comparatively little girls compared to today, all grown up. Bruce Springsteen was a passenger on Air Force One yesterday, and his soundtrack has become the soundtrack of this campaign. He's been a stalwart for the president. David Gregory is with us, and Chuck Todd is with us, and Andrea Mitchell, and Tom Brokaw. David, sum up what we've just seen.
You know, Washington is going to be a very difficult place to manage, even with a second term, and we've been talking about that. But make no mistake, Brian, this is a president with some muscle. He just got reelected after 4 years of a very difficult economy that was very slow to recover, still is slow to recover, very high debt, fiscal house not in order in any way, shape, or form. A lot of challenges winding down 2 foreign wars, a lot of questions about America's influence in the world, a lot of headwinds, and he pulled this out, and it wasn't a narrow victory. This could turn out to be rather big. So he brings all of that to a soaring speech where he made a point of reaching out to Governor Romney, praising his father and his mother, and praising the service of Mitt Romney as well as his parents. Hope to meet with Governor Romney to talk about a way forward, talked about meeting with Republicans as well. He knows he's got to signal to the country that things have got to change. They've got to work together to deal with the fiscal cliff and the other issues coming their way.
Yeah, I think it was nice for a lot of Americans to hear the president talk about George Romney. You're right. We have a call here. Another state has been awarded to Mitt Romney, and that is the state of Alaska, where we are projecting he will be the victor when all the votes are counted, leading 55-41. To our local stations, those of you, especially on the West Coast, who need to break away to cover some local news, we will let you do that, and we are going to keep going here on the East Coast. All this activity on stage in Chicago.